Chapter 13-15. The god-defying cult dominated the outer city of Polaris City. The territory of the outer city was much larger than the inner city. The most famous building in the outer city was the branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances. However, there was another place where countless buildings were connected together. It was the base camp of the god-defying cult, the god-defying palace. The experts of the god-defying palace, in addition to cooperating with the 12 Supreme Alliances to guard the ancient ruins, were basically in the god-defying palace. The Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors of the god-defying cult were usually in seclusion, so the god-defying palace was currently in the hands of the young master, Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin was much younger than Lin Yixin, but her cultivation was far higher. She was already an expert in the great completion of martial path, very close to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Her strength was similar to that of Han Yunxing and others. In fact, Lin Yixin was the eldest son. If it wasn't for his lack of strength and talent, the so-called young master would be him. In an extremely luxurious palace, Lin Yixin was served by more than a dozen beautiful concubines, drinking and making merry. It was extremely pleasurable. At this moment, when he heard about the encounter of Long Chen and others in the 12 Supreme Alliances, he laughed loudly. After laughing for a while, he stopped and said to the guards at the peak of the god martial arts realm with some embarrassment, "Am I getting more and more backward as I live? How can I be so happy after winning a fight with a little kid?" "I can only say that Miss Li is too perfect," said a guard who could speak. "Yes." Speaking of this, Lin Yixin's eyes became gloomy. With his identity and status, it had never been so difficult to pursue a girl. Lin Yixin was very resentful. When he said goodbye to Li Xuanji, he expressed his love for her. He didn't expect that she would reject him flatly. She didn't give him any face at all. Compared with Li Xuanji, the beautiful concubines around him, who could easily tear off their clothes to serve him, were simply too inferior. "All of you, get out." Seeing them flirt in front of him, Lin Yixin couldn't help but want to vomit. At the same time, his mood, which had just gotten better, became exceptionally gloomy when he recalled the scene of him being rejected. Since Yi Xian is back, his assassin, Xueyu, should also be back. "Help me get Xueyu. If I don't kill that little guy named Long Chen, I won't feel comfortable." A little kid at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm unexpectedly became my rival in love. It's really ridiculous. Master Lin, to deal with a kid, isn't it making a mountain out of a molehill? I can just send a cultivator at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, or I can go. Lin Yixin shook his head and said, "Xuanji is very familiar with your appearance. No, I can't guarantee the others. Let Xueyu go. He is proficient in the Tao of slaughter. He can assassinate someone without making a sound." "Yes." After the guard left, there were only 6 guards and Lin Yixin left in the luxurious palace. Lin Yixin suddenly wanted to drink and have fun, but suddenly, that creepy aura descended again. Looking back, the young man who was hidden in the darkness appeared once again. Behind him was still that cute and adorable girl who could cause one's imagination to run wild. "You." Lin Yixin hated him for coming in without saying a word. He was a person of high status, he couldn't be fooled like that. "Lin Yixin is back, right?" said the young man casually. Lin Yixin's dissatisfaction was resolved with one sentence. "Yes, he is in the inverse god palace." "Go and find him," said Lin Yixin subconsciously. "I'm looking for him for a deal." "Thank you very much." After saying that, he quickly disappeared in front of Lin Yixin. That cute girl was obviously not very strong, but she was still taken away by him easily. What a terrifying strength! The guards next to him exclaimed. "How strong is that young man?" Lin Yixin had no idea. One of the guards said, "Obviously, he hasn't reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He looks like an 8th level demon immortal. But I don't know why, but he makes me feel nervous. There are not many people who can appear in front of us without making a sound." "It's okay. Yi Xian can handle it." Lin Yixin was relieved. In the inverse god palace, Lin Yixian was dealing with important matters. After the mysterious young man arrived, he dismissed everyone and entertained him alone. Lin Yixian's appearance was like his name. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he had a sage-like demeanor. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was very handsome. He looked even more kind. Occasionally, there was a sharpness in his eyes, which proved that this person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. However, at this time, he was also confused about the young man opposite him. "I am Lin Yixian. Who are you?" The young man said, "Identity is not important. Today, I'm here to make a deal with you." "Please say it." Lin Yixian didn't beat around the bush. "I heard that you saw the 9-ghost demon ancestral fire in the eternal hell. I hope you can tell me the location of the 9-ghost demon ancestral fire. As for your request, you can make it, as long as it's not too much," said the young man. Lin Yixian squinted his eyes. He had seen the 9-ghost demon ancestral fire. Not many people knew about it. If this young man could get this kind of information, the force behind him must be very strong. However, with Lin Yixian's style, he wouldn't give benefits to others easily. After laughing for a while, Lin Yixian said, "You can even find out about this. You're really well informed. However, this matter is of special significance to me. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you." The mysterious young man was expressionless. He was shrouded in darkness, and even the light was swallowed. He said indifferently, "Name your price." Seeing that he was so direct, Lin Yixian felt that it was enough. He said, "It's a doctrine instrument, a medieval doctrine instrument with doctrine patterns." Hearing his words, the cute little girl on the other side became angry. Her originally calm expression became somewhat angry. The young man next to her said coldly, "Sir, your appetite is really big. You want to take away one of my Tao treasures for a mere piece of information? Huh, equivalent exchange, equivalent exchange. If you think it's not enough, then let's forget about this deal." Lin Yixian laughed and said indifferently, "A doctrine instrument with doctrine patterns is too precious. It seems that you have no sincerity." The mysterious young man's voice started to turn cold. "Yes." Lin Yixian, who was at martial Tao grand completion, felt a chill. At least a doctrine instrument. If it doesn't have doctrine patterns, then so be it. This is my biggest setback. If this still doesn't work, then this deal is off the table. The mysterious young man nodded and said, "Allow me to go back and prepare. I'll come find you in a few days. Please describe the route well. If there's any falsehood, I'm afraid my life will be in danger." With that, the young man left the place with the cute girl without any hesitation. "Threatening me, Lin Yixian." "Hee hee." After the young man left, Lin Yixian laughed out loud. The Defiant God cult was born from the word defiance. Naturally, they weren't afraid of anything. This mysterious young man didn't even understand this and still wanted to make a deal with her. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. In the end, he even threatened her life. Lin Yixian didn't know that after leaving the Defiant God Palace, the young man and the girl who were walking in the dark had a conversation. The girl pouted and said unhappily, "Brother Xiaolang, can't you just get it out of his mouth? Why do you have to give him a doctrine instrument? I think he's a greedy bastard." The mysterious young man chuckled, "Who said I'm going to give it to him? Even if I'm going to give it to him, I'll just leave it with him temporarily. I'll just take it back when I return with the 9 darkness demon ancestral flame." "Oh, so that's how it is." The girl smiled innocently. "Oh right, big brother wolf, does that mean you're going to join the desolate Imperial Palace's team? Those people are all jealous of you. I hate them to death just by looking at them." The young girl pouted and said angrily, "No way. There's no point in being with them. I'm going to form my own Xiaolang. I don't want to bother with them." The mysterious young man laughed. "That's good. Then can be with brother Xiaolang." The girl jumped with joy and smiled. The two suddenly quieted down. The girl lowered her head and said, "If only Chen was here. The three of us could go to the eternal hell together. We haven't seen each other for so many years. He must be very powerful." This made the mysterious young man tremble. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. He patted the girl's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. When I get the 9-demon ancestral flame, I'll take you to the true Martial Emperor Palace to find him. He should be able to enter the true Martial Emperor Palace." "Thank you, Brother Xiaolang." The girl smiled again. The two disappeared from the inner city of North Star City. At the same time, Long Chen had been wandering around North Star City for the past few days. He finally found out some news. Lu Jin and Li Chong, who had opposed him in the 3000 Palace Hall, had come to 9-Star Chaos City to train. They were currently training in North Star City. At the same time, Xue Lin had also come. Long Chen and Xue Lin didn't have any friendship, but they also didn't have any grudges. This time, he could ask her for help. After all, Xue Lin was now a member of the 12 Supreme Alliances. If she told them about Long Chen could become a member of the 12 Supreme Alliances. After all, Long Chen was now the most influential person in the 3000 Palace Hall. With this news, Long Chen and Li Xuanji decided to go to the inner city to find Xue Lin. They discussed the specific plan and were about to set off. Suddenly, the entire courtyard was flooded with blood. Without using the soul eye technique, Long Chen didn't notice that someone was approaching. Chapter 13-16. At that moment, Long Chen's heartstrings were stretched to the extreme. He understood that compared to Lin Yishan, he was still too inexperienced. Lin Yishan had been in Polaris City for many years. In order to achieve his goals, he would do anything. An endless blood color instantly enveloped the small courtyard. Everything in the surroundings became blurry. This should be some kind of illusory technique that made people feel despair. However, that assassin had met an expert this time. Long Chen and the others could use the soul-devouring demon eyes to see through the opponent's illusory technique. Although Li Xuanji couldn't see, she could still vaguely sense it. When there was danger, the first person that Long Chen and Li Xuanji thought of was Long Chen. Li Xuanji had a rough idea of Long Chen's strength. They also knew that the assassin sent by Lin Yishan was definitely a powerful one, not any weaker than his 10 guards at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. Such an expert could be easily killed by Li Tianji. "Come in." Immediately, Long Chen let Li Tianji, who was closest to him, enter the Great Void Realm. Li Tianji couldn't help. Although he was very angry, he wasn't someone who didn't know what to do. He knew that he couldn't make a scene at this time. "You guys run, quickly." After saying that, he entered Long Chen's Great Void Realm. This kid was safe. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly reunited with Li Xuanji. Although it was the first time that the two fought side by side, they had an amazing tacit understanding. Back to back, feeling the softness of the other's body. That fragrance was very pleasant. If it was any other time, it would be a pleasure. Before everything was done, the other party appeared. His target was undoubtedly Long Chen. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the other party appeared in front of him. It was a man covered in blood. Before he could see his face clearly, a blood-colored dagger stabbed towards Long Chen's head. In an instant, countless dagger shadows appeared. "Let me." Li Xuanji pulled Long Chen's right arm and instantly switched positions with him. The whistling cold wind slashed at the side of the opponent's saber shadow. In an instant, they clashed several times before the two separated. Perhaps because the opponent's strength was too great, Li Xuanji was shaken and fell towards Long Chen. Long Chen reached out to hold her delicate body, and only then did he stabilize himself. "Your strength is not bad. Let me play with you." This was the voice of a devilish man. The two of them looked up and saw a man dressed in blood-red clothes floating in the air. He wasn't very tall, but his eyes were actually a devilish purple. Other than his eyes, his eyebrows and hair were all blood red. Even his skin was faintly red. Monster. Li Xuanji awkwardly got out of Long Chen's arms and looked at the killer coldly. This person had suppressed her in the battle just now. He should be at the peak of the 9th divine martial realm. Li Xuanji had obviously just entered the 9th divine martial realm. There was still a level between her and the opponent. Needless to say, Long Chen could at most compete with someone who had just entered the 9th divine martial realm. The two of them looked at each other and knew that this was going to be a fierce battle. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I don't want my employer to dislike me. The blood-colored man smiled evilly. God Lin Yi, you sent the monster clan to deal with me. You're really generous. Long Chen and Li Xuanji stood side by side. He looked at the blood-colored dagger in the man's hand. Then, blood-red sky appeared in his hand. Blood-red sky was also blood-colored. Hearing Long Chen's words, the blood-red man laughed loudly and said, "Since you know, then I won't waste any more words. God Lin Yi is smart, but he's a little unscrupulous when it comes to doing things. Since I've promised him, I'll kill you and bring this little beauty back." At this point, there was no more room for negotiation. The battle between the two of them was instantly ignited. I'll do it. You can help me occasionally. Li Xuanji's black eyes were dull, but she could grasp the opponent's position. Long Chen knew his position. He knew that he was no match for the opponent in a direct confrontation. He could only look for opportunities to affect the opponent and make it easier for Li Xuanji to attack. Hiding in the dark was his fighting style. All right. He nodded lightly. He knew that although Li Xuanji had just entered the 9th divine martial realm, she was very talented. If they really fought, she might not lose to the opponent. My name is Xueyu. Remember my name. I am from the purple-eyed Blood Fox clan, said Xueyu proudly. A member of the demon clan is working for the god-defying sect. What a joke. Long Chen smiled coldly. What do you know? I'm Xueyu. I'm much better than Xiao Bai, who only knows how to hide behind a woman. Xueyu sneered. He was actually very handsome. Long Chen was angry. However, he endured it and held the blood-red sky tightly in his hand. The real battle started. Li Xuanji and Xueyu were fighting. Xueyu seemed to have set up a great formation around them. Their battle was very loud, but it didn't destroy the small courtyard in a short time. Long Chen unleashed his speed and weaved through the battle between the two of them. His speed was also very fast, and he was not inferior to Li Xuanji at all. This gave him the possibility of a sneak attack. Only at this moment did Long Chen truly witness Li Xuanji's combat strength. He didn't know that she had so many tricks up her sleeve. At this moment, Li Xuanji's body was surrounded by an ink-colored airflow. Black-purple lightning appeared on her body and surrounded her, forming a protective electric net. The black-purple electric net had a violent and corrosive aura. It looked even more terrifying than Long Chen's soul-chasing hell electric. Is this the body-tempering combat skill she cultivated using the Heart of Lightning that I gave her last time? Long Chen thought as he searched for an opportunity to fight. In fact, he already had a plan. This was a very big crisis. If Li Xuanji really couldn't deal with it, he could only use those methods. If she still couldn't deal with it, he could only use the blood sacrifice. No matter what, he wouldn't let this woman be hurt. Long Chen deeply realized that his strength was still insufficient. 9 killing lightning demonic body. Long Chen learned of Li Xuanji's body-tempering combat skill from Li Tianji. The two figures fought from the sky to the ground. It was extremely terrifying. Long Chen quickly followed them. He watched as Li Xuanji was suppressed by the blood moon, but he didn't attack at all. Even Li Tianji was worried. Long Chen was looking for an opportunity to attack. Other than body-tempering combat skills, Li Xuanji also cultivated a 9th grade battle skill called the 9 Devouring Scripture. Using it now, she finally managed to suppress the blood moon. The blood moon was a demon, so her demonic qi was extremely powerful. Her body was even stronger than Li Xuanji's, who had the 9 killing lightning demonic body. Just these 2 layers were enough to suppress Li Xuanji. 9 demonic hand. This was a move of the 9 devouring sutra. As Li Xuanji executed it, a black demonic hand appeared behind her. If one took a closer look at the black arm, they would see that it was actually a dense black vortex. In an instant, the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth went berserk, and along with her arm, it blasted towards the blood moon. Not bad. The blood moon let out a loud laugh. Her body that belonged to the demon seemed to expand a lot. In that instant, her speed actually increased by several times, allowing her to dodge Li Xuanji's attack. With a boom, the 9 demonic hand actually struck the ground, causing the entire space to tremble. The space that the blood moon had set up was almost shattered by her. How naughty. You actually tore apart my things. Even though Li Xuanji was so powerful, the blood moon still wasn't worried at all. In an instant, she actually split into 2 identical clones. One of them dealt with Long Chen, while the other 2 worked together to attack Li Xuanji. Their battle prowess was actually not that different. What a powerful doppelganger combat technique. Long Chen had seen it for himself. Initially, he wanted to find a chance to attack, but who would have thought that the blood moon would actually target him? However, with the spirit-devouring demon eyes, it was easy to tell which was real and which was fake. The one attacking Long Chen wasn't the real body, it was just to obstruct Long Chen. Without hesitation, Long Chen executed the 9 dragon scripture, the 6th level of the 9 dragon scripture. 6 divine dragons roared behind him, and as Long Chen brandished his halberd, the energy of the 9 dragon scripture gathered on the halberd. A terrifying dragon roar rang out as Long Chen's speed increased by several times. The halberd slashed down on the doppelganger of the blood moon, and instantly, the doppelganger was minced into pieces by Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't have the strength to face the blood moon head-on, he could still deal with a doppelganger. Peerless devil spirit. On the other side, Li Xuanji executed an even stronger move of the 9 devouring sutra. A terrifying devil shadow appeared behind her, and countless amounts of darkness energy gathered on her body. This beautiful girl was like a demoness in the darkness, filled with yin qi. In an instant, the strength of her body doubled, and was on the verge of exploding. With a single move, the peerless devil spirits gushed out. They were like countless little bats, converging into a black beam that smashed onto the doppelganger of the blood moon, shattering it instantly. Good, very good. Blood Moon was still laughing. Even after 2 of his doppelgangers were destroyed, his expression didn't change at all. This caused the pressure in Long Chen's heart to increase. While the 2 of them were fighting, he followed them closely, not taking any action at all. Blood Scarlet Sky Wilderness had already kept it. He could clearly feel that this guy was coveting his weapon. To him, Blood Scarlet Sky Wilderness was indeed very suitable. Unfortunately, he was only from the demon race, not a dragon warrior. Zitong's eyes were filled with illusions. For a moment, he attacked and once again suppressed Li Xuanji. At this time, Long Chen was almost standing side by side with Li Xuanji. Restrain him. Li Xuanji suddenly said. Her voice was filled with determination. Long Chen didn't say a word and directly rushed towards Blood Moon. Although he was a force that Long Chen couldn't fight against, just like Hall Master Xian Ming and the others, so what? There was nothing that could stop his will. Chapter 13-17. Oh, Xiao Bai's face actually took the initiative to attack. Shuiyu laughed heartily and a blood-colored shadow appeared in his hand, gathering into the shape of a blood-colored fox. He opened his palm and the blood-colored fox instantly swelled up several times. It charged towards Long Chen, biting at him. As the blood-colored fox advanced, cracks actually appeared in the space. Long Chen immediately understood that this was the power of a cultivator at the 9th level of the divine martial realm, breaking the space. No matter what, at this time, Long Chen had to face it head-on. Because behind him was Li Xuanji, and because she needed Long Chen to buy time, that was enough. Extreme Finger of Time. At the moment when the space was broken, Long Chen suddenly felt very confused. Every time he was on the verge of death, he was able to experience the true meaning of time. As he used it, the river of time flowing on his body became fast and slow. The disorder of time caused the disorder of power. When the power of space breaking descended, a huge divine dragon shadow appeared behind Long Chen. It even disappeared into the starry sky outside the 9-star Chaos City. Of course, only Long Chen could feel this dragon shadow. The Void Infinity Dragon's claw was Long Chen's finger. At this moment, the power converged, and a penetrating power rushed forward. Boom, boom, boom. That blood-red fox was unexpectedly smashed by Long Chen's full power attack. The cracks in the space unexpectedly moved towards Blood Moon. He was not at the 9th level of the divine martial realm, but Long Chen had used the power to break the space, which made Blood Moon dumbfounded. Seeing the power of the extreme finger of time descending with the cracks in the space, he had no choice but to dodge in horror. He looked at that arrogant young man in shock. What? At this moment, Li Xuanji took advantage of the opportunity when Long Chen attacked to use the last move of the 9-yin devouring scripture. She descended on Blood Moon's head. Devouring Black Hole. 9-yin demonic hand, supreme demon spirit, and devouring black hole. Each move was stronger than the previous. Under Li Xuanji's move, a huge black vortex appeared above Blood Moon's head. Countless strange runes were rolling on the vortex. In the depths of the vortex was a place full of ghosts. Countless screams and howls were coming out, which made people's hair stand on end. Black fog rolled and condensed into the shape of skulls. The devouring black hole had a terrifying suction. It acted on Blood Moon's body. Suddenly, Blood Moon was sucked into the sky. He had just experienced the Extreme Universe Finger's attack and couldn't react in time. Just as they were about to reach the black vortex, Blood Moon flew into a rage. She waved her hand, and power erupted from her body as she broke free from the suction force. Do you think that you can injure me with such a puny battle technique? At that moment, the situation greatly changed. The devouring power of the devouring black hole suddenly turned into a spitting power. That power slammed into Blood Moon's body, and the devouring black hole spun in the opposite direction. All of the black smoke condensed into a pillar that instantly slammed into Blood Moon's body, causing blood to spurt out. Blood Moon was blasted into the ground, and the massive power caused the entire space to tremble and shatter. Boom. As the space created by the Blood Moon shattered, Long Chen and the others returned to the outside world. The surging power instantly shattered the small courtyard. This huge commotion alarmed many people. Although there were battles happening in the Polaris City all the time, there were not many battles as fierce as this one. At first glance, everyone knew that it was a battle between warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. The people of the 9-star Chaos City did not lack courage. Hearing the commotion, many people started to gather around. Li Xuanji had hit him and injured him. Long Chen was surprised at first, but his expression quickly changed. Although Blood Moon was injured, he was not dead. For a proud person like him, being injured was a very shameful thing. If they did not kill him immediately, he would definitely become even more terrifying, and then the two of them would not be able to resist. However, it was already too late for them to chase after him. As soon as Long Chen and Li Xuanji met up, the soil below them shot up into the sky, and the color of blood filled the air. A terrifying beast's aura appeared, and a body below swelled up. In a very short time, a blood fox as tall as 3 people appeared in front of Long Chen and the others. This fox wasn't cute at all. Instead, it was terrifying. The blood-colored runes on its body, as well as its sharp teeth and claws, as well as its illusory purple eyes, all of them exuded a dangerous aura. It had been a long time since Long Chen had fought with such a demonic beast. This was a true demonic beast. After transforming into their original form, they would display their strongest combat strength. You actually forced me to use my real form. I'm angry, I'm angry. Blood Moon let out a roar. On his body, a huge aura belonging to the demon clan spread in all directions, quickly forming an invisible boundary, blocking the escape route of Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji and Long Chen took a deep breath. The two of them looked at each other and saw the importance and determination in each other's eyes. We can't win against him using normal methods. Do you have a way to help me at least stabilize your body, so that he can't move for 10 breaths of time? Li Xuanji said with a trembling voice. After experiencing such a high-intensity battle, she had undoubtedly consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, her face was a little pale, and her strength was almost depleted. However, she still persisted. Long Chen's heart ached for her. In his heart, other than self-blame, there was also self-blame. He had always been a proud person, but this time, he had to let her protect him. This made him very unwilling. This is the last time. Long Chen suddenly said. What? Li Xuanji was startled. This is the last time, you attack first. Don't worry, I can stabilize him, so that he can't move for 2 hours. Trust me. She could feel the determination and confidence in his voice. She suddenly smiled, because every time Long Chen said such words, it seemed like he was trying to be brave, but in fact, he could always do something shocking. I'll go first, so that you have a chance to use it. After saying this, Li Xuanji unexpectedly rushed down to Blood Moon. At this time, thousands of people gathered around, watching the battle in shock. Blood Moon was actually a 9th-level demon immortal, not the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm of the human clan. That bloody and psychedelic fox made everyone tremble with fear. What was even more shocking was that the young man and girl dared to fight against such a demon. They were really bold. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Xuanji descended on Blood Moon's head. At this time, Blood Moon had recovered from the injury just now, and there was hatred in his heart. He smiled bitterly, and his huge body suddenly moved. A suffocating aura came. As soon as the purple-eyed blood fox moved, thousands of people outside were suddenly shaken by the aura and flew out. It could be seen how strong a demon of the same level was. If it were not so, Li Xuanji and Long Chen would not be so nervous at this time. If God Lin Yi had sent an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, it would not have been so difficult to deal with. When Blood Moon moved, Li Xuanji was in danger, and everyone exclaimed. At this time, a black light appeared on Li Xuanji's forehead. She is going to use the magical power of her family's bloodline. I seem to have heard of this magical power. Just as the onlookers said this, the light spot on Li Xuanji's forehead suddenly fell to the ground. For a moment, the whole ground suddenly shook, and countless buildings collapsed. Within a radius of 10 miles, everything was turned into ruins, and dust was flying everywhere. The rising darkness formation. When Li Xuanji said these words in a clear voice, the sky suddenly turned dark, and all the light within a radius of 10 miles suddenly disappeared. Countless black tentacle-like forces emerged from the ground, and those countless thick arms were full of black vortexes. It turned out to be the 9 demonic hands. Thousands of 9 demonic hands rushed toward the purple-eyed blood fox that was attacking Li Xuanji. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Blood Moon let out an incomparably sharp cry. For a time, many of the spectators' ears were pierced by this sound, and they howled miserably. Even though he screamed like this, he still couldn't escape his fate of being bound. Blood Moon's body crazily expanded, but the more he expanded, the more 9 demon hands appeared within the darkness formation diagram. They tightly bound him, and of course, he couldn't move for now. Girl from the Li family of the Shadow Demon realm, you can trap me because of the rising darkness formation. Blood Moon laughed wildly, and his blood-colored power expanded, wanting to tear the rising darkness formation apart. Long Chen. Li Xuanji shouted, and her black hair danced wildly. It was time for Long Chen to make a move. In fact, Long Chen was already prepared. When Li Xuanji used the rising darkness formation, he rushed to the sky above Blood Moon. Although he was in front of everyone, he had no choice but to use this thing in order to survive. Nirvana power was activated, and a golden seal appeared in Long Chen's hand. The golden light instantly became the biggest source of light in the rising darkness formation. She believed in him, so he must not mess it up. Long Chen gathered all the nirvana power into the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits. For a moment, the small golden seal burst out with a terrifying beast roar. Golden beast souls came out from the golden elephant seal of the 9 spirits. They condensed into 9 giant beasts that covered the sky above, below, left, and right of the blood moon. They were all golden elephants filled with power. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roars swept through the area. That is, a Dao artifact. It's actually a Dao artifact. Who is this kid? He actually has a Dao artifact. The onlookers suddenly made an uproar. It turned out to be a Dao artifact. For everyone, a Dao artifact was a supreme treasure. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with greed. Activate. Under Long Chen's desperate control, the 9 giant elephants trampled towards Blood Moon. Blood Moon, who had just broken free from the rising darkness formation, discovered in despair that the group of golden elephants with unparalleled brute force had trapped him. What can a Dao artifact do to me? Can it kill me? Blood Moon continued to laugh wildly. Under the trampling of the golden elephants, he became more and more courageous. Although he was covered in blood, the golden elephants became dimmer and dimmer. This was because the power of the golden elephants was completely supported by Long Chen. Chapter 13:18. Li Xuanji had already said that she wanted Long Chen to restrain Blood Moon because what she was about to do next was difficult even for her to control. She believed in Long Chen. If he said he could do it, he would definitely be able to do it. At this time, she was floating alone in front of Blood Moon's huge beast-like body, without the slightest bit of defense. At such a close distance, if Blood Moon were to struggle even a little bit, with its current terrifying physical strength and massive demonic essence, it could easily kill Li Xuanji. Blood Moon let out a roar. He still didn't know what they were going to do next since the young boy and girl had taken out their Dao artifacts. That 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Blood Moon raised his huge blood-colored head and stared at Long Chen in the sky with his purple eyes. There was a trace of awe in his eyes. This young man's willpower could only be described as abnormal. Blood Moon knew the strength of his beast-like body. His opponent only had so little strength, yet he was able to use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal for so long. No matter how Blood Moon resisted, the 9-spirit golden elephant seal firmly suppressed him. The terrifying elephant trunk and elephant legs hit his body, causing his skin to split open. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The purple-eyed blood fox let out a scream and struggled even more frantically. He wasn't God Lin Yi's subordinate. God Lin Yi told him to kill Long Chen secretly, but he didn't do so. At this time, he found that these 2 kids were so difficult to deal with. He was already regretting it. In particular, the young man could only be described as crazy. In order to use the golden elephant seal of the 9-spirit to suppress the purple-eyed blood fox, his whole body had become pale. It was estimated that all his strength had been drained, but he still persisted. Devouring blood world. Long Chen gritted his teeth. At the last moment, he used the devouring blood world. Suddenly, the surging demon blood from the purple-eyed blood fox's wounds flew toward Long Chen and turned into a blood mist. Long Chen swallowed it into his body and transformed it into the power of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Unfortunately, the 9-spirit golden elephant seal consumed too much energy. Long Chen couldn't make ends meet. However, when he saw that Li Xuanji was still preparing, he gritted his teeth. His mind was blank, but his persistence didn't stop. Blue veins were exposed on his neck and arms, and his muscles gradually lost their luster. The 9-spirit golden elephant seal was like a bottomless pit, swallowing Long Chen's strength. Vaguely, Long Chen had a feeling of breaking down and building again. This huge suppression actually caused his body to undergo another transformation. Originally, his flesh and blood had been drained of power, but now, even more power was surging out from the depths of his body. When Long Chen's power had been drained by the golden elephant seal of 9 spirits, his strength had broken through to the late stage of the 6th level of the divine martial realm. A large amount of dragon blood divine origin was continuously being produced in his body. The control power of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal was rising. Originally, Blood Moon felt that he was about to break through Long Chen's restraint and complete the task. However, at this time, the restraint increased several times, and Blood Moon was beaten badly in an instant. The power of a true Taoist artifact was definitely not so simple. Long Chen displayed part of the power of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. His opponent couldn't bear it anymore. Long Chen used the 9-spirit golden elephant seal to tear off his flesh and blood. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The purple-eyed blood fox let out a roar. The formation of the rising darkness had not disappeared yet. Countless 9 demonic hands rose into the sky and bound the purple-eyed blood fox tightly. This scene caused countless people to tremble with fear. 2 damned beasts. At this moment, Shuiyu wished for nothing more than to kill both Long Chen and Li Xuanji. Who is the beast? Long Chen's indifferent voice sounded above him. The 9-spirit golden elephant seal turned into a golden mountain and fiercely suppressed Blood Moon, smashing him into the ground. At this time, Li Xuanji finally succeeded. Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In order to trap the purple-eyed blood fox, he almost fainted just now. His persistence paid off, and his cultivation broke through again. Li Xuanji raised her hand, and a slender purple needle appeared in her palm. This purple needle was very familiar to Long Chen. It was the soul-shattering needle that the Li family often used. However, this soul-shattering needle was different, because it contained the aura of a Taoist artifact. This purple needle is also a Taoist artifact. The onlookers were in an uproar again. Almost everyone's eyes were red. 2 Taoist artifacts had suddenly appeared, and they had appeared in the hands of 2 young men and women who did not have any powerful backing. This meant endless opportunities. A Taoist artifact from the Middle Ages. The power of this soul-shattering needle was even more terrifying than Long Chen's 9-spirit golden elephant seal. This was because the 9-spirit golden elephant seal was mainly used for smashing, while the soul-shattering needle had the most terrifying piercing ability. Even Long Chen was horrified by its aura. Die. Li Xuanji closed her eyes and locked onto her opponent's position with her divine sense. It was very difficult for her to control the soul-shattering needle. She had not yet reached the Nirvana tribulation realm, so she needed such a long time to prepare. It was precisely because Long Chen had been too persistent that she could truly use the soul-shattering needle. If she were to face Blood Moon alone, she would definitely not lose in a few rounds. The 9 devouring sutra, the rising darkness array, the 9 thunder killing fiend body, and this soul-shattering needle made Li Xuanji very powerful. Hiss. There was an incomparably sharp hiss. Under Li Xuanji's control, the soul-shattering needle left her palm and pierced the space between Blood Moon's eyebrows at a terrifying speed. Under the suppression of the rising darkness array and Long Chen's 9-spirit golden elephant seal, the purple-eyed blood fox's body could not move. Seeing a ray of light coming towards it, it let out an earth-shattering howl. The entire ground trembled violently under its power. Countless buildings collapsed to the ground, turning into smoke and dust that filled the sky. Puchi. The soul-shattering needle pierced the purple-eyed blood fox's eyebrows. After a few breaths, it returned to Li Xuanji's hand. Li Xuanji's face was pale as she fell from the sky. Long Chen hurriedly held her in his arms. Her body was soft and a little cold, but it was very comfortable. Long Chen was a little anxious. After a careful examination, he discovered that she was just exhausted. She would be fine after a short period of recovery. Looking at it coldly, the light in the purple-eyed blood fox's eyes dissipated. After a few breaths, it turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Its monster beast soul had been shattered by the soul-shattering needle. It was normal for it to die. If it hadn't died, Long Chen would not have given up on suppressing it. It was finally dead. This battle was really thrilling. From the beginning, Long Chen did not have much hope. Fortunately, Li Xuanji's strength exceeded his imagination. In the end, because of their tacit understanding, they attacked wave after wave, leaving Blood Moon with no chance to resist. Only then did they kill him. This was definitely a great calamity. I'm fine. She opened her eyes in a daze and found herself lying in Long Chen's arms. Li Xuanji did not have much strength. Her beautiful face was a little dim at this moment, and her red lips were a little pale. Only the thick mist in her eyes made her look like a national beauty. Come in, the danger is not over yet. At this time, Long Chen was in his prime. His body was still in the process of transformation, and his divine essence was also increasing. He was gradually approaching the level of the peak of the 6th tier of the divine martial realm. In a short period of time, he had advanced twice in a row. The speed was so fast that it made people's jaws drop. Be careful. Li Xuanji knew that she could not continue to fight. She could only rely on Long Chen. She was very relieved because he was a man she could rely on. Soon, she reached the Great Void Realm. As long as she was here, even the Heavenly Emperor would not be able to hurt her. Long Chen was floating in the air, crazily absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Then, he looked around. Tens of thousands of people were looking at the cold young man, and then at the body of the purple-eyed blood fox that had fallen to the ground. They understood that without this young man, it would have been impossible for Li Xuanji to kill the purple-eyed blood fox. He is already tired, and that girl is even worse. I think he won't be able to withstand any attack. 2 Dao artifacts. A total of 2 Dao artifacts. How tempting. Can you fellows endure it? Countless voices of discussion rang out. With a buzzing sound, tens of thousands of people, including several experts at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, chased after Long Chen at the first instant after the purple-eyed blood fox died. Long Chen used the divine breath technique. He knew that with such a huge commotion happening here, Lin Yixin would definitely know that Li Xuanji had torn all pretense of cordiality with him. He would definitely chase after them and kill them all. At this time, he wasn't strong enough to fight against the defying sect. The only way was to hide for now. As long as there is life, there is hope. At least, he had to wait for Li Xuanji to recover. Long Chen did not say anything. His body turned into a golden lightning and fled in an instant. Countless people chased after him crazily. Tens of thousands of people scattered, and more people chased after him. Soon, the whole city was searching for traces of Long Chen. The news that 2 doctrine artifacts had appeared spread throughout Polaris City in a very short time. More and more people joined the treasure hunt. Bullshit. God Lin punched the guard in front of him. His hair was disheveled, and he roared, "Blood Moon is dead. How can I explain this to Yi Xian? 2 doctrine artifacts have appeared. What is going on? Are doctrine artifact stones on the street? They are everywhere." After roaring for a while, God Lin gave an order, "Mobilize all my men to look for Long Chen in the whole outer city of Polaris City. At the same time, seal off Polaris City. If a fly escapes, I will send all of you to hell." For a moment, a quarter of the godly cult was mobilized. Long Chen underestimated the power of the godly cult. He had not yet escaped from Polaris City. The whole Polaris City was full of traces of the godly cult's activities. Even if he had the divine breath technique, he could not resist the search of many warriors at the 8th tier of the divine martial realm every day and night. After hiding for 3 days, God Lin Yixin still found him. Even the blood escape technique was useless in such a large Polaris city. Chapter 13-19. Polaris City was huge and complicated. The god-defying cult was so powerful. Lin Yishan was not far away. After Long Chen escaped, he quickly found out and sent people to chase after him. 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm surrounded Long Chen, staring at Long Chen like a tiger watching its prey. They released their domineering aura. The 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm formed a mixed domain, suppressing Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen still felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head, making him unable to move. As soon as he moved, those 10 martial artists would rush over. Each one of them was nearly as strong as Shuiyu. With so many people, if Long Chen were to be besieged, he might very well be torn to shreds. Long Chen's heart was calm as he faced Lin Yi head-on. He wasn't a weakling, and sometimes, a man couldn't just run away. Thus, Long Chen stayed behind. Facing this old man who had dominated North Star City for thousands of years, there wasn't a trace of fear in Long Chen's eyes, only indifference. Lin Yishan's face was full of smiles. He quickly approached Long Chen. At this time, there were already many people chasing in this direction. Seeing the 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm from the god-defying cult, they had to stop no matter how brave they were. It's Lin Yishan's 10 divine guards. This is the final protection that the master of the god-defying cult left for him. 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. It seems that we have no chance. Let's wait and see. No matter what, they were not willing to give up like this. More and more people gathered around, watching the situation with cold eyes. This young man has been targeted by Lin Yishan. It seems that he is doomed. Over the years, many people in Polaris City have died at his hands. This young master of the Lin family has been a spoiled brat since he was young. His cultivation is average, but he is arrogant and despotic to this day. Isn't it all because of the god-defying sect master who spoils him? If he had the same talent as his younger brother, he would be the young sect master. Stop talking. No matter how weak their cultivation is, they are still thousands of times stronger than us. Lin Yishan enjoyed this feeling very much. He knew that his heart wasn't on the path of cultivation, but it didn't matter how strong he was. As long as he was in the god-defying sect, he would be as strong as the god-defying sect was. Ever since he was young, many martial artists who were much stronger than him and had terrifying talent had died at his hands. It was all because of the power behind them. Standing in front of Long Chen, he sized up his insignificant rival in love. Seeing the indifference and hatred in Long Chen's eyes, he had to admit that he was really getting old. This made Lin Yishan feel a little uncomfortable. Young girls are always easily blinded by love. They can't think clearly about who is the man they can rely on the most. I can give her everything she wants, money, power, and status. But you are just a useless poor boy. What can you give her? Lin Yishan suddenly laughed in front of Long Chen and started talking. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Long Chen and Lin Yishan were actually rivals in love? Everyone couldn't help but feel sad for Long Chen. Over the years, countless people had competed with Lin Yishan for women, but none of them had a good ending. There were also many young talents like Long Chen. Lin Yishan was right. Young and pure girls all liked this kind of young talent. Unfortunately, they all died at Lin Yishan's hands. At this time, Li Xuanji was sleeping peacefully in Long Chen's great void realm. Seeing that she was gradually recovering, Long Chen was relieved. He looked at Lin Yishan coldly and didn't say anything. He had matured to the point where he didn't want to use words to defeat the other. If it was in the past, he would have definitely made this old man furious. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't want to escape. It was just that sometimes, a man had to stand like this and not take a step back. Lin Yishan sighed and casually waved his hand. With a helpless tone, he said, "Young man, I see that you have some talent. I'll let you live. Open the god's kingdom and let her out. Let her follow me. If you have the ability in the future, you can take her back." With that, Lin Yishan laughed. Since they had already fallen out, he didn't need to pretend to be polite anymore. He liked Li Xuanji. He liked clean and tough girls like her. He couldn't help himself. Long Chen, this little rival in love, was never his opponent. "Is there something wrong with your brain?" Long Chen said in a very calm tone. "Hey, you still dare to argue with me?" Lin Yishan laughed even more happily. He looked at Long Chen like a monkey. The people around them laughed as well. They thought that it was ridiculous that Long Chen dared to talk to Lin Yishan like that. Who was Lin Yishan? He was the most famous playboy in North Star City. He had been a playboy for thousands of years. He had killed countless souls, but no one could take revenge on him because he had the god-defying cult behind him. Back then, Long Chen was also a small playboy. Compared to Lin Yishan, he was much more tender. When he saw that Long Chen didn't reply, he gradually lost his patience and said, "Let her out. Otherwise, I'll make a move." His voice was full of impatience. Long Chen was burning with anger. This old man was too shameless. This kind of person should be beaten up, no matter the cost. He looked down on Long Chen. He looked down on this so-called poor boy. But who was the real rich? "Old man, I'm in the prime of my life, but you're already old. Where do you get your confidence and pride from?" Long Chen said jokingly. The phrase, "old and yellow pearls," was originally used to describe women. When he used it here, it immediately made countless people roar with laughter. Lin Yishan's smiling face gradually darkened. "Why don't you make a move, if you still have the guts?" Long Chen continued, his voice gloomy. He twirled his fingers and stared at Lin Yishan. He laughed loudly. "Don't tell me that the son of the god-defying cult's leader doesn't even have the courage to make a move against me. No wonder you're reduced to a role waiting to die. You can't even compare to your own brother. If I were you, I'd just kill myself. I feel ashamed to live in this world. How can you be so smug when you're this old?" Long Chen was good at provoking people. Lin Yishan's expression suddenly changed, becoming incomparably gloomy. "In short, if you're still a man who can be tough, then come and fight. You said you like her, but you have to get past me first. Otherwise, what kind of man are you?" Long Chen understood that this kind of old man was very shrewd. He wouldn't make a move easily. However, if Long Chen could really force him into a corner with words, he would also lose his mind in anger, just like at this moment. In terms of fighting, Lin Yishan was actually very timid. However, Long Chen was too weak. He seemed to be only at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and in the battle just now, Lin Yishan didn't have any special strength. He thought that it was Li Xuanji who killed Blood Moon. His opponent's provocative face made Lin Yishan's blood boil, and he blurted out, "You're just a little kid. Today, I'll let you die knowing that you're not qualified to have such a perfect woman like Miss Li. Let's fight one-on-one. Otherwise, you'll be my grandson." "Oh no, the grandson of a tortoise. If I had your grandson, I'd kill myself in despair." Long Chen laughed. Only his laughter could be heard. Everyone was extremely silent. They looked at Long Chen blankly. It wasn't easy for him to say such words to the hedonistic overlord of Polaris City. There must be something wrong with this young man's brain. That was what everyone thought. Only those who had seen the terrifying willpower Long Chen had displayed when using the 9-spirit golden elephant seal to suppress the Blood Moon felt hesitant. They felt that since Long Chen dared to say such a thing, he must be confident. "Everyone, listen up. Don't let him escape. Master Lin, deal with him personally." Lin Yishan opened his arms, and the surrounding people immediately flew out, leaving an incomparably spacious area. The opportunity had come. Long Chen's originally calm eyes instantly turned red. Blood-red dragon scales densely covered his body, outlining a terrifying and domineering aura. An invisible dragon aura spread out, and the lonely young man in the middle suddenly seemed to be a dragon among men. He had supreme majesty, a dragon aura that made people worship him. A phantom of a divine dragon entrenched beside him. This Long Chen slightly startled Lin Yixin. "Do you think you're the only one who has a power related to dragons?" As he said that, a set of leather armor suddenly appeared on his body, and an even more vast dragon aura surged out. Long Chen looked carefully and was shocked. This was a chain armor completely woven from silver scales. It looked ordinary, but it actually contained supreme power. Although it wasn't a Dao artifact, its defensive power was definitely terrifying. This was definitely a treasure that the god-defying sect master had left for him to protect his son. What attracted Long Chen the most was the center of this chain armor, which was Lin Yixin's chest. There was a palm-sized silver scale. It was a decaying silver scale with mottled patterns on it. It looked like it had existed for countless years. It looked very ordinary, like the most ordinary of scales, but Long Chen could sense that it was a scale that belonged to a divine dragon. The dragon aura that surged out was all coming from this dragon scale. This is the dragon scale of a 9-winged sky dragon. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was a kind of sky dragon that used the power of the sky of light. It was the overlord of the sky and had the fastest speed. It had 9 large wings, and when spread out, it could cover the sky and cover the sun. That was the 9-winged sky dragon. This 9-winged sky dragon was a divine dragon that was a level higher than the mysterious sky jade fire dragon. It was on the same level as the void refinement realm demon dragon. Long Chen's eyes burned even more. Chapter 1320. Under the protection of the chainmail, Lin Yixin was well protected. "You're wearing a tortoise shell. It seems that you're worthy of being called a tortoise bastard." Long Chen carefully put away his desire for the scale of the 9-winged sky dragon and turned to ridicule Lin Yixin's current appearance. If he allowed this kid to continue talking, he would lose all his face. "Cut the crap, you can beg for mercy now." With the silver dragon armor on, Lin Yixin was very confident. He immediately moved, turning into a silver ray of light and pouncing towards Long Chen. He had just entered the 9th level of the divine martial realm. This level, Long Chen revealed a trace of a cold smile. Before breaking through to the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, he could already fight a little. But now, Lin Yixin actually agreed to fight one-on-one with him. He would be a fool if he didn't take care of his opponent. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Long Chen moved at the same time. Buzz. For a moment, the scene became chaotic. Although Lin Yixin's cultivation wasn't that great, he had accumulated an endless amount of treasures to this point. It was quite terrifying. Wearing the silver dragon armor, he had endless power. Every time he punched, there would be a silver dragon roaring and piercing towards Long Chen. It was as if he had a silver dragon in his hand. Unfortunately, Long Chen's speed seemed to be very fast. Golden lightning flashed continuously, and Lin Yixin couldn't touch him at all. "You only know how to escape. You don't seem to have any backbone, kid." Lin Yixin laughed loudly, and his voice gradually became cold. Finally, he shouted coldly, "How can there be so many opportunities to escape? I'll let you taste the most terrifying power of the defying god cult, world-defying." Defying. This word suddenly changed Long Chen's mind. Defying was this kind of power of resistance, which was very compatible with his martial Dao. The defying of the martial Dao was like killing against the heavens. And there was another kind of defying in Long Chen's heart, and that was time. At this time, Lin Yixin's hands rotated in front of him, and a strange power of the world rotated above his palms, gradually condensing into a vortex of power. At this moment, Lin Yixin seemed to have transformed into the world. Rebellion. This type of world energy was very interesting. Compared to all the world energy that Long Chen had seen before, it wasn't just a little bit stronger. This chaotic energy was very special, and it struck fear in people's hearts. It was similar to Long Chen's time Dao and the chaotic extreme universal finger. The more he reversed it, the more terrifying the power would be. Lin Yishan's movements seemed to be compressing the power, slowly approaching the edge of an explosion. Suddenly, Lin Yishan let out a light shout, and the power of reversing the world erupted. The invisible vortex pulled at the space around Lin Yishan, and actually tore a crack in the space around him. Chaotic mystical art. Boom. The chaotic energy filled Lin Yi's entire body, and he charged towards Long Chen. Wherever he went, the earth shook, and the ground caved in and cracked. With the chaotic mystical art on him, Lin Yi really had a heaven-defying feeling of killing gods and demons in his way. At this moment, it looked like Long Chen was being chased. The reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because Long Chen still had some interest in this chaotic mystical art. As the number 2 power in 9-star Chaos City countless years ago, it seemed like the god-defying sect really did have some tricks up their sleeves. Just the word god-defying was already very impressive. However, this chaotic mystical art, Long Chen always felt that it was lacking something. It had a style of reverse, but it lacked spirit, and often, spirit was the greatest strength. This old ghost has quite a few things on him that suit me. Long Chen had a plan in his heart. He knew that Lin Yishan was only at this level. When Lin Yishan was at the peak of the chase, Long Chen's aura suddenly changed, and the scarlet blood firmament appeared in his hand. Without a word, he used the 6th level of the 9 Dragons scripture. The terrifying power of 9 dragons was completely condensed on the scarlet blood firmament, and he swung his halberd down. Lin Yishan looked up, and it seemed like there were 6 divine dragons descending from the sky, crushing down on him. How is this possible? Before, Long Chen wasn't this strong, but in an instant, his battle power had increased by so much. Lin Yishan wasn't stupid, and he knew that Long Chen had been suppressing his battle power. Chaotic mystical art, Star River Reversal. Lin Yishan's hands danced crazily, and the chaotic power of his body shot towards the sky, trying to block Long Chen, but Long Chen was like a heavenly might descending, and the halberd had an unparalleled strength. Lin Yishan's entire body was instantly smashed into the ground, and with a loud rumble, dust flew up into the sky. Lin Yishan let out a cry of pain, and his sleeves were shredded. Blood spurted out, and the places that weren't covered by the silver dragon armor were covered with a fine web of blood. Pfft! The scarlet blood firmament pierced through his ear, and one of his ears was cut off. Save me! Lin Yishan let out a cry of pain, and it was earth-shattering. For the sake of survival, he couldn't care about anything else. The pride in his heart turned into bubbles, and at this moment, his heart was filled with a thick sense of fear and humiliation. He knew that he didn't have the talent for cultivation, and he had accumulated all the treasures he had since he was young. He didn't expect that he couldn't even beat a brat like this. At that moment, Lin Yishan's mind was a mess. I've actually lost. Lin Yishan was actually very afraid of fighting. In his mind, he only used the god-defying sex power to bully others, and he rarely fought himself. Without enough confidence, Lin Yishan wouldn't make a move. Today, he was a little impulsive, and he didn't expect to bring such humiliation upon himself. Lin Yishan's heart crumbled, and he became crazy. Long Chen was a pure madman when it came to fighting, and he easily defeated his opponent with one move of the 9 Dragon scripture. The scarlet blood firmament was instantly retracted, and Long Chen didn't say a word, and used the extreme universe finger. This was Long Chen's most terrifying power when he wasn't using a Dao treasure. The time reversal was the true chaos reversal. At that moment, Lin Yishan was completely shrouded in death. Under Long Chen's time reversal, he realized that the chaos reversal mystic art he had been cultivating all these years was simply a child's play. The strongest aspect of chaos reversal was the will. Long Chen's seemingly simple finger spread rapidly towards him, but it was this finger that scared Lin Yishan so much that he almost lost control of his bowels and peed. He collapsed to the ground, screaming madly for his 10 divine guards to come and save him. At that moment, everyone could clearly hear that this guy's cry for help was actually sobbing. To Long Chen, this guy was just a bluff. He was nothing but a wax head with a silver spear. There was no need to be afraid of him at all. It was just that the power behind him was terrifying. Rip. Long Chen's extreme universe finger pierced Lin Yixin's eyes. Before the finger reached him, the power of time reversal had already stained Lin Yixin's body with blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the silver dragon armor protecting him, he would probably have been torn apart by Long Chen. The silver dragon armor was indeed a life-saving item that the god-defying sect leader had prepared for his son. When he felt a fatal threat, a mysterious array appeared. There were silver runes on the array, and the runes gradually twisted and formed a silver nine-winged divine dragon. It coiled around Lin Yixin, protecting him. Break. Long Chen was the primogenitor of dragons. Under the might of his primordial bloodline dragon, the silver nine-winged dragon instantly fled. It only delayed Long Chen for a short while. Just as Long Chen was about to be killed, the 10 divine guards had arrived behind him. The combined strength of the 10 instantly suppressed Long Chen. Long Chen suddenly felt a sense of extreme danger. He turned around abruptly, but it was too late. The 10 divine guards were indeed very powerful. Long Chen abruptly dodged to the side, evading the attacks of many. However, his body suddenly tightened and he was unable to move. A powerful strangling force had sunk into his flesh. Long Chen lowered his head and saw that a silver chain had tightly bound him. There were countless silver runes flashing on the chain. In an instant, it formed an intricate array on Long Chen's body. The terrifying binding force pierced into Long Chen's flesh, making him feel a heart-wrenching pain. Long Chen clenched his teeth and tried to use the blood escape technique, but he discovered that the runes on the silver chains had already condensed into an array diagram on his body. Even if he used the blood escape technique, the silver chains were still able to wrap around his body, making him unable to escape. A Dao artifact. Long Chen knew that this was definitely a Dao artifact. Moreover, when he lowered his head, Long Chen found a very strange pattern on the head of the silver chain. The pattern looked simple and ordinary, but the more he looked at it, the more dizzy he felt. It was as though there was a huge world inside the pattern. This world was extremely mysterious and it was swallowing Long Chen's body. A Dao artifact with a Dao pattern. Long Chen finally understood why he was trapped. It turned out to be a medieval Dao artifact with a Dao pattern. Many Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors didn't have such a level of treasure. This item should be the ultimate treasure that the Defying God sect leader had given to his son. Since he couldn't escape, Long Chen's heart became surprisingly calm. Although the silver chain prevented him from moving, his expression was still calm. He landed on the ground very elegantly. Compared to him, Lin Yixin, who was covered in blood, was worse than a beggar. This scene caused the surrounding people to be strangely quiet. No one had expected such an outcome. Although Long Chen had been bound by Lin Yixin's silver chains, the process had been full of twists and turns. This seemingly simple young man had actually won everyone's respect and admiration. Compared to his talent and temperament, the old Lin Yixin was like a pile of shit. A pile of shit with a background. The god-imprisoning demon chain. Such a heaven-defying youth actually lost to a Dao artifact. What a pity. Hee, it's useless no matter how heaven-defying he is. Even a warrior at the martial Dao perfection realm can't escape from the god-imprisoning demon chain. This kid is dead today. Lin Yixin cares about his reputation the most. Just wait and see how he tortures this kid. I really can't accept it. He's clearly trash, but he has a good father. If I had this god-imprisoning demon chain, TSK, a Dao artifact with a Dao pattern, looking at the Dao artifact, everyone revealed an envious look. Long Chen's expression changed a few times before he suddenly revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Chapter 1321. The scene was extremely quiet. Lin Yixin struggled to get up. A few of the 10 divine guards went over to help him up. They took out a lot of medicinal pellets. Lin Yixin's injuries weren't fatal, but the humiliation was unbearable. At this moment, under the gaze of countless people, his mind was still blank. "Restrain him for me," Lin Yishan said with a trembling voice after recovering for a while. Long Chen was already trapped by the god-binding demon lock. The 10 guards were all at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. At this time, they could easily restrain Long Chen. Lin Yishan trembled and walked to Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot and his whole body seemed to be filled with flames. His hands were shaking. He felt that the onlookers must be laughing at him in their hearts. The quieter it was outside, the more painful he was. His mood at this moment could only be described as painful. In front of him, Long Chen, who was trapped by the god-binding demon lock, looked down at him with incomparable arrogance. His eyes were full of mockery and contempt. Lin Yishan was extremely angry. He punched the corner of Long Chen's mouth. With a bang, Long Chen fell to the ground. The huge force made the corner of his mouth red and swollen. However, the strength of Long Chen's body was beyond Lin Yishan's imagination. He quickly stood up and looked at Lin Yishan with contempt. "You really are a useless old man. With such little strength, you still want to eat swan meat." Long Chen's tone was calm, but his words made Lin Yishan tremble even more. "Go back, bring her back for me." Lin Yishan was extremely excited at this moment. He knew that he had embarrassed himself enough. If he stayed here, he would only be more embarrassed. He wanted to bring Long Chen back and torture him. At the same time, he wanted Li Xuanji to be released. Originally, he wanted a romantic love story, but now it seemed that it was obviously not necessary. Force, this was Lin Yishan's style. Even though Long Chen was captured, he always had a smile on his face. This smile made Lin Yishan very uncomfortable. "Keep pretending. You will suffer the worst torture in the world when you follow me back to the reverse god palace," Lin Yishan sneered. Without uttering a word, Long Chen was taken away by one of the 10 divine guards. "Long Chen, what should we do?" Within the great virtual realm, Li Tianji was extremely anxious. "Don't worry, I have a way." Li Tianji couldn't feel at ease when Long Chen told him so mysteriously, but Long Chen seemed to be fine. Even Long Chen was not nervous, so why should he be nervous? He just had to wait and see. Just like that, Long Chen was taken away. Those who originally intended to fight for Long Chen's Dao artifact could not help but feel regretful at this moment. Such a great genius, and those 2 Dao artifacts. To think that Lin Yishan would be able to take advantage of them, God Lin Yi is so humiliated. I've never seen this guy in such a sorry state. This young man is a legend in North Star City. Even if he is a legend, what's the use? Once he enters the reverse god palace, he will disappear without a trace. Everyone understood that Lin Yishan was so angry that when he returned, he would definitely torture Long Chen to death. The reverse god palace had all kinds of punishments. He would definitely not let Long Chen feel good. The storm gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was brought into the huge reverse god palace. Lin Yishan was so humiliated that he was not willing to mention what happened today to anyone. Instead, he took the 10 divine guards and Long Chen and shuttled through the reverse god palace towards a place called the Purple Fire Hell. "Boy, the rebel cult has a lot of punishments. First, I'll let you have a taste of the extreme purple heavenly fire array for 10 days, then I'll let you have a taste of the 1,000 poison insects array until you die. Don't worry, you can keep her. I'll torture you until you die, then I'll get her out of your holy kingdom." Lin Yishan pulled Long Chen's ear and said sinisterly. He originally wanted to give Long Chen a quick death, but now he could not do so. He had to let him die in extreme pain to vent his hatred. Long Chen did not expect that he also had the extreme purple heavenly fire array. He did not say anything, but his eyes were still full of pride and contempt as he looked at Lin Yishan. "You can be arrogant now. Young people are all like this. When you see the extreme purple heavenly fire array, you'll know," Lin Yishan said coldly. The rebel god palace was very big, and there were hundreds of thousands of followers. When they saw Lin Yishan, they hurriedly knelt down and saluted. Although Lin Yizhen's strength was not good, his position in the rebel god cult was very high. The speed of a warrior at the 9th LV of the divine martial realm was very fast, and Lin Yizhen was too ashamed to face others. Soon, they arrived at the purple fire hell. They entered through a hidden and guarded gate, and walked thousands of meters underground. Long Chen came to an extremely hot place, where even the walls had turned purple. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Yizhen madly punched Long Chen a few times to vent his anger. There was no one watching, and he was not afraid that others would say that he only dared to beat Long Chen in this way. The more he hit, the more he vented his anger. However, no matter how hard he hit, Long Chen did not fall. To be honest, being beaten like this by a warrior at the 9th LV of the divine martial realm, Long Chen had suffered a certain degree of injury. His internal organs were almost shaken to the point of bleeding, and many of his bones were broken. However, he still stood up proudly, looked at Lin Yizhen with a cold smile, and mocked, "It seems that your strength is really wasted on a dog. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, it seems that you can't kill me." Lin Yizhen was extremely angry and roared, "You can be stubborn now, but when we reach the extreme purple heavenly fire array, you will know." After saying that, everyone continued to move forward. Soon, Long Chen arrived at an extremely spacious space. In front of him, there was an iron fortress made of rare metals. This iron fortress was completely burned purple by the flames, and emitted an extremely high temperature. Long Chen felt that his body was about to catch fire. Standing in front of this huge fortress, Lin Yizhen laughed sinisterly and said, "I will let you taste the power of the extreme purple heavenly fire array for 10 days. Don't worry, 10 days won't kill you. 10 days later, I will let you taste the feeling of billions of poisonous insects tearing your body and eating your own flesh. Then, I will take you to the freezing cold pool array, and let you. As long as you don't lower your head, I will torture you for a day. If you don't lower your head for 100 years, I will torture you for 100 years. Let's see if you, little thing, still have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me." Long Chen sneered and said straightforwardly, "You are just a piece of trash waiting to die. Hurry up and send me in. Looking at you talking here, I want to vomit." "You." Lin Yizhen was furious. Today, he was really driven crazy by this kid. He couldn't help but beat Long Chen until his flesh was torn. Open the gate of the purple flaming hell. Under God Lin Yi's command, 2 of the warriors at the LV9 of the divine martial realm used all their strength to open the gate of the steel fortress with the key. With a loud bang, the horrible purple flame inside swept out, and the surrounding temperature increased by several times in an instant. "Put this kid in," Lin Yizhen laughed and ordered. "Master Lin, should we take off the demon's shackles first?" one of the divine guards asked. Lin Yizhen was shocked. He was worried that Long Chen would escape from the extreme purple heavenly fire array, so he said, "No need. The extreme purple heavenly fire array can't damage this medieval Taoist artifact with Taoist patterns." The divine guards nodded obediently. Then, they grabbed Long Chen and threw Long Chen into the extreme purple heavenly fire array while facing the horrible purple flame. "Kid, enjoy yourself for 10 days. My God-defying cult has more than 50 kinds of similar punishments. I will let you taste them one by one. I will make you regret being born into this world." Lin Yizhen laughed loudly. With a loud bang, the gate closed. Thinking that the kid must be screaming in pain inside, Lin Yizhen's mood finally improved a little. The gloominess in his heart also lessened a little. What's wrong with me today? How could I lose control of myself like this? I'm really regressing. Lin Yizhen shook his head and looked at the steel fortress behind him. That kid definitely wouldn't come out. Only then did he feel relieved. He said in a clear voice, "Let's go. I'm too angry. I need to vent my anger tonight." After a few clangs, the group of people left. Is this the extreme purple heavenly fire array? Long Chen finally understood why Lu Junhua had been so harsh on him back then. It was because the extreme violet heavenly fire array was too ferocious. At this moment, he was in a vast world of purple flames. It felt like there was no end to it. The purple flames wrapped around his body. It wasn't easy for him to catch a living creature, but almost all the flames were crazily surging towards him. Long Chen's body and willpower were dozens of times stronger than Lu Junyue's. His clothes were quickly burned clean. However, blood-colored scales appeared, isolating the extreme purple heavenly fire array. Although the flames were very uncomfortable, it would take at least a month for Long Chen's body to be injured. Long Chen stood up and swallowed a amethyst jade essence pill. Then, he slowly recuperated. The injuries on his body were mainly caused by Lin Yizhen's attack after he was trapped. It was only now that Long Chen had the chance to truly recover. What should I do when I'm trapped here, Long Chen? That Lin Yizhen is vicious. He will definitely do what he says. He will torture you endlessly until you die, Li Tianji said anxiously in the Great Void Realm. Long Chen said, don't worry. Just watch. I will give you a surprise tonight at the latest. After saying that, he fell silent and let his body burn in the extreme purple heavenly fire array. He didn't make a sound. About 2 to 4 hours later, Li Xuanji finally recovered. Although she was in a deep slumber and cultivating to recover, she was aware of what was happening in the outside world. Sis. Li Xuanji's beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed. She felt Long Chen's condition. Fortunately, the extreme purple heavenly fire array could only cause some physical pain. However, after a long time, Long Chen's body would definitely collapse. Suddenly, she remembered the surprise Long Chen mentioned. An intoxicating and beautiful smile appeared on her pure white face. She said, don't worry. I believe he came prepared. Tomorrow is the 21st. The crazy person's birthday cake is about to be opened. The Dragon Blood Wargod's birthday is also my birthday. The day after tomorrow is the explosive release week. However, I will extend the explosive release week by 1 day. Starting tomorrow, 1,000 VIP guests will be made into a cake. I will work hard to release a chapter on the same day, or the next day. 1,000 VIP guests per chapter. For authors of the same level, it isn't much. They all set it at 2,000 VIP guests and above. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. The main thing is that the crazy person has to worry about being valued by the rich. If the setting is too low and there are too many VIP guests, I won't be able to achieve explosive release. No matter how far I go in the future, 1,000 VIP guests is the rule. It won't change. The Dragon Blood War God is the 3rd and 4th bestseller on the entire website. The first in Xuanhuan is also worthy of this VIP guest. There are 2 other gods on the same birthday, but it isn't Xuanhuan. This is a battle. Brothers, work hard. Each of you can make a little cake, and it will add up to a lot. If you can't afford it, come and apply for an account and give some free flour to the crazy person. I am also very grateful to everyone. I definitely won't ask for too many VIP guests per person. We are united. Don't be afraid of them. It has been a year since the Dragon Blood. Thank you everyone for following me. In the next year, it will be time for us to soar again. Chapter 1322. Under the effect of the amethyst jade elixir, Long Chen's body quickly recovered to its most perfect state. The burning power of the extreme violet heavenly fire array came in waves, getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen was bathed in flames at this time, and those flames were like crazy beasts, desperately biting his body. Long Chen gritted his teeth and persevered. If it was really as Lin Yizhen said, he would use more than 50 punishments from the Reverse God Palace, or even more punishments than the extreme violet heavenly fire array, to deal with Long Chen. Long Chen really could not bear it, as long as he was human. The extreme violet heavenly fire array alone was terrifying enough. Long Chen estimated that if he burned here for 10 days, his body might be fine, but his mind would be hard to bear. Perhaps the extreme violet heavenly fire array in the 3000 hall was not as terrifying as the one in front of him. "Are you okay?" In the great void realm, Li Xuanji's cordial greeting came. "I'm fine, it's a small matter." Long Chen laughed. After his body recovered, Long Chen boldly tried. At this time, the immortal binding demon lock was tightly entangled, and the silver runes covered his body, so that Long Chen could not move, and could only make some small movements. A medieval Dao item with Dao patterns. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen the so-called Dao patterns. It was really magical, and he personally experienced the power of the immortal binding demon lock. Even when he used the blood escape, he could not escape. Of course, Long Chen also gradually discovered that the magical power given to him by the ancient blood spiritual dragon seemed to be slightly inferior to the level of time reversal, because this was not the essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon. As for why Long Chen was so calm, there was a reason. The moment he was trapped by the immortal binding demon lock, Long Chen tried to use the power of nirvana to break it, but he did not expect that the immortal binding demon lock would really tremble, and even loosen. This was Long Chen's biggest surprise today. He would have resisted fiercely if it weren't for this, and he wouldn't have been brought here obediently. He wouldn't have pissed Lin Yi off like this, angering him and making him wary of him. The more he feared Long Chen, the more cowardly he became. He would not take the god-imprisoning demon chains first. After they left, Long Chen's chance finally came. Although he was inside the extreme purple heavenly fire array, this was the most exciting moment for Long Chen. In fact, the reason was very simple. Dao tools were originally things that could only be controlled by nirvana power. The so-called world power was only used to replace nirvana power and could not really leave a mark on the god-binding demon lock. Therefore, there was a law in this world. If a divine martial realm warrior used the world power to use a Dao tool to deal with a nirvana tribulation realm warrior, it was absolutely like throwing a meat bun at a dog. Lin Yi understood this logic as well. Therefore, he was usually very cautious, and would not use the god-binding demon lock as his trump card. He would never have thought that when Long Chen passed the minor 3 tribulations, his body would actually produce a trace of nirvana power. Although it was only a small trace, in terms of level, it had already surpassed the world reversal power. The world reversal power belonged to Lin Yi. He had left a mark on the god-binding demon lock, and he used that mark to control the god-binding demon lock and trap Long Chen. If Long Chen also had the world power, he would definitely not be able to escape. But the problem was that Long Chen had the nirvana power. After his body recovered, Long Chen said nothing. He used the trace of nirvana power that he had recovered to enter the god-binding demon lock. The core of the god-binding demon lock was the place with the Dao pattern. The nirvana power quietly entered, and the world inside suddenly became incomparably vast. Long Chen seemed to see that in the center of this vast world, there was a fine array. A wave of world power was integrated into this array, driving the rotation of the array to control the silver god-binding demon lock. Long Chen's nirvana power suddenly turned into a long golden dragon, rushing towards the array. This was an ancient and mysterious array, filled with countless silver snake patterns. Looking closely, one could see a long silver snake coiling in this complicated array. This was an array, and also a long silver snake. The nirvana power covered the array, causing it to tremble again and again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Chen used the nirvana power to drive out the world reversal power bit by bit. Truth be told, Lin Yishan had used the god-imprisoning phase shackles for over 1,000 years. The mark he left behind wasn't that easy to get rid of. Although the nirvana power was a level higher, and it allowed him to control Dao treasures, the silver snake seemed to have gotten used to the original mark. It resisted the strange yet enticing aura at first. Long Chen could only grit his teeth and use a trace of his nirvana power to appease the long silver snake, at the same time removing the power that Lin Yi had left behind. At first, there was a lot of resistance, but Long Chen persevered. He endured the burning of the extreme violet heavenly fire array, and at the same time, endured the resistance of the long silver snake. This process was undoubtedly very difficult. Long Chen's face turned pale again, but he finally saw hope. After about 4 hours, the long silver snake finally loosened, acknowledging the even more tempting nirvana power of Long Chen. Long Chen successfully removed the world reversal power of Lin Yi, and the god-binding demon lock became Long Chen's. The silver runes dissipated, and the god-binding demon lock wrapped around Long Chen's arm like an obedient little silver snake. In the great void realm, Li Xuanji and Li Tianji stared blankly at this scene, almost unable to believe their eyes. Long Chen, finally done. Long Chen exercised his body, in a very good mood. You subdued the god-binding demon lock, a Dao treasure with Dao patterns. Li Xuanji looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes, a little confused. Yes. Long Chen nodded decisively. This was his real goal. Li Xuanji and Li Tianji looked at each other, especially Li Tianji. He was the witness of everything, and he really admired Long Chen from the bottom of his heart. If Li Xuanji was asked to follow Long Chen, he would be 100 times more willing. Looking at this youth who had finally succeeded, Li Xuanji was even more emotional. In her heart, Long Chen was like a legend. He had fought with Lin Yi, mostly for her. Thinking of this, her heart warmed, and her face blushed. Her beautiful appearance was rather intoxicating. But how are we going to escape this extreme amethyst fire formation? Li Tianji was troubled again. Watch. Long Chen took out the scarlet blood desolation. Under his will, the scarlet blood desolation turned into a blood-colored saw for the first time. This was the horn of the ruby-horned demon dragon. Although it was not a Dao treasure, it was incomparably sharp, much sharper than a Dao treasure. It was perfect to use against this steel fortress. In this thousands of meters deep underground, there were not many people at all. Long Chen did not care about the sound coming out, and with great difficulty regaining his freedom, he controlled the scarlet blood heaven desolation and found the door that he had just entered from. After knocking on it, he found a relatively weak spot and began to use the scarlet blood heaven desolation to escape. Even if Lin Yi racked his brains, he would not have thought that such a thing would happen here. Everything was actually very simple as long as he persevered. With the sharpness of the scarlet blood desolation, no matter what material the steel fortress was made of, after about an hour, Long Chen broke it and came out easily. At the same time, the fire of the extreme amethyst fire formation came out. Looking back, the purple fire was spreading outside, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Long Chen estimated that in less than an hour, the flames here would probably reach outside, and at that time, the entire reverse god palace would probably burn. This was a great thing. Long Chen, let's hurry up and escape. This is a great opportunity for us to leave. Li Tianji laughed loudly. He knew that Long Chen had the divine breath technique. Under the divine breath technique, the people of the reverse god palace would not be able to find him. He was caught before because he had just defeated Shuiyu and had nowhere to escape. Who said I was going to escape? Long Chen rolled his eyes at him. Then what are you going to do? Li Tianji and Li Xuanji looked at him in a daze. Kill. Long Chen turned into a bolt of golden lightning after saying that. His speed was extremely fast as he soared upwards. If there were any obstructions, he would use the scarlet blood desolation to slash them apart. The scarlet blood horn demonic dragon's horn was extremely useful at this moment. When he was close to the ground, Long Chen carefully used the divine breath technique to conceal his aura. At the same time, he expanded the range of the soul-devouring demon eye to the maximum to find the location of Lin Yi. Li Tianji did not expect Long Chen to be so crazy. As long as he held his breath, the reverse god palace was very big. Long Chen had to search carefully. However, he had a trick. He knew that people of Lin Yi's status must live in the most luxurious place. Although the reverse god palace was big, there were only a few places that stood out. Long Chen roughly looked for the two most prosperous places and found Lin Yi's place. This was a huge palace, magnificent in gold and jade. It stood in the middle of the reverse god palace. The walls seemed to be made of gold and glittered. In the entire palace, only Lin Yi and dozens of women were inside. The 10 divine guards surrounded Lin Yishan from all directions. At this moment, Lin Yishan wasn't vigilant at all. He had suffered too much from Long Chen today, and he needed to vent his anger. Therefore, he summoned all of his concubines to join him. They all had spears in their hands, and they all shared the same bed. However, Lin Yi was not so powerful. He could not do it for a while. The other women did not receive the rain. At this time, they surrounded Lin Yi. Each of them was like a jade sculpture, pure and flawless. They looked at Lin Yi with hungry eyes and their voices were extremely charming. "Master, I want it. Master, you can't sleep first. You called all of us, but you only pampered Mayor. There are so many sisters waiting for you to pamper them. Master, I know that you are very strong." Surrounded by this group of women, Lin Yi was angry. He secretly took a powerful elixir. Suddenly, little Lin Yi was like a pillar supporting the sky. He was raised high, and the beautiful women cheered and rushed to him. Lin Yi suddenly let out a scream. Long Chen was hidden in the beam, watching this extravagant scene. He was very patient and did not move. The birthday cake was opened. The brothers quickly got up and made the cake next to the introduction. The readers of the mobile phone network can also recommend. If the conditions for explosive updates are met, I will try my best to return it within 1 week. At present, the friends on the main site are very helpful. The cake has been made to 2 layers. There are a total of 6,000 VIP guests. Although it is a little pitiful compared to God Yi Z's 78,000, I can still release 6 chapters. I will try my best to return it before the National Day. Usually, the time of update will be at night. Chapter 1323. In the great virtual realm, Li Xuanji and Li Tianji, the 2 newbies, were blushing. They could only close their eyes and watch. Li Xuanji's impression of God Lin Yishan couldn't be any worse. She had thought that he was a decent elder, but today, she realized that he was a scum. Long Chen didn't think much of it. They were all Lin Yishan's concubines. He could do whatever he wanted. What he despised was that Lin Yishan was so weak that he had to take powerful pills to continue fighting. Back then, he and Lingxi missed each other so much that they had to fight for 3 days and 3 nights before they woke up. The ancestral dragon's body was indeed strong. If it wasn't for her special body, Lingxi wouldn't have been able to take it. When Lin Yishan was attacked by the wolves again, he had already taken more than 10 pills. The concubines around him were so tired that they fell to the ground. Only Lin Yishan was still standing proudly. However, he was really drained this time. His body was extremely weak. Lin Yishan fell to the ground and fainted. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that he was old and couldn't be compared to Long Chen. That was why he summoned all his concubines tonight. Looking at the naked bodies on the ground, Lin Yishan felt relieved. After he fell, he basically fell into a coma. Just when he was at his most fatigued, Long Chen made his move. A silver snake instantly pounced on Lin Yishan's body, and under the control of the Nirvana force, it tightly bound Lin Yishan. The pain of having an iron chain digging into his flesh caused Lin Yishan to wake up with a start, his eyes wide open. While he was panicking, a young figure appeared in front of him. The scarlet blood tenhuang in his hand turned into a small knife and pierced into his forehead. At that moment, intense pain assaulted him, and the world began to darken. Sweet dreams. Long Chen stabbed Lin Yishan a few more times. He only stood up after he destroyed all of Lin Yishan's life force. Lin Yi was still staring at him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Long Chen understood. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. God Lin Yi, this was his own doing, and he couldn't bear it anymore. This wasn't a place to linger for long. Long Chen was about to leave after his successful revenge when he remembered Lin Yixin's silver dragon armor. The door to the divine kingdom would automatically open after the death of a practitioner above the heaven of Qian Kuan Dao. Long Chen didn't say a word as he took all the important items from Lin Yi's divine kingdom and left carefully. In the great void realm, Li Xuanji and Li Tianji looked at each other. That god Lin Yi, who had been showing off in front of the three of them, died just like that. In the middle of the God and I Palace, the largest building was the God and I Hall. The God-defying hall had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. During the peak of the God-defying cult, most of the time, the real core was in the God-defying hall. On the walls and on the floor, there were traces left by the ancestors. Now, only a few people could enter the God-defying hall. All the experts in the Nirvana Tribulation realm could enter. The only exception was the young master of the God-defying cult, Lin Yixin. The Nirvana Tribulation realm warriors of the God-defying cult were either cultivating in seclusion or suppressing the eternal hell. In the entire God-defying palace, the strongest person was in the martial Tao Great Completion realm. After all, the God-defying palace wasn't the most important thing. The eternal hell was more important. The God-defying palace was completely managed by Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin was already in the martial Tao Great Completion realm. When he reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, the God-defying cult would probably have a new master. At this time, Lin Yixin sat alone in the vast hall, lost in thought. That was a glorious period. Unfortunately, the Demon Dragon Palace is too strong. Moreover, with the 12 Supreme Alliances, the God-defying cult no longer has the right to speak in the 9-star Chaos City. It was impossible to restore the heyday of the God-defying cult with hundreds of Nirvana Tribulation realm experts. Just as Lin Yixin was muttering to himself, the mysterious young man came again. He walked straight into the God-defying hall, and no one stopped him. To be able to break through the encirclement so easily was enough to show the strength of this young man. However, did he really think that the God-defying hall was a place where he could come and go as he pleased? Young master. The mysterious young man didn't have a temper. It looked like he was really here to make a deal. He stood in front of Lin Yixin and said directly, "I have brought the doctrine artifact." Oh. Lin Yixin never expected that this fellow would actually be so daring to use a Tao artifact to exchange for the location of the 9th Hell Devil Ancestral Flame. He pondered for a moment before he said, "Take that Tao artifact out and let me have a look." The mysterious young man gestured, and the cute girl behind him took out a golden long saber. There was a Tao pattern on the hilt. Lin Yixin's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the golden saber with burning eyes. After staring for a while, he suddenly laughed and said, "It's a great joy to make a deal with you. Give me the saber first, and I will draw the location for you." The mysterious young man was very bold. He waved his hand, and the golden saber flew towards Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin held the saber and looked at the deep Tao pattern. He couldn't help but sigh. Good saber, the best saber in the world. Then, he put away the golden saber. His face was full of smiles. The mysterious young man looked at him calmly and said, "Young master, the map." Lin Yixin suddenly laughed and said, "Who told you that I know the location of the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Fire? I just made it up. Do you really believe it?" The mysterious young man squinted his eyes. The girl behind him was angry and looked at Lin Yixin coldly. "Give me the map." "I'm here to make a deal, not to kill," the mysterious young man said softly. Lin Yixin waved his hand and said, "I'm telling the truth. The 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Fire is nonsense. I'm bluffing. I didn't expect someone to believe it." "Then give me back the saber," the mysterious young man said. "Saber?" Lin Yixin was shocked. "What saber? What are you talking about? When did I take your saber?" "Bastard." That cute girl couldn't bear it any longer and pounced at Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin suddenly felt his heart palpitate. This girl was very strange. She looked like a human, but she also had the aura of a demon. Looking closely, Lin Yixin discovered that this girl's eyes actually contained 9 different colors. 9 different colored eyes. Lin Yixin's heart trembled. The mysterious young man stopped the girl. He looked at Lin Yixin coldly. The black hole on his body slowly changed and a wolf's shadow appeared. You planned to do this from the start, right? The mysterious young man asked. I don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, please leave, Lin Yixin said coldly. He didn't know where the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire was. He was just bluffing the young man. He didn't expect him to really bring the Tao artifact. Very good. A strange aura rolled around the young man's body. Lin Yixin's face changed. After a quarter of an hour, the mysterious young man left through the main door of the God Rebel Hall with the cute girl. In the God Rebel Hall, there was a lifelike black ice sculpture in the place that originally belonged to Lin Yixin. It was the most perfect work of art. The strange thing was that the ice sculpture looked exactly like Lin Yixin. Long Chen's prediction was right. The purple heavenly fire array's heavenly fire burned out from the ground. There were many buildings in the God Rebel Palace. The heavenly fire spread very fast. Anything that could not be burned would be burned to ashes in an instant. Many God Rebel followers could not escape and were burned to ashes by the spreading purple heavenly fire. The terrible fire spread quickly in the God Rebel Palace. The fire alarmed everyone in the God Rebel Palace. After the mysterious young man came out of the God Rebel Hall, he raised his head and looked in the direction of the fire. For a moment, he was confused. What's wrong, Brother Xiaolang? The girl had vented her anger, but she still pouted. Because she didn't hear anything about the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire, she was a little unhappy. Nothing, it's a little familiar. But I can't find it, Mo Xiaolang said doubtfully. Let's go. Otherwise, when the old guys in the God Rebel cult catch up, it will be troublesome. The mysterious young man waved his hand and quickly left the God Rebel Palace with the cute girl. At this time, in the east of the God Rebel Palace, there was a terrible roar. God Lin Yixin is dead. Yes, he killed God Lin Yixin. The 10 divine guards were originally guarding outside the Golden Palace. Lin Yixin was having fun. Naturally, they did not dare to use their divine sense to check what was going on inside. When the purple heavenly fire array burned, they felt something was wrong. So they went to inform God Lin Yixin. They did not expect that God Lin Yixin would die among his naked concubines. This was an unprecedented event in the history of the God-defying cult. Even the 10 divine guards' minds went blank for a moment. They could only let out a roar, which shook the entire God-defying palace. One of the divine guards was left to control the scene, while the others scattered in all directions. Their divine senses covered the entire God-defying palace, not letting anyone escape. The God Rebel Palace suddenly became chaotic. Several experts heard the news and rushed out of seclusion. After learning that God Lin Yixin had been murdered, everyone's hearts became heavy. Everyone knew that the God Rebel cult leader loved God Lin Yixin very much. Such a big event had happened. When he came back, he would be furious. At that time, everyone would be finished. The only way was to find the murderer. As soon as God Lin Yixin died, he was discovered. Therefore, everyone concluded that the murderer had not gone far. All the experts of the God Rebel cult were mobilized. In the sky above the God Rebel cult, several figures appeared. The mysterious young man felt that something was wrong. He should have killed Lin Yixin. Why was God Lin Yixin also dead? Could it be that someone else came in? At this time, he could not care so much. Lin Yixin had just died, and God Lin Yixin had been discovered. God Lin Yixin must have died in front. With the cute girl, the mysterious young man left the God Rebel Palace as fast as he could. Chapter 1324. The outer city of North Star City was stirred by the purple flames of the reverse God Palace. many people realized that something had happened here. The reverse god cult had been in the limelight recently. Lin Yixin had just been defeated by an unknown kid, and then something happened the next day. The soaring flames made people associate this situation with Long Chen. The people of 9-Star Chaos City were all good at taking advantage of the situation. As the flames burned, thousands of people surrounded the reverse god palace. Because Long Chen had the divine breath technique, he escaped the reverse god palace not long after he killed Lin Yixin. Then, the reverse god palace was in chaos because of the flames. Burn, burn to your heart's content. After being beaten up so many times by God Lin Yi, Long Chen had to get his revenge. He had gained a lot this time. He had obtained the God-binding demon lock from the very beginning. It was an ancient Dao treasure with Dao patterns, and its value was needless to say. After the warrior with the God Nation died, the God Nation would naturally shrink or even collapse. It was possible that the warrior would become a part of nature. Lin Yixin's God Nation was not big. It was left in his golden palace. In a hurry, Long Chen collected all the things that looked good. Among them was the silver dragon armor with the scales of the 9-winged sky dragon. There were also some miscellaneous things that Long Chen did not look at carefully. For example, the powerful elixirs. Long Chen did not need them. Lin Yixin had been coquettish for half his life, but he did not expect that he would end up like this. At this time, Long Chen could be considered to have escaped danger and blended into the crowd. However, staying here would still be troublesome. He continued to escape quickly. Just as he was about to leave the reverse god palace, a familiar aura suddenly made him stop in his tracks. "Why are you not leaving?" Li Xuanji said in surprise. This was a critical moment. If Long Chen stopped, it was likely that he would be caught. There were countless experts in the reverse god palace. Lin Yixin alone had 10 divine guards. It was not that Long Chen did not want to leave, but he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. At this time, there was a loud bang coming from the direction of the reverse god palace. The sky was filled with experts from the reverse god palace chasing the murderer. Everyone knew that Lin Yixin had been killed. "You killed God Lin Yi." With a loud bang, all the experts rushed in that direction. It seemed like the culprit had been caught. But Long Chen knew that he was the real murderer. Just who exactly was it that had become his scapegoat? In that direction, there was such a familiar aura that made his blood boil. Who was it? Long Chen's heart sank into a sluggish state. Someone has been framed. "Long Chen, let's go," Li Tianji said anxiously. The Defying God cult was much more powerful than the Li family in the Supreme Shadow Demon realm. Even now, Li Tianji still had lingering fears. Because of this, he admired Long Chen so much. However, at that moment, not only did Long Chen not escape, but he actually followed the crowd and headed in the direction that the godly defying sect was pursuing the culprit. "Long Chen, you're crazy." Li Tianji was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Even Li Xuanji's face was full of confusion. However, Long Chen did not seem to hear him. He still raised his head and headed in that direction. He was very fast and was still using the divine breath technique. In a few flashes, he almost reached the main entrance of the reverse god palace. In a hidden corner, Long Chen hid. In front of him were densely packed experts from the godly defying sect. Although there were no Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors, the leading experts at the great consummation of martial arts were already very eye-catching and frightening. They were experts at the level of Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. As long as they survived the Nirvana Tribulation, they would be able to enter the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Long Chen quietly hid and held his breath. There were many people who came here to watch the fun like him, so he did not have to worry about being discovered by others. Li Tianji was puzzled. When he was about to say more, he was stopped by Li Xuanji. She motioned for Li Tianji to shut up and said, "Don't worry, he knows what he's doing." She had a hunch that Long Chen seemed to have met an acquaintance. Following Long Chen's gaze, Long Chen could not see the appearance of the person who was surrounded by countless experts of the godly-defying sect and blocked by the building. However, his soul eye technique could vaguely find the two people who were surrounded in the fog. The mysterious young man's hidden power was too strong. It was difficult for Long Chen to see through him with his soul-devouring demon eyes. However, it was much easier for the girl to see through him. However, she was a little different from the girl in Long Chen's memory. Her body and her divine martial arts realm actually had a part of the demon clan. It was extremely strange. These two people caused Long Chen to feel extremely conflicted. Could it be them? At this moment, Long Chen found it difficult to breathe. He was not sure, so he could only hide here and observe the situation over there. Who are those two people? Lin Yixin is dead. Did they kill him? I think it's 80%. Otherwise, why would the people of the godly-defying sect surround him? There are almost 100 people at the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm and 3 experts at the martial arts realm. When Lin Yixin comes, there will be 4 experts at the martial arts realm. No one under the Nirvana Tribulation realm can deal with such a lineup. I think the young man and girl are finished. How dare they enter the against the god-defying palace and kill the tyrant Lin Yixin? In the eyes of the crowd, the 3 old men at the martial arts realm who guarded the against the god-defying palace surrounded the mysterious young man and girl from 3 directions. Their eyes were red and there was a terrible pressure on them. The other warriors at the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm were also guarding behind them to prevent the mysterious young man from escaping. They first surrounded the mysterious young man and waited for Lin Yixin to arrive. Only Lin Yixin could deal with such a big matter. Before they found the murderer, someone had already informed Lin Yixin in the god-defying hall. Without Lin Yixin's order, no one dared to enter the god-defying hall. After shouting a few times outside, there was no movement inside. A few warriors' hearts trembled. They quickly used their divine sense to scan the sacred god-defying hall, but they did not expect to find that there was no one inside. Lin Yixin did not seem to be here. But he was clearly there. I'll go in and have a look. One of the old men was anxious. He didn't care about anything else. No one could stop him. When he rushed into the main hall of the rebel god, he let out an earth-shattering howl. Young sect master, everyone was shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Some people had already rushed in, and the others couldn't care less. When they saw the lifelike black ice sculpture in the god rebel hall, everyone let out a miserable howl. Young master is also dead. Young master has been killed. This even more shocking news spread in the god-defying hall at a terrifying speed. When the old men who were still trapping the mysterious young man heard the news, their faces turned pale and they almost fell from the sky. They could accept Lin Yixin's death. After all, he was just a playboy. It was good that he died. They could avenge him and it would not affect the foundation of the god-defying cult. However, Lin Yixin was dead, which meant that the god-defying cult had no successor. This was the pain of having no descendants, the greatest tragedy of the god-defying cult, and it would definitely cause the most terrifying shock. Everyone understood what it meant. If those old guys in the Nirvana Tribulation realm knew about this, the god-defying cult leader only had these 2 sons. He usually took good care of them, but today they both died. When he knew, he would probably vomit blood and fall to the ground. In any case, they had to know about this first. The 3 masters at the exceptional realm of martial arts were also blank. They knew that the only way to remedy the situation was to capture the mysterious young man first. He must be the one who killed Lin Yixin and Lin Yixin. No one cared about the fire in the god-defying hall. Everyone surrounded the mysterious young man and the fire quickly turned half of the god-defying hall into ashes. Today, the god-defying hall had definitely suffered the most terrible blow. Lin Yixin. Long Chen knew who this guy was. An expert at the exceptional realm of martial arts was killed. He suddenly realized that he was looking forward to what would happen next. Everyone, retreat. Don't let this beast escape. The three warriors at the exceptional realm of martial arts snorted with murderous intent. The experts of the god-defying cult obeyed and retreated, leaving the battlefield to the three elders at the exceptional realm of martial arts. These three old men were of the same generation as the god-defying cult leader. Usually, Lin Yixian had to call them uncles. Now that Lin Yixian was dead, they were the ones with the highest authority. All the people of the god-defying cult understood that if they let the murderer escape today, they would all die when the god-defying cult leader returned. Under the rage of the god-defying cult leader, they would definitely be implicated if they did not even do such a small thing well. Everyone looked at the mysterious young man with bloodshot eyes. The battle was about to begin. The three martial Dao Great Perfection Realm martial artists did not say a word and directly attacked. The surrounding area of more than 10 miles was completely under their control. A wave of chaotic world energy swept out, leaving the mysterious youth with no way to escape. The murderer killed Lin Yixian and Lin Yixian of the god-defying cult. Surrender and wait for punishment. Otherwise, you will be punished even more. When they made their move, one of the elders said. His voice was like thunder, shaking many people until they felt dizzy. In the face of such a situation, the young man did not even frown from beginning to end. He gently pushed the cute girl behind him and whispered a few words. At this moment, the devouring vortexes on his body gradually dissipated. A handsome, clean, and soft-looking young man appeared in front of everyone. It seemed that he was not an adult yet. It was just that this young man possessed an incomparably terrifying power. A pair of black eyes were burning with cold flames. Xiao Lang. Long Chen covered his mouth and almost cried out. He had guessed correctly. This young man was really Xiao Lang. The cute girl beside him was Bai Soyan, who had been very dependent on him in the primordial cemetery. They had actually come to the 9-star Chaos City. Seeing this familiar young man, Long Chen concealed the excitement in his heart. Back in the Shadow Devil realm, he already knew that Xiao Lang had become the Emperor's son. Today, he really wanted to know how strong he was. The cake has already been covered in 4 layers. There are a total of 16,000 VIPs. There are also 4,000 VIPs on the mobile network. There are a total of 20 chapters. The recommendation on the mobile network is a little regretful. It is not number 1. Everyone can click on the recommendation list. To be honest, the enthusiasm of the brothers has exceeded my expectations. To be honest, my brother's enthusiasm has exceeded my expectations. At first, I thought that 5-6 chapters would be enough, but it seems like I will need to work hard for a long time. Everyone who has contributed even a single cent to Madman, even if it was free flour, or clicked on recommendations, Madman is grateful to you. From now until National Day, Madman will work hard to pay back what he owes. I didn't save any chapters, but I'm not afraid. It can be said that a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. There are still 6 days left for the cake, and tomorrow is the start of the explosive week. I will collect as many as you send. Everyone, don't rush me. I need time to write. I can only promise that I won't go out even during National Day. This was especially so for those who read free books without putting in any effort at all. Then, they would complain on Tiaba about why I didn't release more chapters, saying that my chapters were water-saving. I might as well not release more chapters. I could see it all. I had 2 groups of readers. One group was willing to contribute their living expenses to celebrate my birthday so that I could release more chapters. The other group was the ones who didn't support me at all. It was obvious who I liked. I still have 1 chapter saved. I will send it to you at 20 tonight. Everyone, remember, this is the first chapter. I will give it to those brothers who have worked hard for me. Dragon's blood is wonderful because of you. Chapter 1325. Mo Xiaolang was too young. He was so young that the 3 elders at the Martial Path Exceptional Realm gasped. Such a young man had killed Lin Yixin and Lin Yixin. Lin Yixin was a martial artist at the great perfection realm of martial path. Furthermore, as the young master of the god-defying cult, he possessed much more combat power than Lin Yixin and even more than the three old men present. Yet, this young man had killed him. What kind of power was this? What kind of power could nurture such a young man? Although this young man was hiding it, the aura of the demon clan could still be felt. The demon clan. It was most likely that this young man came from the Desolation Imperial Domain or even the Desolation Imperial Palace. The situation in the Desolation Imperial Domain was different. All the powerful clans and tribes had their own way of doing things, and their forces were very scattered. It was not as concentrated as the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain and the Jinwu Imperial Domain. The role of the Desolation Imperial Palace was to stand at the top and control the Desolation Imperial Domain. However, they usually allowed the clans and tribes to develop and fight freely. Therefore, although he was from the Demon Clan, he might not be from the Desolation Imperial Palace. However, regardless of whether he was from the Desolation Imperial Palace or not, he had to pay the price for killing Lin Yixin and Lin Yixin. Chaotic Mystic Art. The three experts attacked, and in an instant, a large amount of space was torn apart. When these three experts with supreme martial arts experience fought, their power was no weaker than that of Han Yunxing and the others. Long Chen himself was frightened and couldn't help but worry for Emo Xiaolang. This was Emo Xiaolang's fight, so Long Chen hid first so that he wouldn't be distracted. Under the suppression of the three great experts, Emo Xiaolang remained very calm. As expected, his speed was very fast. In a flash, he had left the three old men behind and separated the three martial artists. Swoosh. Emo Xiaolang threw a punch. Ding, ding, ding. The space in front of him shattered, turning into fragments that flew towards one of the elders. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. He realized that Emo Xiaolang's body was even stronger than his. His fair skin looked weak, but the power it contained had reached a level that a warrior of the god martial arts realm could not reach. The physique of the demon race is naturally strong. As a sun-devouring demon wolf, Xiaolang must have devoured a large amount of divine fire. Also, with his current identity in the desolate imperial region, he must have consumed countless treasures to reach his current level. I estimate that he will need to absorb another tenth of the ancestral dragon's essence blood to be able to match his physique. His physical body was even stronger than Long Chen's, so naturally, he had powerful close combat abilities. Emo Xiaolang was especially talented in this aspect. When it came to real combat, he used all kinds of close combat techniques. Sometimes, he was like a wolf, sometimes he was like a tiger, and sometimes he was like a different kind of demonic beast. Every move and every movement seemed to have been refined by countless years and generations of experts, becoming extremely exquisite. Emo Xiaolang, relying on his physical strength and this set of complex and versatile close combat skills, was able to fight evenly with one of the warriors at the martial arts completion realm. Every punch and claw caused the space to tremble like ripples. If they hit the ground, they would immediately explode a huge pit with a diameter of dozens of meters. Emo Xiaolang's battle was an eye-opener for everyone. This close combat technique. Why does it look like the most terrifying 100-clan battle manual of the demon race? It's actually that. Rumor has it that tens of thousands of years ago, the Desolation Emperor collected the close combat techniques of the 100 strongest races of the demon race. This young man can cultivate the 100-clan battle manual, so his status in the demon race must not be low. Nonsense. If his status was low, how could he have reached this level at such a young age? What kind of demonic beast is this? After listening to others, Long Chen finally realized how terrifying this seemingly simple close combat technique was. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Emo Xiaolang's body was constantly changing. Sometimes he was as agile as a monkey, and sometimes he was as fierce as a giant elephant. With one punch, the warrior at the martial path perfection realm who was using the chaotic mystic art was directly sent flying by Emo Xiaolang's strong body. The three warriors at the martial path perfection realm were extremely shocked. They knew that this young man was definitely a high-level figure in the Desolation Emperor Palace. However, he had offended them first, so there was no way he could stop now. The god-defying cult also had its own pride. I know you are from the Desolation Emperor Palace, but our young master is not someone you can kill for no reason. Mo Xiaolang had no intention of quibbling. He laughed coldly and said, he was the one who wanted my Dao artifact. He died because of his own greed. I have no enmity with you, so if you push me too hard, I won't be polite anymore. Another elder shouted, you're so young, but you talk big. I want to see how you're going to be so rude. Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang's aura changed. You asked for it. You can't blame me. He had a clean appearance, so when he said this, he seemed to be very polite. Divine power. 10,000 flames burn God. At this moment, the most terrifying change happened to Mo Xiaolang's body. Countless flames of various colors, all the flames that he had devoured, suddenly emerged from his body. Thousands of flames gathered together, burning each other and strengthening each other. Behind him, countless purple flames burned. Mo Xiaolang slightly opened his mouth and all the purple flames of the god-defying palace rushed towards him. In front of his eyes, they compressed infinitely and turned into a small purple flame. He swallowed it. After a while, a small purple flame appeared in the center of the tens of thousands of flames on his body. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was surrounded by tens of thousands of flames. His body emitted the most terrifying heat. Those who surrounded him felt a scorching heat that was even more painful than being surrounded by the extreme purple heavenly fire array. They screamed and retreated. Boom! Within a radius of 10 miles, everything spontaneously combusted and turned into black ashes. Although Long Chen could still take it, in order not to expose himself, he still retreated a distance. He looked at the young man who was surrounded by tens of thousands of flames from afar. 10,000 flames burn God. Long Chen was speechless. This kid's talent as a sun-devouring dire wolf was truly unearthed. With just this bloodline divine power, Long Chen could only admit defeat. How terrifying it was to be surrounded by tens of thousands of flames. The flames on his body turned into a formation, flame symbols, and merged with his body. Do you still want to try? Mo Xiaolang looked at the three elders coldly. The three elders' skin turned red as they looked at each other. No matter what, they couldn't back down. Attack. Reversed heaven and earth killing formation. The three of them occupied three different directions. Each of their powers reversed crazily, forming three huge whirlpools that surrounded Mo Xiaolang. The chaotic mystic art that they used was 10 times stronger than Mo Xiaolang's. The formation that the three of them formed was even more terrifying. Kill. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky changed color as the three whirlpools pushed towards Mo Xiaolang. You're courting death. Mo Xiaolang broke out in a cold sweat. His body was covered in over 10,000 flames as he executed the 100-race battle scripture. In an instant, flames revolved around him and shot out. The three huge whirlpools were enveloped by the flames. 10,000 types of flames formed an even larger formation that revolved with a loud rumble. With a terrifying explosion, everything disappeared. The three elders fell to the ground with a loud bang, their faces covered in dirt. Do you still want to continue? In the sky, Missouri Xiaolang was still enveloped in the flames. This 10,000 flames burn God was awakened by him devouring 10,000 flames. As he devoured more flames, it would eventually evolve into the 100,000 flames burn God. The three elders looked at each other with insanity in their eyes. They had to go all out. The three elders actually took out Dao artifacts at the same time. Of course, they were Dao artifacts without Dao patterns. This Dao artifact was made up of three identical long swords. Purple, 1 meter long. On the long swords, purple light flowed like water, flowing in the opposite direction. U3, form the Tianxian sword formation and kill this brat. There's no way out, one of the elders said with red eyes. The 3 Tianxian swords were given to them by the rebel god cult leader to guard the reverse god palace. They were the ultimate weapons of the reverse god palace. The Tianxian swords were famous for their sharpness. Nothing could withstand the Tianxian swords, not even Lin Yishan's silver dragon armor. All those at the peak of the 9th tier of the divine martial arts realm, listen up. Capture that little girl, one of the elders shouted. As long as they could control Sui Yan, they could force Mo Xiaolang into chaos and eventually kill him in the Tianxian sword formation. After giving the order, the 3 elders rushed to the sky and once again surrounded Mo Xiaolang. The 3 purple Tianxian swords in their hands were activated. As the blades danced crazily, countless sword chi burst out and formed a huge purple sword formation with a diameter of more than 20 miles. On the purple sword formation, countless Tianxian swords evolved and fought fiercely. The 3-layered Tianxian sword formation besieged Mo Xiaolang from the top, middle and bottom. At the same time, more than 20 warriors at the peak of the divine martial arts realm besieged Sui Yan. Long Chen's heart tightened. He knew that Soyan's strength could not be that strong. Looking up, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be angry. A terrifying beast's aura was finally released from his body. Long Chen did not intervene. Boom! Black demon aura spread wildly from Mo Xiaolang's body. You forced me to do this. As the demonic wind whistled, Mo Xiaolang's originally handsome body underwent a huge change at this moment. It could even be said that he had transformed into a beast. His body was growing taller with crackling sounds, soon exceeding 2 meters. His body became incomparably sturdy, and his head gradually changed into a cold wolf's head. Black wolf fur spread from his body and covered his strong muscles. Roar! A terrifying beast roar burst out from his body. For a moment, all the buildings in Polaris City were shaking. Countless people were trembling under the majesty of his giant beast. This was not a real beast, but a sun-devouring demonic wolf that had transformed into a human. His body still maintained the appearance of a human, but the wild and domineering demon aura was no longer concealed. The 3 experts were shocked, but the Tianxian sword formation had already been launched. There was nothing they could do. Happy face, carrot. This is the last chapter of the lunatic script. There are 5 layers of the cake. The pressure is huge, 4 times more than I estimated. Don't rush me if I don't have a script. From today on, I will slowly repay those who have contributed. The total will not be small, but I hope that everyone can give the lunatic some quiet time to write, so that I can control the strength of my writing. Anyway, it has already reached such a terrifying level. From tomorrow on, I won't mind if it is a little crazier. Ha. Chapter 1326. If it was just one Tianxian sword formation, it wouldn't be considered terrifying. However, at this moment, the 3 Tianxian sword formations had merged together, forming a chaotic power. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the 3 forces collided, countless purple sword chi tore through the space and brought Mo Xiaolang into a completely shattered space. Kill him. The 3 experts at the martial Dao perfection realm no longer held back. Mo Xiaolang had a good temper, but the other party had already forced him to this point. They simply didn't give him any chance. Not only did they attack with the trifold heavenly sword formation, but they also attacked Sui Yan. His originally thin and weak body had now doubled in size, becoming burly and ruthless. His pair of black eyes were burning with flames, and the tens of thousands of flames were still burning on his body. Under this terrifying temperature, even the ground began to distort. Seeing that the trifold heavenly sword formation was about to drown Mo Xiaolang, the onlookers let out a burst of noise and exclamations. The 3 Dao weapons were wielded by 3 warriors at the martial Dao perfection realm. Seeing the Tianxian sword formation, even Long Chen felt a little nervous. He also didn't know what level Mo Xiaolang was at. You asked for it. At this moment, the body of the werewolf floating in the air flickered. A pair of wolf claws controlled thousands of flames, and the burning flames exploded because of the different attributes. Boom! 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 Mo Xiaolang charged forward with the flames in his hand. Under his powerful attacks, the Tianxian sword formation shattered like dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. Break! It could be said that after turning into the state of the werewolf, his body and speed had more than doubled. In the previous situation, 3 warriors at the martial Dao perfection realm weren't a match for him, let alone him who was full of bestial nature. Boom! Under Mo Xiaolang's roar, the trifold heavenly sword formation exploded. The 3 warriors at the martial Dao perfection realm spat out blood and fell to the ground, twitching with blood all over their bodies. Theoretically speaking, if they hadn't reached the Nirvana tribulation realm, they wouldn't be able to use a Dao artifact. The reason why this was happening was because they had suffered a backlash from the Dao artifact's power. Just then, those warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm rushed to Soyan's side. Soy Eon wasn't afraid at all. She looked at them angrily. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Dozens of corpses fell to the ground at the same time. Mo Xiaolang stood in front of Soy Eon and retracted the terrifying flames on his body. Otherwise, he would have hurt this cute girl. Big brother Xiaolang, you look really scary when you're angry, Soy Eon said with some trepidation. Is that so? Xiaolang chuckled and rubbed his head with his wolf claws, feeling a little embarrassed. Let's go. There's no need to care about these annoying fellows, Soy Eon said with a chuckle. Looking at their relaxed conversation and the dozens of warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm who had fallen at Mo Xiaolang's feet, the onlookers were all shocked. They couldn't help but tremble. Such a powerful and terrifying young man, where did he come from? The desolate imperial palace had always been rumored to be the strongest of the 3 imperial palaces. Was this the power of the strongest imperial palace? How many young experts of this level were there in the desolate imperial palace? 3 experts at the martial arts great perfection realm. Long Chen was also shocked. He knew that Xiaolang hadn't displayed his strongest state yet. His strongest state should be the beast form. The battle was over. It was time for them to meet. Long Chen was looking forward to this moment. At this moment, the 3 old men had already climbed up. They were not afraid. After looking at each other, their eyes revealed a determined look. The young sect master is dead and the god-defying palace has suffered a heavy loss. The 3 of us were entrusted by the sect master to guard the god-defying palace, but we suffered a crushing defeat today. We are too ashamed to face the sect master. Brothers of the god-defying sect, please tell the sect master about our performance today. If there's a chance in the next life, the 3 of us will still be members of the god-defying sect. Today, we'll use our lives to kill this villain. Burn, god-defying fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. A snow-white flame, as clean as snowflakes, emerged from the space between their eyebrows, instantly burning their bodies. 3 profound sky swords appeared in the hands of the 3 of them once again, and an extremely terrifying power emerged from the direction of the 3 of them. Buzz. 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 Long Chen could feel that the strength of the 3 old men was still rising. They were burning their lives to display the power of the attack. The price they had to pay was death. How could the power of the attack be ordinary when they used death as the price? When this terrifying power spread out, the entire North Star City was shaken. The martialists in the North Star City's inner city all felt the changes. Many people were already rushing in this direction. It could be said that such a huge commotion had not occurred in the North Star City in a long time. Boom! Boom! The 3 flames converged together. The 3 people seemed to have fused together. The snow-white flames rushed into the sky with a feeling that made people's hearts palpitate. This was not a real flame. It was not the kind that Mo Xiaolang could devour. It was somewhat similar to the blood sacrifice fire of Long Chen. We defy the way of heaven. Any oppression in the world is no match for the word defying. Mo Xiaolang could naturally feel the movement behind him. He thought it was over, but when he turned around, he saw such a scene. Brother Xiaolang. Sui Yan looked at him nervously. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were a little gloomy. Don't worry, Yan, I can control myself. I won't go crazy. Mo Xiaolang shook his head and looked at Sui Yan with a smile. Then, he looked in the direction of the three experts who had reached the great perfection realm of the martial path. It could not be said who was right and who was wrong. The three old men's dedication to the God-defying sect was also admirable. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang did not hate them. However, since they were standing on the opposite side, they had to act like they were on the opposite side. Boom! 3 swords into one, heaven-defying mystic sword. An incomparably sharp scream sounded. Everyone could not help but protect their ears with the god-martial soul. At this moment, within the snow-white flames, a 1,000-meter-long purple sword chi suddenly stabbed in Mo Xiaolang's direction. This was a power that could absolutely shatter the void. It even pierced a big hole in the space. The 1,000-meter-long purple sword chi contained the power of the 3 old men. To be honest, no one below the Nirvana Tribulation realm would be able to withstand this move. This demon young man is finished. Everyone thought so. Although he could completely suppress the 3 old men, when the other party really went crazy, he would probably die. After all, the other party had burned their life force. The huge sword chi split the sky and earth and stabbed at Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was extremely nervous. If not for Mo Xiaolang's calm expression, he would not have been able to control himself. Just when everyone was at their most silent, Mo Xiaolang revealed a relaxed smile. A black vortex appeared on his wolf's kiss. The black vortex suddenly expanded and instantly evolved into a black array with a diameter of hundreds of meters, spinning crazily in front of him. Devour, this sound shook the world. Moon. The second sound was heard. An invisible wave went in the direction of the 3 old men. Moon devouring, upon hearing the name of this divine power, many people could no longer be described with just the word shock. This Moon Devourer divine power belonged to the most famous expert of the Wolf clan, Moon Devourer. Just what relationship did this Fey youth have with Moon Devourer that he could use this heaven-defying divine power? Just when everyone's minds were in a mess, the 1,000-meter-long purple sword chi suddenly stabbed the black array. An incomparably terrifying friction sound was heard. The circular array seemed to have a huge world inside it. It actually swallowed the 1,000-meter-long sword chi bit by bit. A terrifying force went from the black array to Mo Xiaolang's mouth. When the 1,000-meter-long sword chi was completely devoured, Mo Xiaolang's stomach bulged. The attacks of the 3 experts at the great perfection of the martial path were actually swallowed. However, was moon-devouring mystic that simple? Amidst the silence, Mo Xiaolang's bulging stomach suddenly deflated, as if something was rushing out of it. With a buzzing sound, the black formation shook violently. With a tearing sound, a 1,000-meter-long purple sword chi, surrounded by the black aura, rushed out. In an instant, the speed of the sword chi doubled. Boom! The black and purple sword chi rushed into the sky and crushed the 3 old men who were still burning with white flames. However, it did not stop there. The huge sword chi headed towards the inner city of Polaris City. Along the way, as long as it was close to the buildings and the ground, even a few people, they were directly crushed by the sword chi. Boom! Boom! The ground shook horribly. This was the real moon-devouring mystic power. With a suction and release, the opponent's attack became his own attack. Only then did the black array in front of Mo Xiaolang dissipate. His appearance returned to its original harmless appearance. However, even so, all the onlookers, including the followers of the God-defying cult, suddenly fled. In a short period of time, there was no one in the entire God-defying palace. It was finally over. Mo Xiaolang's strength was unimaginable. However, the three old men's sword qi had not ended. Mo Xiaolang was probably going to leave soon. Long Chen was about to call out to him. At this moment, because of the power of the heaven-defying mystic sword, it attracted the attention of the inner city of Polaris City. At this time, a group of people rushed over from the direction of the inner city of Polaris City. They worked together to block the attack of the heaven-defying mystic sword, so that the attack would not destroy the inner city of Polaris City. This group of people looked relatively young. Long Chen guessed that they were the young experts of the 12 Supreme Alliances from the 3 regions and 9 realms. At this time, Long Chen saw an unforgettable figure in the crowd. 3 chapters in the day. Normal updates at 8 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1800 hours. Daily explosive updates at 2000 hours. Unsure of the next few chapters, please stay tuned. There are actually people who don't like me to announce something in the chapters. I'm really kneeling. Chapter 1327. This person, when Long Chen finally met Mo Xiaolang, he was undoubtedly excited and his blood was boiling. However, when he saw one of the powerful youths, his boiling blood instantly turned cold. His heart gradually calmed down. After a long period of silence, Long Chen finally revealed a cold smile. In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji and Li Tianji didn't understand the sudden change in Long Chen. Could it be that he was familiar with one of the powerful youths from the 12 Supreme Alliances? Long Chen could say that he would never forget this person even in his dreams. When Lingxi was taken away by her grandmother, this person returned and dealt a huge blow to Long Chen. If it wasn't for Kitten, Long Chen and his Biyao town would have been smashed to pieces. This person was undoubtedly Wang Chao. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Wang Chao. Wang Chao was exactly the same as he was back then. Back then, he was an unreachable existence to Long Chen. But now, Long Chen actually came into contact with him. Wang Chao, Long Chen really didn't expect to meet Li Xuanji in 9-star Chaos City. Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan were even more unexpected. Wang Chao was even more unexpected. If the biggest reason Long Chen came to the 3 great emperor regions was to follow Lingxi, then taking revenge on Wang Chao was another reason. Although it wasn't a big reason, he had always kept it in mind. How should he put it? At that time, Long Chen was undoubtedly proud. He felt that he was strong, but the appearance of this youth had completely destroyed his confidence. When he thought of the Emperor regions and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, a layer of dark clouds shrouded over his head. This was an enemy that changed Long Chen's beliefs and made him taciturn. Long Chen should have thanked him, but he hated him even more. At that time, he floated proudly above Long Chen, looking at Long Chen with incomparable arrogance and disdain, saying that he wanted to show Long Chen what true power was. At this moment, he was floating in the middle of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's crowd. His appearance didn't change at all. He was wearing a white and gold robe. Surrounded by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's crowd, his status was already relatively respectable. His eyes were as clear as water and filled with boundless arrogance. No matter how he tried to hide it, he couldn't hide the pride in his heart. This pride came from his bones, and it was this pride that kept him smiling. Long Chen looked at him deeply and then closed his eyes. He was no longer the impulsive youth of the past. He knew that some things had to be done at the right time to be the most appropriate. Now that they had just met, he knew nothing about Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the dynasty's power, strength, and status. Although the hatred in his heart made him want to attack immediately, he knew that it wasn't appropriate. Hence, he endured it. He could even make his heart as still as water. The siblings, Li Xuanji, felt the change in him and also knew who he was focused on. "Don't look at him," Long Chen said softly. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had almost destroyed the godly cult's power in Polaris City. The scene was incomparably messy. He took Soi Yan with him, fearlessly floating in the air, looking at the approaching group of geniuses from the 12 Supreme Alliances. The geniuses from the 12 Supreme Alliances basically had a very high status in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Some were even first-class geniuses. Of course, those top geniuses couldn't come here. Even so, this group of people was strong enough. With a glance, Long Chen found that they were all above the 9th level of the divine martial realm. They had gathered the essence of the 3 regions and 9 realms. In the 9 realms, the strength of the geniuses from the 9th level of the divine martial realm were slightly less than that from the bottom. Li Xuanji was one of them, but there were still more than 10 of them. Including some hidden geniuses, it was possible that there were more than 20 of them. Not to mention the ancient Yuan spirit world, the ancient thunder pool, the ancestral sorcerer realm, and the thousand mirror sea. As for the desolate imperial territory, because the cultivation system of the demon clan was somewhat different from that of the human clan, there were more geniuses of the same level. The peak of the demon clan bloodline could grow to the 9th level of the demon god before adulthood. There were also people from the desolate imperial palace, but from their performance, it seemed that they weren't with Mo Shaolang. Dozens of geniuses stood in front of Mo Shaolang, looking at the mess below. One of the men said, "This was done by the people from the desolate imperial palace. You can speak for yourselves." A man from the demon clan walked out and looked at Mo Shaolang with some fear. He said, "Although you are the emperor, please abide by the rules of the 12 Supreme Alliances. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Are you done?" Mo Shaolang said calmly. The man was a little annoyed and said, "If you are so stubborn, I will report what happened today truthfully." Mo Shaolang laughed and said, "Go ahead. It's not the first time anyway. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Goodbye." After saying that, he called out to Soyan and the 2 of them left in a carefree manner. From this, it could be seen that Mo Shaolang's status as the emperor was very high. The so-called emperor was probably referring to the desolate imperial emperor. Could it be that the desolate imperial emperor had adopted Mo Shaolang as his son? The desolate imperial emperor? Long Chen smiled helplessly. That was the top figure in the 3 great imperial territories. No wonder Mo Shaolang had left like that. The others couldn't do anything about it. Watching Mo Shaolang leave, the young people's faces were undoubtedly very ugly. This guy only knows how to use his status to do whatever he wants. I don't believe that no one in the desolate imperial territory would dare to touch him after causing such a huge disaster today. That's true. He used his strength to break the rules of the 12 Supreme Alliances. The godly rebel cult is loyal to the 12 Supreme Alliances, but he killed so casually and caused such a tragedy. Let's go and report the situation here to the elders. Let's go. No one had the guts to fight with Mo Shaolang. None of the geniuses present dared to say that they could defeat Mo Shaolang in a fight. At most, they could be on par with him. Moreover, this wasn't their business. It wasn't worthwhile to fight with Mo Shaolang here. There were many opportunities waiting for them in the eternal hell. That was a place with great treasures that had existed for millions of years and had never been completely excavated. Among the crowd, Wang Chao maintained a smile. This wasn't the business of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, so he didn't care. Back in Biyao town, when Long Chen and Lingxi separated, Shaolang didn't participate. Later, when Wang Chao attacked, because of the time reversal, Mo Shaolang didn't have any impression of Wang Chao. In fact, Mo Shaolang had already met Wang Chao, but they just didn't know each other. Otherwise, Mo Shaolang would have killed him long ago. Wang Chao's strength was much stronger than Long Chen had guessed at the 7th or 8th divine martial realm. He should be at the peak of the 9th divine martial realm, but he hadn't reached the great completion realm of martial path. For Long Chen, this level wasn't very strong. Following the crowd, Wang Chao left with a smile. From beginning to end, he didn't look in Long Chen's direction. In the beginning, Long Chen didn't dare to move. After they left, Long Chen didn't say anything and went in the direction of Mo Shaolang. Li Xuanji and his brother both knew that he was going to chase after Mo Shaolang. Although they didn't know what that abnormally strong young man meant to Long Chen, it couldn't be a bad thing. Long Chen chose to leave at this time in order to avoid Wang Chao's attention. Mo Xiaolang wasn't in a hurry, so his speed wasn't fast. Long Chen could see a black dot on the horizon. As long as he went at full speed, he would be discovered by Mo Xiaolang in a dozen breaths. The reunion was right in front of him. After so many years, in front of him was his brother who had gone through life and death together. This made Long Chen able to restrain himself. For a moment, Long Chen used his fastest speed. At this moment, among the geniuses of the 12 Supreme Alliance that were far away from him, among the group of people from the desolate Emperor Palace, a red-haired, purple-eyed youth sniffed with his nose and revealed an angry expression. "What's wrong?" asked a tall man next to him. "Someone killed a member of the purple-eyed Blood Fox clan. He has our clan's aura on him. If he doesn't move, I won't be able to smell him. I'm going to kill him," said the red-haired young man through gritted teeth. Killing a member of the demon clan is a sin that cannot be redeemed. "Go," said the tall young man. With this sentence, the red-haired young man left the group and disappeared in an instant. Wang Chao was stunned. He looked back and saw that the gray figure was chasing after an ordinary-looking young man. Looking at the young man's back, Wang Chao suddenly felt that this person seemed to exist in his memory. Pfft! Wang Chao laughed and thought that he had really gone crazy. The young man in the deepest part of his memory had long been crushed by him. The person that the purple-eyed Blood Fox was chasing was already in the divine martial realm. This was completely impossible. For the sake of those 3 rewards, my mind is a little muddled. Really? Wang Chao shook his head and disappeared into the inner city of the North Star City with the group. What he didn't know was that if he missed this last chance, he would be facing the most terrifying revenge. Long Chen's heart was already boiling. Even the appearance of Wang Chao couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart about meeting with Mo Xiaolang. The wind howled, and the 2 black dots in front of him were getting closer and closer. Rip! A terrifying murderous aura suddenly spread over Long Chen. Li Xuanji stood up from the great virtual realm and said anxiously, "I want to go out." "Someone is chasing you." Even without her saying it, Long Chen already knew. Chapter 1328. Long Chen had no time to think about why the purple-eyed Blood Fox was looking for him. All his attention was on Xiaolang, who was in front of him. By the time he noticed the murderous aura, it was already too late. However, he did not care, because the strength of the purple-eyed Blood Fox was not as good as that of Blood Moon. It was also a 9th-grade demon immortal, but it should be equivalent to the early stage of the 9th tier of the divine martial arts realm. Long Chen was now at the 6th tier of the divine martial arts realm. He was at the peak. The pursuit of the purple-eyed Blood Fox reminded Long Chen of the last time he met Lingxi. Chu Tiange was a huge obstacle. At that time, in order to meet her, Long Chen had to use a blood sacrifice. If it were not for Lingxi, he would have suffered a heavy loss. This time, at the last moment of his reunion with Xiaolang, someone came to make trouble. This purple-eyed Blood Fox was many times stronger than Chu Tiange. However, Long Chen was not the same as he was in the past. The purple-eyed Blood Fox came prepared and was very fast. The moment Long Chen approached Mo Xiaolang, the purple-eyed Blood Fox, who was good at assassination and hypnosis, set up a blood-colored space and intercepted Long Chen. Long Chen stopped and suddenly looked back. A purple-eyed, crimson-haired young man licked his lips and looked at him with a bloodthirsty expression. He smiled and said, "Your speed is really good. You actually have the blood of the purple-eyed Blood Fox on you. You have killed one of my people, right?" He ignored Long Chen's expression and said to himself, "Our purple-eyed Blood Fox is a noble race among the demon clan. When we grow up, we can reach the 8th-grade demon immortal realm. However, our population is small, and each purple-eyed Blood Fox is very rare. You little guy, you actually killed a purple-eyed Blood Fox, really?" Speaking of this, his pair of purple eyes burst out a strong murderous aura. Damn it, damn it. In the Great Void Realm, Li Xuanji was worried and asked, "Do you need my help?" "No need. This time, I'll do it myself." Long Chen took a deep breath. Today, he had seen many things, which had a great impact on his world. Since Mo Xiaolang was so powerful, Long Chen also felt pressure. He pondered for a while and decided that he should at least reach the 7th rank of the divine martial arts realm. He would only be a match for Xiaolang if he was at the peak of the 3rd level. As the big brother, he was actually not as good as Xiaolang. It was indeed a bit embarrassing. Of course, because of his natural talent, Xiaolang had probably received the personal guidance of an extraordinary figure as soon as he arrived at the desolate imperial region. Coupled with his heaven-defying natural talent in devouring flames, it wasn't surprising for him to reach his current level. When Long Chen was in the extreme Yin Devil realm, he saw with his own eyes that moon-swallowing behemoth appeared and took away the 9 darkness devil ancestral flame for Xiaolang. Even Li Xuanji's strength was close to the peak of LV9 of the divine martial arts realm. He couldn't be negligent. The purple-eyed blood fox bumped into the muzzle of Long Chen's spear. At that moment, before the purple-eyed blood fox could attack, Long Chen roared, covered with blood-colored scales, and suddenly attacked. So crazy. The purple-eyed blood fox laughed. The next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. 9 Dragon Scripture. Without saying a word, Long Chen directly used the Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation to execute the incomparably violent 9 Dragon Scripture. The purple-eyed blood fox was shocked and hurriedly resisted, but it still sent Long Chen directly into the blood-colored wall. The blood-colored wall suddenly cracked. "I didn't expect you to have such strength." "Damn it." The purple-eyed blood fox felt pain and realized that Long Chen was powerful. At this moment, his body swelled, and the blood-colored demon aura filled the air. He turned into a beast. This terrifying form, with an extremely tough body, launched a crazy attack toward Long Chen. He was also a genius of the purple-eyed blood fox clan, but he had been suppressed by Long Chen like this. Where was his face? Long Chen couldn't be bothered to talk to him. The 9 Dragon Scripture had already defeated him. Without saying a word, Long Chen used the extreme finger of time. As the number of times he used it increased, the extreme cosmic finger became more and more proficient. At this time, when he used it in such a narrow space, the void cosmic dragon's phantom that extended for tens of thousands of miles immediately made the purple-eyed blood fox feel a surge of spiritual energy. The terror in the depths of his soul. Buzz. The extreme finger of time stabbed into his forehead. Pfft. It pierced through. The light in the purple-eyed blood fox's eyes slowly disappeared, and he fell to the ground. The aftermath of the extreme finger of time shattered the blood-colored space that the purple-eyed blood fox had set up like glass. Long Chen quickly killed his opponent. In order to avoid being discovered, he quickly put his opponent's body into the Great Void Realm. At this moment, the blood-colored fragments fell one by one. Long Chen was anxious about Mo Xiaolang. He was about to give chase. Suddenly, his soul trembled. He looked up and saw that in front of the countless blood-colored fragments, in the middle of the street, there were 2 figures looking in Long Chen's direction. They watched as Long Chen shattered the blood-colored space and put the purple-eyed blood fox's body into the Great Void Realm. In the Great Void Realm, Long Chen found himself choking at this moment. He didn't know what to say. The 2 people standing more than 10 meters away, looking at him in a daze, were Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan. Of course, they felt the sudden battle behind them. They didn't want to turn around, but how could they forget that familiar feeling? Long Chen had long seen Mo Xiaolang, but Mo Xiaolang only saw his elder brother at this moment. He had thought countless times about what would happen when they met, but he had never thought that it would be like this. It was too sudden. The clean young man's eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears. The cute girl next to him opened her round eyes wide. When she took a closer look at Long Chen, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Although these 2 people weren't related by blood to Long Chen, they were like younger brothers and sisters. Seeing the excitement in their eyes, Long Chen suddenly felt extremely satisfied. There was nothing in life that made people feel happier than meeting again. As the elder brother, Long Chen certainly couldn't be like them. Waving his hand, Long Chen said, "Don't just stand there. Come over." When they heard the familiar voice, they realized that it wasn't an illusion. Elder brother Long Chen. Soi Yan screamed and threw herself into Long Chen's arms in the blink of an eye. Her face was already covered in tears. She had come to the desolate Emperor region alone. She was still very young. If it weren't for Mo Xiaolang, she really wouldn't know who to tell after suffering so many grievances. In her heart, her relationship with Mo Xiaolang was built to be the foundation. In that case, Long Chen had entered her heart from the very beginning. He was the kind of person she could rely on and act spoiled. Of course, under such circumstances, women were always more vulnerable than men. Long Chen hugged her and comforted her, but his eyes were fixed on Mo Xiaolang. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, took a deep breath, and greeted Long Chen with a smile. "Big brother." A deep and powerful voice. Just these two words were enough to encompass everything. Long Chen nodded. He didn't need to converse too much with the wolf cub. He helped Suyan up and saw her tear-stained face. He smiled and said, "It's a reunion, it's something to be happy about. Why are you crying like a kitten?" "I'm not dead. I'm just happy. I'm just excited." Soi Yan cried while wiping her tears with her fair hands. "Elder brother Xiaolang, you come over too," said Soi Yan embarrassedly when she suddenly felt that she had taken over Mo Xiaolang's seat. "Let's talk somewhere else." Long Chen knocked on Soyan's head and waved at Mo Xiaolang. In a short time, they moved to a lake. Under the willow tree, Long Chen stood in the middle, looking at his brother and sister. He sighed, "I was going to find you guys after a while, but I didn't think we'd meet in 9-star Chaos City. This is fate, fate. It's fate that brought us together." "That's right, it's really fate. 9-star Primal Chaos City is also very big. This time, Big Brother Wolf just happened to be looking for the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame. I didn't expect to meet Big Brother Chen here," Soi Yan said excitedly. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they didn't know what had happened to each other. There were too many things to talk about, but Long Chen wasn't in a rush. He had time. "Big brother, that Linny god, you killed him, right? I sensed your presence at that time, but I thought it was an illusion," Mo Xiaolang suddenly said. Long Chen nodded. The two smiled in tacit understanding. One killed his brother, the other killed his brother. If this wasn't fate, then what was? "Elder brother Long Chen, elder brother Xiaolang, you two talk, I'll just watch from the side. We haven't seen each other for so long, you guys must have a lot to talk about, because you guys are good brothers." Soi Yan was very obedient. She said. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they were a bit unfamiliar at first. But it didn't take long. Long Chen and Xiaolang stood together and started to talk about what had happened in the past few years. The experiences of the two of them had undoubtedly been very exciting. Although Long Chen was slightly weaker now, it wasn't too far off. Xiaolang was actually very shocked. When Long Chen had killed the purple-eyed blood fox, he had displayed the power of the Way of Heaven, and even the power of Nirvana. He, who was at the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm, had killed a cultivator at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. He knew what he had absorbed to reach his current level. Because of his identity as a prince, he had the highest level of training resources in the entire desolate imperial region, and countless experts had gone to find strange flames for him. It had devoured, and the most terrifying time was that even he himself felt that he was so lucky. And Long Chen, he had reached his current level purely by his own efforts. In his heart, Mo Xiaolang still held a deep respect for Long Chen. The two of them had walked completely different paths in the two imperial regions. When Mo Xiaolang had gone there, he had become a supreme figure with endless resources, while Long Chen had fought from the bottom. Now, the difference in strength between the two of them wasn't much. What did that mean? Mo Xiaolang was most concerned about the matter between Long Chen and Lingxi. Long Chen told him about his experience. After listening, Mo Xiaolang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he said, "Big brother, it's almost time. When the time comes, I will accompany you to the Sword Spirit Imperial region. I won't show mercy to anyone who dares to stop us." "Okay." Long Chen smiled and nodded. This was something that Mo Xiaolang had promised a long time ago. They would attack the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace together. Chapter 1329. Long Chen told them everything that had happened along the way. Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan listened obediently. It was a long story, so it probably took a long time. How touching. "When you go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, I want to tag along," said Sui Yan as she wiped her tears. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, their relationship wasn't affected in the slightest. As for the demon race that had brought them to the imperial domain, they had long since trampled on them. "Oh yes, how did you end up together?" asked Long Chen. After talking about his own matters, it was time to know what had happened to Mo Xiaolang and the others. From their conversation, Long Chen understood that they had split up immediately after arriving at the imperial domain. Xiaolang had been sent to the wolf race, while Sui Yan had been sent to the Dark North Snake race to become the Dark North Snake race's saintess. Mo Xiaolang's experience had been very smooth. Because of his terrifying talent, the seniors of the wolf race had quickly sent him to the wolf race's ancestor, Tunyu. The wolf race's ancestor had naturally taken good care of Mo Xiaolang. Under his care, Mo Xiaolang's strength had quickly broken through to the demon immortal realm. At that time, Tunyu had said that he would bring him to meet an elder. In the end, Mo Xiaolang had met the Desolation Emperor and been conferred the title of Emperor. In fact, I didn't know what the Desolation Emperor was. That day, I was in a dead gray world. Then, someone spoke to me. I was in a daze, so I said a few words to him. Then, I inexplicably became an emperor, said Mo Xiaolang helplessly. Each of the three great emperors was more mysterious than the last. Nobody knew how long the Sword Soul Emperor had been missing, and the Jinwu Great Emperor only appeared once in a while. The Desolation Emperor seemed to be the same. After becoming an imperial prince, I have a supreme status in the desolate imperial region. Even some of the ancestors of the demon race don't dare to touch me. In terms of status, I am undoubtedly the number one in the younger generation. So, big brother, if you need anything in the future, I will definitely be able to help you, Mo Xiaolang said firmly. Now that Mo Xiaolang was slightly stronger, there were many ways he could help Long Chen, such as entering the eternal hell. However, how could Sui Yan be with Xiaolang? It seemed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Back then, Sui Yan had a good impression of Long Chen and was very dependent on Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't think much of it. After all, she was still young at that time. She worshipped heroes and her first awakening of love. She didn't know what love was. When she found out that Long Chen had someone he liked more, she quietly restrained her feelings and treated Long Chen like a real brother. As for his relationship with Mo Xiaolang, it was only established later. I went to the Dark North Snake tribe, and they all bullied me. I cried every day. No one was my friend, and I could only stay in a black lake every day. There were many times when I wanted to just die. However, I remembered that my two brothers might save me, so I persevered. However, during that period of time, Yen Er felt really wronged. As she spoke of this matter, her tears began to drip down her cheeks. What happened? Long Chen looked at Mo Xiaolang sternly. Mo Xiaolang said, I didn't know at first. Later on, I heard that the sacred lady of the Snake clan used a strange method to add the bloodline of the Snake clan into a human's body. Then, she became half human and half snake. We didn't find out clearly and harmed Yen. Big brother, I didn't do a good job. I'm sorry. Big brother Xiaolang, don't say that. I'm fine now. Soy Eon quickly said. Half human and half snake. It was no wonder that Long Chen could sense the aura of the demon clan from Soy Eon. Mo Xiaolang blamed himself. The snake clan's method of making a sacred lady has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. The Northern Deep Snake clan is only one of the branches. It is a very profound secret method that only the snake clan can use. The human who inherits it must have a special constitution. Yen fits this constitution. Although she is a human now, she cultivates the realm of the demon clan. Although she is a rank 6 demon immortal now, her potential is limitless. Looking at the little girl in front of him, he recalled that she must have suffered a lot over the years. Meanwhile, Long Chen was busy with his own matters. In the end, the person who should apologize should be him, Long Chen. You guys don't have to blame yourselves. Although it was tough and painful back then, it's all fine now. My original aptitude was very bad, but now I have the best aptitude. To me, this is a metamorphosis. Su Yen said sensibly. What happened next? Long Chen continued to ask. I only learned about the snake race after I became the imperial prince. At that time, I was very angry. I rushed to the Dark North snake race and killed a few of their higher-ups. Then, I took Yen away. The snake race's bloodline that Yen implanted in them was only of the Dark North snake race's bloodline. It wasn't very strong, and it had many side effects. Yen was very afraid of the cold at that time. Later, I pleaded with Tunyu, and he conveyed this matter to the Desolation Emperor. After that, Yen-er's Dark North snake race's bloodline was removed. Tunyu personally gave Yen the bloodline of the most terrifying snake race that had long been extinct. Now, Yen-er is also a top genius. In a few years, it won't be a problem for her to become a 9th-grade demon immortal. Hearing this, Long Chen felt much more at ease. No matter what happened in the past, Soyen's current situation seemed to be very good. Yes, I'm very, very strong now. It can be said that in the entire snake race, there isn't anyone as talented as Yen-er. I inherited the bloodline of the primordial 9-colored snake, which is a strange species from ancient times. It won't be a problem for me to grow to the highest level of the Desolation Emperor's domain. Soy Eon clenched her small fist and said proudly. Long Chen knew that all of this was thanks to Xiaolang. No wonder their relationship was so good, and they even had the momentum to develop to that point. Long Chen was very relieved. It's not just the primordial 9-colored snake. Big brother Xiaolang is very good to me. Back then, the Desolation Emperor gave him 100 types of immortal essences for him to consume. Big brother Xiaolang also secretly gave me a lot. The reason I have my current physique is very much related to the ancestral immortal essences. Soy Eon held Mo Xiaolang's hand and said to Long Chen with a grin. Long Chen was stunned. 100 types of immortal essences. Long Chen had never seen immortal essences before. Now that the teams of the 12 Supreme Alliances were about to compete for a Dao artifact, who knew that Mo Xiaolang had already consumed more than 100 immortal essences? Speaking of this, Mo Xiaolang blushed and said, Big brother, this is also why I feel that I'm not as good as you. The reason I have my current physique is all because of the hundreds of immortal essences. That time, I soaked in those herbs for half a year, and then tempered in the 9-colored lightning array for half a year. Only then did I reach my current realm. Indeed, on the path of cultivation, without sufficient resources, the starting point would be lower than others. Long Chen had Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai as his 2 big backers in true martial emperor palace, but how could he compare to Mo Xiaolang? So this Mo Xiaolang was the real nouveau riche. Long Chen was very envious. As they continued to chat, they had some understanding of each other's experiences. After so many things had happened, the 3 of them sighed. Then, they talked about the secret of 9-star Chaos City. Mo Xiaolang had already said that he was here for the 9 nether devil ancestral flame in the eternal hell. And Long Chen also said his purpose. He trusted Mo Xiaolang very much, so there was nothing to hide. What he was looking for was the thing left behind by the great void cosmic dragon. However, he was very vague, so other than Mo Xiaolang, no one else understood. Oh yes, fat cat. Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up. Hearing his voice, Kitten shivered and hid in the great void realm, not daring to come out. Long Chen let Li Xuanji and Li Tianji come out. Long Chen had already mentioned them before, so now he introduced them again. Of course, Mo Xiaolang knew about Yang Lingqing. He also admired and respected Li Xuanji. Of course, in his heart, there was only one sister-in-law, and that was Lingxi. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little estranged from Li Xuanji. Kitten finally came out of the great void realm. Originally, he could not do anything to Mo Xiaolang. Now that Mo Xiaolang had become stronger, he was even more terrified. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Ha, Master Wolf, you are finally back. Kitten missed you so much." "Is that so?" Mo Xiaolang asked. Kitten was shocked and fled back into the great void realm. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The 5 of them chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. Then, Long Chen got down to business. "Since we are reunited, let's talk about the next step. We all have to go to the eternal hell. Other than the 12 teams from the 12 Supreme Alliances, there are 8 more teams. Xiao Lang does not need to join the Desolate Imperial Palace team, so the 5 of us can form a team and go to the eternal hell. We went to the 12 Supreme Alliances once before and were rejected. This time, Mo Xiaolang said, 'Big brother, leave it to me.' Soi Yan loved crowded places. Now that there were 5 of them and they were going to the eternal hell to fight in the ancient ruins, she was naturally excited. As for Li Xuanji and Li Tianji, they had already agreed to follow Long Chen. Now that the team had a strong support like Mo Xiaolang, they were very happy, especially Li Tianji. Mo Xiaolang's performance was much better than Long Chen's. He could not help but admire this youth from the bottom of his heart. If no one has any objections, let's go to the 12 Supreme Alliances. This time, I want to see if those 3 old women still dare to chase us out, Long Chen said with a smile. With Mo Xiaolang's status, no one in the 12 Supreme Alliances would dare to touch him, let alone those old women. Chapter 2, Explosive Update, 29 chapters left. Chapter 1330. While they were talking, the incident in Polaris City gradually passed. In 9-star Chaos City, conflicts between people of the same level were common. After the incident passed, no one paid attention to it and went back to what they were supposed to do. Many people tried to find out about Long Chen's identity, but there were very few people in 9-star Chaos City who knew Long Chen, so they couldn't find out anything. At this moment, Polaris City had regained its peace. Assassinations, battles, and robberies were still going on in the dark. After a while, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others arrived at the Polaris City branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances. It was just as lively. Just like the last time, there were many people who wanted to sign up to be one of the 8 teams. The new Evil Dragon Palace team naturally attracted many people's attention. Mo Xiaolang had killed 3 experts at the Martial Dao Perfection Realm in that earth-shattering battle. Many people had already regarded him as the top young genius of Polaris City. It could be said that he was the level closest to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Many people knew who Mo Xiaolang was. When they saw him, most of them quickly made way for him. They had no idea what this genius from the Desolate Emperor Palace was doing here. The news of his appearance spread like wildfire. The 5 of them went directly to where the 3 old women were sitting. The 3 old women were at the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Realm. With their status, they had indeed heard about the God-defying cult and knew that Mo Xiaolang was someone they couldn't afford to offend. At that time, many geniuses from the 12 Supreme Alliances had arrived, but no one had dared to do anything to Mo Xiaolang. What did that mean? Along the way, the others all made way, and the 5 of them quickly stood in front of the old women. Without a doubt, the 3 old women knew Long Chen and Li Xuanji. This time, seeing them with Mo Xiaolang, they thought of what had happened to God-defying cult and God Lin Yi. Their faces paled immediately. Trembling, they asked, "Why did you come to the 12 Supreme Alliances?" Now that Mo Xiaolang was quite famous, Long Chen gestured for him to come over. He nodded and walked up, saying, "The 5 of us are from the Evil Dragon Palace. We will be participating in the selection of the 8 teams. What do you think?" "Yes, of course," the 3 old women immediately said. Under the cold gaze of Mo Xiaolang, their legs trembled. How awe-inspiring were they before? Mo Xiaolang continued to ask, "Then, do the few of us still need to participate in the assessment?" "No, definitely not. With your strength, becoming one of the 8 teams is not a problem at all," the old woman said fearfully. She knew that this seemingly kind young man had defeated 3 experts at the Great Perfection Realm. She even heard that he had a supreme position in the Desolate Emperor Palace. No matter what, she couldn't offend such a person. After filling in the information, Mo Xiaolang was satisfied. In about a month, there would be about 20 teams that would pass the assessment. There would be a selection, but with Mo Xiaolang around, the selection wouldn't be a problem at all. They would pass easily. Next, they would have to wait to enter the eternal hell to search for the 9 underworld demon ancestral flame and the item left behind by the Void Universe Dragon. Mo Xiaolang heard from Long Chen about the encounter in the 12 Supreme Alliances. After everything was settled, he casually made a move, and the 3 old women flew backwards and fell on their backs. Everyone roared with laughter. These 3 fellows deserved this kind of punishment. Just as they were about to leave, the surrounding pressure suddenly increased. In the incomparably empty entrance of the 12 Supreme Alliances, a few figures walked in and directly rushed towards Mo Xiaolang. Seeing that it was them, Mo Xiaolang's face darkened, and Soi Yan was also unhappy. Following their gaze, Long Chen sized up the 4 people, or rather, they were not humans, but monsters. These 4 people had appeared before, during the incident of the inverse spirit skill. They had come, and one of them had even spoken to Mo Xiaolang. At that time, Long Chen didn't look at them carefully. Now that he looked at them carefully, he realized that these 4 monsters should be the top geniuses of the Desolate Emperor Palace in the North Star City. The man in the lead was burly and muscular, as though he was cast from molten iron. His skin was a little purple, and looking at his face, he looked more like an ape. He should be a monster that was similar to an ape. Next to him was a man with a similar build, black and wrinkled skin. He looked extremely ugly, and even if he didn't show any expression, he still looked fierce. As for the other 2, one of them was a beautiful girl with long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Moreover, it was snow white, as if she was a snow fairy. The other was a skinny man who was extremely short. His entire body was crimson, and his eyes were fierce. These 4 people came from different races of the monster race. They are from the Desolate Emperor Palace. I can't stand them the most. They are always jealous of Brother Little Wolf. However, they are indeed very strong. Even in the Desolate Emperor Palace, they can be ranked in the top 10. Especially the leader, the Purple Gold Great Ape King, he can be ranked in the top 5. Su Yan quietly introduced them to Long Chen and the other 2 when Mo Xiaolang faced them. The Violet Gold Great Ape King was one of the races of the demon race. Among the Violet Gold Demonic Apes, they were born to be kings. The Violet Gold Demonic Apes had a very large group. As long as they reached adulthood, almost all of them could reach the 8th grade demon immortal realm. And the Violet Gold Great Ape King was born to be the leader of the Violet Gold Demonic Apes. When they reached the highest realm, crossing 2 nirvana tribulations was not a problem. As for the other 3, that ugly man is also from a very powerful race known as the Evil Ghost Flood Dragon race. They are an out-and-out ferocious fighting race, and their battle prowess is similar to that of the Purple Gold Demonic Ape. The other two are from the insect race of the demon race. That snow-white girl is from the snow stinger race, which is a very terrifying scorpion. The other skinny youth is from the red firmament fire ant race, and his strength is equally terrifying. Among the young experts of the desolate Emperor Palace, there are two in North Star City who are equivalent to the martial path Great Completion. One of them is the purple gold Great Ape King. The evil spirit Jiao Dragon, Snow Stinger, and Red Cloud Fire Ant are equivalent to the peak of the divine martial realm. The ranks of the demon race were not as detailed as the ranks of the human race, but for them, even if they were all 9th-ranked demon gods, the gap was still very big. After listening to Soi Yan, Long Chen had some understanding of the experts of the desolate Emperor Palace. While they were talking, the purple gold Great Ape King had already arrived in front of Mo Xiaolang. He looked at the group of people behind Mo Xiaolang, then stared with his purple gold eyes and said, "Have you really decided to form your own team?" Mo Xiaolang nodded and said, "In any case, you guys won't be of the same mind as me, and Kuan Peng won't either. I might as well form my own team. What do you think?" The purple gold Great Ape King was helpless. He knew that Kuan Peng was most jealous of Mo Xiaolang and couldn't fight with him. Both of them were proud and arrogant. If they were together, it would be fine if there was no internal strife. In fact, if Mo Xiaolang joined their team, there would be a total of 3 people equivalent to the martial path Great Completion. Almost no team would be a match for them. Unfortunately, if that's the case, then we'll do as you say. I'll see you on the battlefield when the time comes. The purple gold Great Ape King was more amiable. "I won't see you out," said Mo Xiaolang. But the purple gold Great Ape King didn't leave. He once again looked at the people behind Mo Xiaolang and couldn't help but laugh. "Forming a team is a good choice, but your team is too mixed. Aside from that girl, there's no one who's worthy of being in public. Are you going to face the 5 of us by yourself?" "You don't need to worry about that," said Mo Xiaolang bluntly. "This guy is really too arrogant." The purple gold Great Ape King's face gradually darkened. The ape race had always been known for their bad tempers. His good temper was already an anomaly. At that moment, the malevolent flood dragon suddenly screamed and glared at Long Chen. "What's wrong?" asked the purple gold Great Ape King. The malevolent flood dragon pointed at Long Chen and said, "Previously, Xue Qing said he was going to kill a human with the aura of his clansman. That human is this brat. Xue Qing hasn't returned yet, but he's alive and well here." Long Chen didn't expect to be recognized just like that. That so-called Xue Qing's corpse was still in his great void realm. Originally, both sides didn't have any conflict. But once Xue Qing's matter came out, the smell of gunpowder started to spread. The purple gold Great Ape King looked at Mo Xiaolang angrily and said, "You should give me an explanation. Xue Qing is a brother of the demon race. How can you team up with the human who killed the demon race? Tell me, is Xue Qing dead?" The purple gold Great Ape King's voice was very loud. His angry roar instantly deafened the people of the 12 Supreme Alliances. They stared blankly in their direction. In fact, Mo Xiaolang's pride wasn't any less than Long Chen's. Compared to Long Chen, he was more straightforward and didn't hide anything. When Long Chen became fierce, Mo Xiaolang didn't back down and said, "That's right, I killed him. However, there's something you're wrong about. Xue Qing isn't my brother, but this is my big brother who fought alongside me for almost 10 years. Since Xue Qing attacked him, I had no choice but to kill him." "Mo Xiaolang, you traitor, bastard." The purple gold Great Ape King stared at him and roared. The other 3 were also very angry and were about to pounce on him. "If you want revenge, I'll wait for you in the eternal hell. Anyway, you guys don't like me. And that Kuan Peng, he's going crazy from jealousy. Go back and tell him not to hold it in." Mo Xiaolang was very straightforward. He had probably experienced this kind of thing many times in the desolate imperial palace. At this moment, he didn't care at all. He signaled to Long Chen, and the 5 of them went around the purple gold great ape king and the others and left. You. The few demon race warriors looked at them gloomily as they left. Originally, they didn't have any hatred, but because of Xue Qing, they couldn't help it. Zi Tong, I can't hold it in this time. Although he's a prince, we can at least beat him up in the eternal hell, the evil spirit flood dragon said, gritting its teeth. Go back and find Kun Peng. He knows what to do, the purple gold great ape king said. Chapter 3, Explosive Update, 28 chapters left. Chapter 1331. After settling the matter of the team, Long Chen came out of the 12 Supreme Alliances and asked Mo Xiaolang about his situation. He knew that it might be because of his identity as an emperor and the large amount of resources he had. There were many people in the monster clan who were jealous of him. How strong is the purple gold great ape king compared to you? Long Chen asked. Mo Xiaolang rubbed his head. He was used to acting like a little brother in front of Long Chen. He smiled and said, it's all right, but I have no problem defeating him. The other one is more difficult to deal with. The Kunpeng race is one of the most terrifying races in the monster clan. They are huge creatures in the sea and can transform into 9 heavens rocks. They are experts in devouring. The Kunpeng race's old ancestor is similar to the moon swallower in the monster clan. There are no more than 10 Kunpengs in the entire Kunpeng race. Long Chen more or less understood the strength of the younger generation of the desolate Emperor Palace. He was now very close to the level of the top geniuses in the 3 great Emperor regions. At first, he thought that the peak of the God Martial Realm was the strongest. He did not expect that there were even stronger people in the great perfection of the martial path. Wang Chen's level was probably at the top of the 3 great Emperor regions. Although he might not have reached the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, he had many methods and talent, so it would not be a problem for him to fight against Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors. This was the top. If Mo Xiaolang transformed into a beast, he should be extremely close to that level. As for Long Chen, he could defeat those who had just entered the 9th LV of the God Martial Realm. If he used a Dao artifact, he should be able to fight against those who had reached the peak of the God Martial Realm. Based on this progress, as long as he reached the 8th LV of the God Martial Realm, he would be able to become a top genius. At that time, he would have the highest position in the Martial God Palace and advance to the Sword Spirit Emperor regions. Everything was not far away. Besides the desolate Emperor Palace, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and the True Martial Emperor Palace should each have a warrior in the great perfection of the martial path. I am not very clear about the other 9 realms. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't, Mo Xiaolang said. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen laughed in his heart. Within the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Wang Chao wasn't the strongest. Long Chen had seen the strongest before. He was a handsome young man with a completely different temperament from Wang Chao. He didn't have the aura of a dragon on him, so he shouldn't be Wang Chen. Big brother, we've registered and entered Eternal Hell. Next, should we enter the inner city of the 12th Supreme Alliance or wait outside? Mo Xiaolang asked. I won't go to the inner city for now. I want to use this time to quietly improve my combat strength. At the same time, there's one more thing that you might not know, Xiaolang. What is it? Mo Xiaolang was shocked. Long Chen felt that there was nothing to hide, so he told him about Dynasty. After hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. This was the first time Li Xuanji had heard Long Chen talk about his relationship with Lingxi. She was now in an awkward position and did not dare to think too much about it. However, in her heart, she had secretly decided that it was time for her to leave when the matter of the eternal hell was over. Li Tianji glanced at his sister. He naturally understood her situation and couldn't help but feel a little heartache. As for Mo Xiaolang and Sui Yan, they were incomparably furious. It's actually him? If I knew, I would have torn him apart. Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said. Don't worry, you can't touch him. Long Chen smiled, but his eyes were flashing with hatred. I need to make him understand a lot of things, so when the time comes, I will have to do it myself. Everyone understood Long Chen's feelings. Real hatred could only be vented by doing it himself. Although he was slightly stronger now, he was still willing to stand behind Long Chen silently. As long as it was an order, he would go through fire and water without hesitation. Then find a place to stay and wait for time to pass. Long Chen smiled. The atmosphere was a little gloomy, but with his help, it was quickly livened up. A new team disappeared from everyone's sight. In the huge North Star City, undercurrents were surging. A storm was about to start. In North Star City, in one of the abandoned courtyards, Long Chen began to study the things he had obtained from God Lin Yi's body. The God-binding demon lock was very useful. It was a Dao treasure with one Dao pattern. Long Chen had not yet reached the point where he could truly use its power. No matter how strong a Dao treasure was, it was useless if its master was not strong enough. Even a Dao treasure with 3 or 4 Dao patterns was not as suitable for Long Chen as the God-binding demon lock. Mo Xiaolang still had a few Dao treasures, but Long Chen did not need so many. His nirvana power was more than enough to control the golden elephant of the 9 spirit seal and the God-binding demon lock. Other than the God-binding demon lock, there was the 9-winged sky dragon scale armor. This was the primer to practice the 7th level of the 9 dragon scripture. Long Chen already had the power to use the 7th level of the 9 dragon scripture. All he lacked was the primer. The resources in 9-star Chaos City were plentiful. It would not be a problem to use the 8th level, or even the 9th. Next, Long Chen put the silver dragon scale aside and picked up another item. It was an ancient piece of parchment, the strangest thing in God Lin Yi's hands. There was nothing on it, only a large, flamboyant word, Ni. Long Chen's keen senses told him that this was something special. Otherwise, he wouldn't have picked this one out of all the treasures Lin Yi had. Reading the parchment from top to bottom, Long Chen could not see anything. Even the word Ni was very ordinary. If Long Chen were to write it himself, he would probably be able to do it. But no matter what, Long Chen still felt that he was very strange. Forget it, I'll study it another day. Let's practice the 7th level of the 9 dragon scripture first. In this period of time, Li Xuanji was probably on the verge of a breakthrough, so she chose to go into seclusion. Long Chen was anxious to improve his strength, while Mo Xiaolang and Soi Yan acted as his guards. With them around, Long Chen could rest assured. It could be said that their safety in North Star City was completely guaranteed. The 9 dragon scripture was a combination of powers. The more new powers were fused, the more difficult it would be. And it was obvious that the power of the 9-winged sky dragon was a level higher than the power of the other 6 dragons. This 7th level was more of an annexation than a fusion. With the power of the 9-winged sky dragon, it would devour the power of the other 6 dragons until the power of the 6 dragons was completely integrated into the 7th level of the 9 dragon scripture. At that time, the 9-winged sky dragon would no longer be a 9-winged sky dragon. Once the cultivation was successful, the power of the 7 dragons would truly be gathered together. Using the scarlet blood firmament, it would undoubtedly be quite terrifying. In the following period of time, Long Chen spent day and night pondering. The fusion of the 7th layer was quite difficult for him. He needed to find a balance of power before he could complete the fusion. He needed to try again and again until he was familiar with it. True cultivation required great perseverance and patience. Finally, after about 10 days, Long Chen's repeated efforts finally bore fruit. He had achieved initial success in the 7th level of the 9 dragon scripture. For Long Chen, the most difficult part of the 9 dragon scripture's breakthrough was how to move the dragon scales. The remaining 2 types of dragon scales, one was the demonic dragon, and the other was the demonic dragon. After the 9 dragon scripture was truly completed, Long Chen still could not forget the ordinary parchment with the word Ni written on it. The Ni Shan cult had a long history. Although it was now in decline, for it to have its former glory, there must be something left behind. This parchment was so old, there must be a secret. This was a kind of intuition. The power of the 7th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture surpassed the power of an ordinary 9th grade divine skill, and even temporarily surpassed the power of the extreme finger of universe. But Long Chen still felt that he was too weak. Although he had just reached the peak of the 6th level of the divine martial realm, he was still not satisfied. This level was simply too low compared to others. On this day, while he was still pondering how to cultivate, a group of super experts walked into their range of vigilance. Li Xuanji was still in seclusion. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang hurriedly came out and stood on the roof. In the distant sky, a group of old men quietly descended, stopping in front of them for a moment. The newcomers were all old men, there were 5 or 6 of them. The one in the lead was a white-haired old man with a stooped figure. His eyes were filled with immense killing power, like a knife that directly pierced into the hearts of people. From this old man, Long Chen could see a will that even he admired. This was definitely not the will of the heavens and earth, but something similar to his will of the dragon. Long Chen quickly guessed his identity. Yes, this guy was the Ancestral cult leader. He looked at Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang with a scrutinizing gaze. After a long time, he said quietly, "Are you two the ones who killed my 2 sons?" Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had talked about this matter, but Mo Xiaolang told him not to worry about it. This Ancestral cult leader did not dare to do anything to him. Otherwise, the Ancestral cult would cease to exist, and the last bit of Spark's inheritance would be destroyed. After knowing this, Long Chen was not afraid anymore. He said calmly, "God Lin Yi wanted to imprison me, but he asked for it. It's not my fault." Mo Xiaolang also said, "Lin Yixian coveted my Dao item and lied to me. I killed him just to get back what was mine. He asked for it." The old man chuckled. "You brought this upon yourself? The demon race's imperial prince is quite bold. This old man admires you very much. Even if you're in 9-star primal chaos city, there should be many people protecting you." This old man admits that he wouldn't dare to make a move. "Today, I'm here for one thing, and that is to ask the 2 of you to return my god-defying art to me." Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. What was this spirit-defying art? Chapter 1332. After listening to Long Chen's words, the god-defying cult leader was silent for a while. In fact, Long Chen felt that this old man was not simple. The 2 people in front of him were obviously his enemies who had killed his sons. It was the greatest sorrow in the world for a white-haired person to bury a black-haired person. It was rumored that the god-defying cult leader had a legendary life. He had quietly climbed to his current position from a nobody in the god-defying cult. Moreover, Long Chen had also heard that he doted on his 2 sons very much. Not only did he not make a move, but he could also pretend that he did not care in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Just this disguise alone was not something that an ordinary person could compare with. The purpose of his visit this time was the inverse spirit skill. After a long time, he added, "It's a piece of parchment with the word Ni written on it." Long Chen was shocked. He had a hunch from the beginning, but he did not expect it to be that thing. Obviously, these old guys did not come here for revenge, but for the inverse spirit skill. The inverse spirit skill was definitely a treasure of the god-defying cult. As for why it was in God Lin Yixian's possession, he did not know. According to Long Chen's character, it was impossible for him to spit out what he had swallowed. Moreover, after a period of pondering, he had gradually discovered the secret of that thing. It was definitely something very suitable for him. It was a great opportunity for him. Therefore, Long Chen secretly decided that he could not hand over the inverse spirit skill no matter what. Mo Xiaolang also knew about the parchment. Long Chen rarely hid anything from him. At this moment, as soon as the god-defying cult leader finished speaking, Long Chen's mind changed quickly. In a short moment, he pretended to not understand and asked, "I'm afraid you have found the wrong place." A piece of parchment with the word "ni" written on it. What is this? This is the inverse spirit skill. Mo Shaolang knew what was going on and said, "We don't have such a thing. Please go back." The God-defying cult leader knew who Mo Shaolang was. Mo Shaolang had come to 9-star Chaos City alone, but in fact, even he did not know if there was a super expert secretly protecting him, let alone the God-defying cult leader. It was precisely because he couldn't guess that he didn't dare to make a move. If they angered the higher-ups of the demon race, the God-defying cult would no longer have the right to exist. The God-defying sect master's gaze landed on Long Chen. He vaguely realized that the demon race's supreme the arch-disciple actually listened to Long Chen. Where did this person come from? He knew that the spirit-defying art was with Lin Yishan. Lin Yishan's silver dragon armor had been taken away, so it was definitely Long Chen. In that case, the spirit-defying art must also be with Long Chen. The God-defying sect master had an intuition that Long Chen was definitely lying. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You'd better return the spirit-defying art to me. You two kids can't eat that kind of thing." Long Chen's tone turned cold, and he said, "I said that we didn't get it. Do we need to repeat? I did take the silver dragon armor and the god-binding demon lock. They are my spoils of war. As for the spirit-defying art, who knows what it is?" The God-defying sect master's expression was uncertain. The few experts beside him were all Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts of the God-defying sect. They looked at each other and knew that today was not a good opportunity. They would not be able to take advantage of these two youths. "Let's go." The God-defying sect master said no more, and the group quickly disappeared. After they left, Mo Shaolang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can't return it to them. It's definitely a good thing. What if they secretly retaliate?" Long Chen still felt a little uneasy in the face of such a terrifying expert. Of course, it was like a dream for him to obtain the spirit-defying art by chance. It's okay to be careful. We're about to enter the eternal hell. In addition, our strength has grown so fast. If I really unleash my combat power, I can fight against Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors. I'm absolutely confident that I can escape. They can't do anything to me. As for you, big brother, with your talent, I believe you can surpass me very soon. Mo Shaolang chuckled. After a pause, he said, "Wasn't it like this before? I was lucky enough to swallow some flames and surpassed you, but I was soon overtaken by you." Long Chen was suddenly full of confidence. If even he was so confident in himself, why wouldn't he be confident? However, when you study the spirit-defying art, you have to be careful. I'll monitor the surroundings for you. This small episode attracted Long Chen's attention to the spirit-defying art. In fact, he had been worried about one thing recently. The 7th level of the divine martial arts realm was the law of heaven and earth. The true meaning of this level was to contact the will of heaven and earth, merge with it, and form the law of earth and the law of heaven. The law of earth was the shadow of the dragon sacrificial continent, and the law of heaven was the outline of the endless starry sky. However, no matter how hard Long Chen tried, his own will could not feel where the will of heaven and earth was. He asked Li Xuanji and the others. They were experienced people, and their experience was that one needed to be close to heaven and earth to feel the will of heaven and earth. This closeness was more like submission. Before, Long Chen directly formed the will of dragon, which could fight against the will of heaven and earth. As his strength improved, this will of heaven and earth became stronger and stronger. It was even enough to affect the spirit of others in battle. With such a strong will of dragon, what else did he need the will of heaven and earth to do? Did Long Chen need to use the will of heaven and earth to suppress others? Especially now, his opponents were all existences at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. When Long Chen faced experts at this level, the will of heaven and earth was useless. At the 4th level of the divine martial realm, Long Chen had a unique will of dragon. After passing the 3 minor tribulations, he directly had the power of nirvana. It was because of these two that he could fight with the will of heaven and earth at the 7th level of the divine martial realm and the power of the world at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. Otherwise, with his divine spirit and the strength of his body, he could not do this. So, what was his own 7th level of the divine martial realm? For a long time, Long Chen did not have an answer. If he could not pass this level, he was likely to be stuck at this level forever, because he could not integrate with the will of heaven and earth, or surrender. If he surrendered, he would not be himself. The 3 minor tribulations were so fierce that Long Chen had a grudge in his heart. Coincidentally, at this time, the inverse God skill appeared. In the unseen world, Long Chen had a feeling that the answer was in it. So, he calmed down and concentrated on studying the inverse spirit skill. At this critical moment, Li Xuanji broke out of seclusion and finally reached the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm. With her ability, she could be considered a strong fighting force in the evil dragon palace team. Xiao Lang was already very strong, but Long Chen was not. As for Li Tianji and Sui Yan, Li Tianji's talent was not as outstanding as theirs, and Sui Yan was still young and could not display much fighting force for the time being. The parchment was spread on the ground. Long Chen racked his brains and looked at the word "ni" on it. This was the so-called inverse spirit skill. There was really nothing. After turning it over and over again, there was only one word. Dao pattern. Suddenly, a thought came to Long Chen's mind. He had seen the Dao pattern of the God-imprisoning demon lock. It was very terrifying. The power of the heavenly Dao had been imbued into it, and every stroke of the word "ni" felt like a Dao pattern. However, the Dao pattern on the Dao tool was alive, while this Dao pattern seemed dead. The word "ni" happened to have 9 strokes. 9 was the number of perfection, representing supremacy. Among the middle-aged Dao tools, the top Dao tools had 9 Dao patterns. If it had 10 Dao patterns, it would already be an ancient Dao tool. The 9 strokes of the word "ni" all looked like Dao patterns, but they were not. What was going on? Long Chen knew that if he could discover the secret of the inverse spirit skill so easily, the God-defying cult would have discovered it long ago, and the inverse spirit skill would not be in its current state. In that case, what did each stroke mean? Long Chen began to ponder from the first stroke. This was a point. His talent was very good now, and he quickly associated the word "ni" with the God-defying cult leader today. That old fellow had hidden it very well, but Long Chen could still see a rebellious spiritual power in the depths of his eyes. This was a will that disregarded heaven and earth, and disregarded any power. Long Chen suddenly felt a little worried. This old fellow has such a rebellious will. It is very dangerous. Although he will not do anything to us because of Mo Xiaolang's identity, I do not believe that he is the kind of person who will yield so easily. The spirit of the God-defying cult was not to yield. Long Chen seemed to see a declining power struggling in the corner like a hungry wolf. Perhaps one day, he would make a comeback. Let's not think about this first. Long Chen focused his attention on the spirit that he had discovered in the God-defying cult leader today. Along the way of cultivation, Long Chen had an illusion that he had always been competing with heaven and earth. The minor 3 tribulations were especially obvious. That time, the minor 3 tribulations had almost killed him. This was not his own will, but the bloodline in his body. The dragon of blood and slaughter was probably full of rebellious nature. He could not allow this world to suppress him. This kind of will naturally violated heaven and earth. In this aspect, Long Chen was very similar to the God-defying cult. Perhaps I don't need to integrate the will of heaven and earth. Instead, I can focus on this God-defying cult. Maybe this is the path that is truly suitable for me. At this moment, Long Chen had a very bold idea. Who said that the path of cultivation had to be carried out in a fixed way? When Long Chen realized that this path was not suitable for him, he resolutely chose to change. Seeing Long Chen's eyes full of confidence as he wholeheartedly studied the path of defiance, Kitten, who was in the Great Void Realm, had a look of approval in his eyes. Chapter 1333. A few days later, another group of visitors arrived. At this time, Long Chen was studying the defying spirit art. He didn't expect that the visitors were looking for him, so he stood up and greeted them in the hall. There weren't many people, 4 in total. 3 of them were old acquaintances of Long Chen. They were true martial emperor palaces Lu Jin, Li Chong, and Xue Lin. Lu Jin and Li Chong had a conflict, and Lu Jin had a big grudge. Obviously, they were unwilling to come here. Xue Lin, from Snow Lotus Palace, was very generous. She greeted Long Chen and then introduced the unknown warrior to Long Chen. I didn't expect you to come to 9-Star Chaos City and North Star City. Xue Lin had a deep impression of Long Chen. The martial artist beside her had an imposing appearance and was at the level of an elegant young master. He was slightly thin and wore a golden brocade robe. He had the temperament of a scholar and looked very kind. This is Martial God Palace's senior brother, his name is Li Chuyue. You can call him senior brother Li, Xue Lin, introduced. Li Chuyue's strength was at the peak of divine martial realm. With this strength, he could be the palace master of the 3,000 palaces. As a member of the younger generation, Li Chuyue's position in Martial God Palace was not low. I heard that you are the champion of this year's 3,000 Palace Hidden Dragon ranking and will enter Martial God Palace soon. Nice to meet you. Li Chuyue smiled warmly. As for Lu Jin and Li Chong, they hid behind them and didn't speak. Originally, they didn't know that Long Chen was here. When Long Chen went to the 12 Supreme Alliances, a true Martial Emperor Palace disciple happened to see him and reported to them. Only then did they know that Long Chen was here. When Li Chuyue heard it, he asked them to hurry over. Long Chen wasn't interested in being called a senior brother. He gestured for everyone to sit down and then asked, "May I know why everyone is here?" Li Chuyue hadn't expected Long Chen to be so direct. "I don't know if you guys know, but the 12 Supreme Alliances have decided to make your Evil Dragon Palace team the 13th team. You don't have to participate in the selection in 20 days. Oh. Long Chen really didn't know that the 12 Supreme Alliances were so good. The ones in charge of the 12 Supreme Alliances were those old fellows. It seemed like Mo Xiaolang's identity had made them revere him. That's great. It saves us some trouble. Long Chen laughed. Junior brother Long, we came here today not only to tell you this news, but also for another matter, Li Chuyue said. Please speak, Long Chen said in a deep voice. He understood that one wouldn't come to a temple without a reason. Li Chuyue went straight to the point and said, "You're a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace, and I'm a bit older than you. I'm your senior brother, so we're all on the same side. I won't say anything about being on the same side. You have a good relationship with that sovereign son of the demon race, and with him, your team will be unprecedentedly powerful. However, he's the only expert. Sometimes, when there's a competition, he might not be able to take care of the 4 of you. Therefore, I'm interested in letting the team of the true Martial Emperor Palace join forces with your team, and when the time comes, we'll advance and retreat together. Among you, there are 3 people whose strength has not reached the 9th level of the divine martial realm, so it can be considered a layer of protection. What do you think?" This request didn't seem excessive. After all, Mo Xiaolang was so strong. The true Martial Emperor Palace would certainly not let go of Long Chen. Long Chen was the Martial God Palace's junior brother. In their opinion, Li Chuyue had already given enough face by lowering herself to discuss with Long Chen. "Junior brother Long, please talk to the Fiend Race's emperor." Seeing that Long Chen was silent, Li Chuyue said again. They were here to look for Long Chen, so Mo Xiaolang and the others didn't get close. Long Chen and the others entered the eternal hell. Although the goddess flower was very important, there were other things more important. Therefore, it was obviously unrealistic to cooperate with the true Martial Emperor Palace team. He said directly, "Don't mention it to him. I can't agree to this." Li Qiuyue and the others were stunned. They weren't here to ask whether Long Chen would agree or not. They just wanted Long Chen to act as a middleman. What did Long Chen mean by that? Long Chen, stop pretending. Hurry up and discuss with the wolf race's emperor on behalf of the true Martial Emperor Palace. You are a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Don't betray us. Senior brotherly gave you face, but you don't want it. Do you intend to never return to the Martial God Palace in this lifetime? Lu Jin stood up and glared at Long Chen with a ferocious gaze. Long Chen smiled. I didn't stop this fellow in the 3000 Palace Hall. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant in 9-star Primal Chaos City. There must be something wrong with his brain. Li Qiuyue waved his hand, signaling Lu Jin to stop talking. Instead, he looked at Long Chen sternly and said, Junior brother Long, as a member of the Martial God Palace, you should think more about the Martial God Palace. Only then will the elders like you more. Furthermore, we just want you to pass on a message and establish a relationship. If we fight together in the future, it will be beneficial to you. After all, the eternal hell is very dangerous. You are still so young, it is not suitable for you to enter. However, if you don't even give this face, think about what the elders will think. In the end, you are still a member of the Martial God Palace. Long Chen understood. This Li Qiuyue might look friendly, but if Long Chen didn't agree, he would use his status as an elder to pressure Long Chen. Long Chen bluntly said, it's not that I don't want to, but this alliance is impossible. He will not agree. Everyone, please go back. He wanted to find the essence blood of the Void Universe Dragon. He wouldn't mix with this group of people. After all, he didn't know what kind of people from the Martial Emperor Palace were. When the time came, it would be very uncomfortable. Long Chen was so resolute. He didn't even want to help. This wasn't just not giving face, he was purely looking for trouble. Li Qiuyue stood up, anger flashing in his eyes. He only knew that Long Chen had a relationship with Mo Xiaolang, but he didn't know that Long Chen had defeated Lin Yishan. They came in a hurry, so they didn't ask about this matter. Similarly, they didn't have the interest to ask about it. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a lucky person who had a relationship with the demon race's emperor. The aura of a genius expert suppressed Long Chen. Do you want to fight? Long Chen suddenly discovered that the suppression of the opponent's aura could easily cause his heart to resist. That feeling of disgust made him want to fight immediately. This seemed to be defying. Who knows? Li Qiuyue smiled. In fact, he was very angry in his heart. In an invisible exchange, his fists were already clenched together. Then I won't send you off. Long Chen stood up and made a gesture to send them off. He had never put this group of people in his eyes. He was having a good time studying the Defying God art, but they suddenly came to interrupt him. Wasn't this a waste of time? Hee, Long Chen, you've really broadened my horizons today. You've made me understand how to interpret the idiom of the fox assuming the tiger's might. You reckless fellow, when the time comes, you'll understand how to write the word regret. The tiger will leave you one day, Li Qiuyue couldn't help but say. Long Chen looked at him with a smile, but he didn't deny it. In 20 days, at the North Star battlefield, every team will have to go and watch the selection of the remaining 8 teams. At that time, the 12 Supreme Alliances will directly announce that you are one of the 13 predetermined teams. Think about it, there must be a lot of people who are not convinced. Don't blame me for being rude, you asked for it. Li Qiuyue saw that he still didn't know what was good for him, so he reminded him again. Do you need me to tell you to get lost? Long Chen said with a fake smile. He hated the man's gentle appearance, but in his bones, he was arrogant and thought that he was superior. Otherwise, Long Chen could talk to him nicely. Let's go. Li Qiuyue was so angry that he laughed and led Shui Lin, and the others away. Shui Lin didn't expect such an ending. She didn't know which side to stand on, and she looked helpless. After they left, Mo Xiaolang appeared beside Long Chen. "Big brother, we have to go in 20 days. Long Chen thought about it and smiled. As expected, of course we have to go. He had never been afraid of a challenge. He had been studying the inverse spirit skill for a long time. Today, Li Chuyue's suppression made him suddenly feel a burst of excitement, as if the true martial monarch's soul between his eyebrows was also strangely excited. Perhaps if he put the will of the inverse god's skill into battle, Long Chen would comprehend more. After so many days of thinking, he had already vaguely gained some insights. 9 dead Dao patterns, that's strange. Why did they directly make us a predetermined team? Mo Xiaolang asked. It's simple. They want us to cause dissatisfaction and hatred. Then, 19 out of 20 teams will be our enemies. No matter how strong we are, it will be very troublesome. I'm afraid this is the idea of those from the desolate imperial palace, Long Chen said with a laugh. Those bastards like to play with these useless things. Mo Xiaolang was a little angry. In the face of real power, these things would collapse on their own. By the way, Wang Chao must be there at that time. Mo Xiaolang suddenly realized this. When he looked at Long Chen, he found that Long Chen's face was full of smiles. He suddenly realized that this was the real reason why Long Chen wanted to go to the so-called Polaris battlefield. Finally decided to let him see the current you? Mo Xiaolang said with fighting spirit. Long Chen nodded. He could no longer hold back. This was an opportunity for him to appear. Whether it was Wang Chao or the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace, they were getting closer and closer to Long Chen. Long Chen's heart was already burning. He was already waiting for the arrival of the final moment. At that time, he would rise like a star and shine on the divine land. With a proud attitude, he would tell those people that no one could take away the person he protected. 10 years, there is still 1.5 years left. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Long Chen had a new understanding of the inverse spirit art and had a lot of confidence in his heart. Today, he was going to meet with Wang Chao. Although in Long Chen's mind, he was not a character, no matter what, he was still the character who killed him and destroyed Biyao town. 8 p.m., one more chapter. Some people will ask why I could write 5 chapters yesterday. Because yesterday there were fewer classes, today there were 4 classes. I'm starting to live a life of returning manuscripts. It's very tiring. Now I have very little time to rest. Everyone, cheer me on. I have to write, conceive, and revise. The time I spend every day is really beyond your imagination. I have to spend 10 hours in front of the computer racking my brains. Chapter 1334. The Polaris battlefield was located in the inner city of the Polaris. On this day, only the 20 teams from the 6 major star cities that had successfully passed the test of the 12 Supreme Alliances could enter the inner city of the Polaris City. Polaris City was especially lively on this day. For the people of the 12 Supreme Alliances, today was the day to confirm the 20 teams, announce the rules of the competition, and distribute the tokens. After today, they would have to wait for about 10 days before the Eternal Hell would open. That battle lasted for a full 3 months. For Long Chen, the purpose of going to the Eternal Hell wasn't as simple as the 3 treasures. They had another purpose. This was the 2nd largest ancient ruin out of the 9 great ancient ruins, and there were many people staying there. Who knew what would happen when the time came? Long Chen didn't believe that the 12 Supreme Alliances wouldn't secretly do something so that their disciples could get the 3 treasures. With Mo Xiaolang, the Supreme Almighty, there was naturally no obstruction in the inner city of the Polaris City. Some of the warriors guarding the gate recognized Mo Xiaolang. When they saw him from afar, they immediately came over and welcomed Mo Xiaolang in the direction of the Polaris battlefield with smiles on their faces. They had already been selected as a team, so they didn't need to participate in the battle today. Their main purpose was to make a small appearance and plant fear in some people's hearts. In addition, Long Chen still didn't have much of a clue about the inverse spirit skill. He hoped that the Polaris battlefield could bring him something. When they arrived at the Polaris battlefield, there was already a sea of people. Most of them were small characters from the 12 Supreme Alliances. The Evil Dragon Palace teams had their own seats. On the left side of the seats were the 12 teams that had already been selected from the 12 Supreme Alliances, and on the right side were the 20 teams that would participate in the battle today. Long Chen and the others didn't arrive early. The teams that needed to participate in the battle were almost all here. To be able to pass the test, they were all of high quality. Many of the teams had reached the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Of course, compared with the teams of the 12 Supreme Alliances, their strength was pitiful. In the past few days, these teams had more or less heard some rumors. They knew that the demon race's high-status figure was in the Evil Dragon Palace's team. At this moment, a large number of people were sizing up Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen temporarily hid behind Mo Xiaolang. Next, the 12 Supreme Alliance's senior members gradually arrived. There were 12 seats at the highest level, representing the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms. A group of Nirvana Tribulation Realm elders came and sat in these 12 seats. There was another seat below these 12 seats. Long Chen looked up and saw that it was the God-defying cult master. At this time, the God-defying cult master's cold eyes were on Long Chen. The God-defying cult was a force under the 12 Supreme Alliances. It wasn't strange that he was here. However, Long Chen had to be careful of this old man. The defying God skill was the key to his breakthrough. He couldn't give it back to him. The 12 Supreme Alliance's representatives had already arrived. It was already crowded. Then, the teams of the 3 regions and 9 realms arrived one after another. Finally, the purple gold ape king from the desolate Imperial Palace arrived. Among their team, Long Chen saw a lanky and strange young man. His temperament was similar to Mo Xiaolang's. There was a strange vortex around his body. This must be the young man from the Kunpeng clan, Mo Xiaolang's sworn enemy. Then, the true Martial Emperor Palace's team arrived, including Li Chuyue. Li Chuyue wasn't the strongest in the team. She was at the bottom. It could be seen that the true Martial Emperor Palace's team wasn't weak at all. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team was the most arrogant. They were the last to arrive. At this moment, Long Chen was extremely calm. He didn't look in that direction, but he knew that Wang Chao and another tall and handsome man had already sat down. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's leader had an ethereal temperament and an indifferent expression. He gave Long Chen a similar feeling to Lingxi. He had to ask Mo Xiaolang, who is the leader of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's Martial Path Complete Realm. This person is called Ling Xiao. He's very strong. He should be able to compete with the one from the Kunpeng clan. His Sword Dao Complete Realm is rumored to have a Taiji divine sword with 2 Dao patterns. Its lethality is terrifying, Mo Xiaolang said. Xiaolang had a few Dao tools with 1 Dao pattern, but he didn't have a single one with 2 Dao patterns. Of course, Xiaolang didn't need a weapon. If he needed one, the desolate Imperial Palace would definitely give him one with 2 Dao patterns or more. Ling Xiao and Lingxi are probably related. It sounded like they were from the same clan, but Yi Futian hadn't heard Lingxi mention it before. In the true Martial Emperor Palace, there was also a young man with Martial Path Complete Realm. He looked extraordinary. This young man had a grand temperament and his eyes were filled with battle intent. He was the highest interpretation of true martial. One look and one could tell that he was the kind of person who was obsessed with the purest martial path. He must be similar to Nangong Lai. Wang Chao didn't look in Long Chen's direction. At this moment, he was silent with an impatient look on his face. He probably felt that everything that happened today was meaningless. Long Chen closed his eyes as well. The soul eye technique of the soul-devouring demon eye rotated on every warrior. He discovered that even in the 9 realms, there were a few whose combat power was comparable to martial path complete realm. As expected, the number of young experts in the 3 realms and 9 realms exceeded his expectations. When I get the item of the Void Universe Dragon, I still have to make a trip back to the true Martial Emperor Palace. Xiao Lang is already the emperor with the highest status in the Desolate Imperial Palace. Shi Er's status in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace isn't low either. If they want to be of equal status, it seems that I have to deal with the true Martial Emperor. The prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be strong enough, comparable to Mo Xiaolang's strength. All of this was not far from Long Chen. This time, the person who spoke was the God-defying sect leader. It wasn't convenient for the representatives of the 12 Supreme Alliances to speak. With one look, it was obvious that he was the errand boy, so it wasn't surprising that he was the host. First, an opening speech successfully stirred up the atmosphere. Then, the God-defying sect leader changed the topic and said, "Today, 8 teams were supposed to be selected. However, before today, there was already a team that successfully obtained the recognition of the 12 Supreme Alliances because of its strength. It will directly become the 13th team, so you only have the chance to compete for 7 teams." As soon as the God-defying sect leader said this, it caused a huge uproar and dissatisfaction. Everyone looked at each other, the dissatisfaction in their eyes growing. Apart from the 12 Supreme Alliances, which other team had the qualifications? They are the Evil Dragon Palace team. The God-defying sect leader Lin Mo smiled as he looked in Long Chen's direction. Following their gaze, countless people looked over. Of course, in their eyes, there was only Mo Xiaolang. This was a ruthless character who had defeated 3 martial path complete realm experts alone. As for the others, they were directly ignored. Apart from Li Xuanji, whose strength seemed decent, the others were simply trash. Even Long Chen's strength seemed to be only at the 6th stage of the divine martial realm. While everyone was secretly criticizing them, Wang Chao was still chatting happily with the people in the team, not taking anything else seriously. Hua. Someone boldly stood up and said, "Seniors of the 12 Supreme Alliances, we are very dissatisfied with this decision. The 12 Supreme Alliances were formed because of rules, and rules are rules. They can't be changed. If they are really strong, they can just become one of the 8 teams in the battle. Why did they directly decide on it? I really don't understand." Yeah. Another person stood up and said, "Whether it's a mule or a horse, they should be dragged out for a walk. Taking up a spot for no reason, is it because their overall fighting strength isn't good? 2 of them are strong, but the other 3 are unsightly. It's unbelievable that such a team with a mix of good and bad can be directly decided on. The 12 Supreme Alliances promised to give us the remaining 8 spots, so why did they go back on their word and take back 1 spot?" With 2 people taking the lead, more dissatisfied voices rose. Among the 12 Supreme Alliances, the planner smiled coldly. Just as the crowd was getting more and more furious, Li Chuyue suddenly stood up, his face full of anger. "To be honest, I have no problem with the 2 members of the Evil Dragon Palace team. They can definitely go up against any of the 12 Supreme Alliances, but the other 3 are clearly not qualified. I think it's better to let them stand out in the selection. Only then will we be able to convince the masses." He directly said what everyone was thinking and sat down with a smile. The reason for this was to give Long Chen a small revenge. Previously, he had put down his pride to ask Long Chen to act as a middleman, but he hadn't expected the kid to be so disrespectful. Hence, he couldn't be blamed for this. This situation was similar to what Long Chen had expected. He was already used to it. With his uncompromising personality, no matter where he went, there would be people looking for trouble. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of experts, a huge force descended from the sky. In the past, he hadn't felt anything, but today, under the immense pressure, Long Chen felt a sense of satisfaction. This feeling came from the inverse God technique. After cultivating the inverse God technique, he had experienced many things that he had never experienced before. With a whoosh, Long Chen stood up and looked coldly in Li Chuyue's direction. He said in a clear voice, "Senior brother Li, you're unhappy with my strength, right? We're all from true martial emperor palace, so there's no need to say anything else. Please." After saying that, Long Chen directly flew up and landed on the vast fighting arena below. They had just been protesting, but they hadn't expected Long Chen to be so arrogant and issue a challenge without a second word. On the vast arena, Long Chen's fiery gaze fell on Li Chuyue. Then, he shifted it slightly and looked at Wang Chao, who was not far away. At this moment, Wang Chao was chatting cheerfully with the people beside him. When he sensed the commotion below, he froze for a moment and looked at Long Chen. Chapter 1335. In that instant, Long Chen saw his pupils shrink. It was as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. Boom! To him, Zhou Donghuang must have been a bolt out of the blue. Back in Biyao town, he had killed that young man with his own hands. Even Biyao town had been destroyed. In his heart, this aunt, who had once had feelings for the fiancé of his most respected brother, had been killed by him a long time ago. The reason why he still remembered this person's appearance was because Long Chen had left a deep impression on him. Moreover, Lingxi clearly liked this person very, very much. But today, this person, who was supposed to be dead, had actually appeared in front of him. Wang Chao's mind went blank. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes a few times before he realized that this was the truth. The young man in front of him looked exactly the same as that person back then. In Wang Chao's heart, he had only been an ant among ants back then. At that moment, Long Chen averted his gaze. This was because Li Chuyue, whom he had challenged, had already accepted his challenge. She flew down from the sky and looked at Long Chen in bewilderment. He had merely made a sarcastic remark to embarrass him. He had not expected that Zhou Donghuang would follow his wishes and call him down in public. Li Chuyue thought that there was something wrong with Long Chen's head. How could he know that Long Chen had ulterior motives? Although he did not look at Wang Chao, Long Chen knew that he was still staring at him with a fiery gaze. Wang Chao's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a bolt out of the blue. "Junior brother Wang, what's wrong?" asked the handsome man beside him, Ling Xiao. Wang Chao shook his head violently and said, "Nothing, I got the wrong person." There were so many people in the 3 domains and 9 worlds. It was normal for 2 people to look alike. Moreover, because of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, Long Chen's current appearance had changed. This was the only explanation Wang Chao could come up with. "Does that young man look like someone you know?" Ling Xiao continued to ask. Wang Chao nodded his head helplessly and said, "He was once an ant that I killed. He was insignificant, which is why I was so shocked." It doesn't matter. In any case, it's not the same person." Thinking of this, his expression relaxed. "That's good." Ling Xiao nodded. His temperament was a bit like an immortal who stood aloof from worldly affairs. In this aspect, he was really similar to Lingxi. Although Wang Chao said that, his eyes were still fixed on Long Chen. Under the gaze of countless people, especially the gaze of this dynasty, in the heart of Long Chen, the spirit of resistance gradually burned. Countless experts surrounded him, forming a psychological chi field, which was in line with some conditions of the inverse god skill. Long Chen visualized the word inverse on the parchment in his mind, and some vague inspiration flashed. "Junior brother Long, what do you mean?" Li Chuyue pretended to ask. "Didn't you doubt the strength of the Evil Dragon Palace team? I am now the leader of the Evil Dragon Palace team. If you doubt me, let's have a spar so that you will be convinced. The selection of the other 7 teams is about to begin. Let's liven up the atmosphere first. Do you have the guts?" Long Chen was so impolite. Everyone was stunned. Senior brother Li Chuyue was here, but the other party was so disrespectful. He looked at the representative of the true martial imperial palace, a burly old man, and asked. The old man nodded slightly, indicating his permission. With his permission, Li Chuyue smiled and said, "Since you have such a request, let's do it." Long Chen didn't show any mercy to him. The peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm was his limit. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Of course, Long Chen's goal wasn't to defeat him, but to make a breakthrough. He was fighting against himself. In the eyes of outsiders, these two were from the true martial imperial palace, but they were fighting each other here. It was undoubtedly very interesting. However, everyone was curious about where Long Chen got the guts to do this. Soon, they understood. With a rumbling sound, Long Chen shot towards Li Chuyue. His speed was comparable to Li Chuyue's. With a rumbling sound, their fists collided. Long Chen's terrifying physical body directly sent Li Chuyue flying. Li Chuyue spun a few times in the air before landing steadily. Although he was not injured, his blood and qi were surging. In the first instant, those who were laughing at him became silent. "I recognize him. Isn't he the one who defeated God Lin Yi?" someone suddenly exclaimed. The matter of God Lin Yi had caused an uproar in the North Star City. Everyone had more or less heard of it, but they did not expect it to be this young man. At this moment, Long Chen and Li Chuyue were fighting crazily. Their figures were everywhere, and many people could not see them clearly. Boom, boom, boom. Around the arena, there were bursts of explosions. What's this guy's name? He's very strong to be able to withstand so many moves from the true martial imperial palace's experts. Moreover, he has such a deep relationship with the Wolf tribe's imperial prince. I think so. His name is Long Chen. Buzz. Wang Chao's mind shook. He had a slight impression of this name because his brother was called Wang Chen. When he first found Lingxi, he seemed to have heard this name. Because it was similar to Wang Chen, he vaguely remembered it. Now that he thought about it, that person's name seemed to be Long Chen. He really couldn't compare the young man below, whose combat power was almost on par with that ant from back then. It had only been 8 years, and the difference was really too big. Wang Chao didn't believe that in that place, there was actually someone who could reach this step. His strength 8 years ago was similar to his current strength, but this young man had spent 8 years to catch up to him. Wang Chao wanted to scream. He found that his mind was in a mess, and it felt like it was going to explode. This was impossible. Why did it appear in front of him today? No, 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 no. It can't be him. He realized that his heart was trembling, and his whole body was trembling. This was a natural reaction of his body. At that moment, he felt as if a knife was pressed against his heart. At this moment, Long Chen was in the middle of the battle. A cold gaze was cast over, meeting Wang Chao's hesitant and shocked gaze. Long Chen's gaze was naturally fearless, but Wang Chao avoided it. Wang Chao. Ling Xiao, who was beside him, asked curiously again. I'm fine. Wang Chao turned his head away, no longer looking at Long Chen. He tried his best to calm the turmoil in his heart. This was the most intense moment of the battle between Long Chen and Li Chuyue. Li Chuyue had spent so much time but still failed to defeat Long Chen. She was furious. Windflower Snow Moon State. Li Chuyue's Dao was elegant. Just like his name, it was incomparably coquettish. Under his control, within 1,000 meters, Long Chen seemed to be in a place of elegance. Snowflakes, flower petals, full moons, and other beautiful things appeared. However, these things all contained peerless killing intent. Countless people seemed to look at him with pity. Wang Chao's eyes were full of shock. All of this was very exciting for Long Chen, and Li Chuyue in front of him was using all his strength to deal with him. Boom! 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 A terrifying attack swept over. Li Chuyue was already someone who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. His martial arts were very interesting, just like a beautiful poem, but hidden within it was a murderous intent. Many murderous intents were hidden behind the beauty of beauty. At this moment, Long Chen had no distractions. He focused on the battle, and even more on the world of the inverse God technique. The essence of the technique was the word inverse, which echoed Long Chen's rebellious heart. Li Chuyue and the others were just small heads. The real big head was Wang Chao. Although he was fighting with Li Chuyue, Long Chen's inverse was on Wang Chao. He had climbed up from the bottom to where he was now. What was it for? It was to rebel against his failure. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have entered the vision of the Sword Spirit Imperial region for the first time. Not only was there Wang Chao, who had killed him before, but there was also Ling Xiao, who had a relationship with Ling Si. The battle with Li Chuyue was more like a method for Long Chen to resist them. With no distractions, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The eyes of Wang Chao and the others gave Long Chen a peerless pressure, and his will, under this pressure, gradually awakened. The will of the ancient blood spirit dragon and the will of the inverse God technique gradually merged. In this crazy battle, Long Chen finally found a point where he could combine with the inverse God technique. Frankly speaking, the inverse God technique was not a cultivation technique, but a kind of will. Everything, when the conditions were right, would be successful. Of course, Long Chen had only found a way to integrate his own spirit into the path of the inverse God skill. He still needed some time to think about it before he succeeded. At this moment, Long Chen entered a crazy state. His right hand held the scarlet blood firmament, and he used the 7th layer of the 9-dragon scripture, while his left hand used the extreme universe finger. The 7th layer of the 9-dragon scripture, with the 9-winged sky dragon as the leader, condensed all the power into the halberd, and the extreme universe finger in his left hand had the power to affect time. Under the double attack, the pressure on Li Chuyue increased greatly. In shock, she even used her trump card. A layer of misty moonlight sprinkled on his body. A full moon suddenly appeared in his hand, shining brightly. At that moment, Li Chuyue slightly frowned, his face a little pale. He knew that he had been careless this time. He did not expect that junior brother Long Chen would be so strong. But didn't Xuelin say that Long Chen's fighting strength was estimated to be around the peak of the 8th divine martial realm? How could he be at the peak of the 8th divine martial realm? Li Chuyue even used the fall of the moon god. Countless people exclaimed. The two fought again. Long Chen used the 9-dragon scripture to open the way, and the extreme universe finger to attack. Although his divine origin was not as good as his opponent's, he unexpectedly had the upper hand in this battle. After a huge movement, Li Chuyue was once again sent flying, rolling on the ground a few times. Although he was not injured, it was extremely embarrassing. Chapter 1336. The dragon-shaped sword was hidden in Wang Chao's body. At this moment, it let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. It was undoubtedly a Dao tool, one with Dao patterns. The sudden change in the dynasty left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. Long Chen had just repelled Li Chuyue. Although it wasn't clear who was stronger, everyone understood that Long Chen definitely had the strength to participate in the eternal hell. This was the first time this young man from True Martial Emperor Palace walked into the eyes of the experts of the 3 regions and 9 realms in such a high-profile manner. However, at this moment, everyone turned to look at Wang Chao, especially at the dragon-shaped sword in his arms. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This sword hid a dragon's soul. Although it was only a small part, it was many times more than the blue dragon halberd that Long Chen had obtained in the Myriad Kingdoms domain. Wang Chao's expression changed and he quickly put away the sword. He did not understand why he was so nervous. When he unsheathed the sword, it was because he wanted to kill Long Chen. This could only mean that he was afraid. With so many people looking at him in unison, Wang Chao's expression gradually became serious. He looked deeply at Long Chen and then secretly left first. Ling Xiao watched him leave in confusion. His reaction was so big, but it was all within Long Chen's expectations. Today, he had defeated Li Chuyue and scared off Wang Chao. Li Chuyue stood up angrily and said coldly, "Again, I did not lose to you. I underestimated you and went easy on you. If we really fight, you are no match for me." "Enough, Li Chuyue." Among the 12 Supreme Alliances, the elder from True Martial Emperor Palace waved his hand and said, "Go back. Don't mess around, it's a waste of time." Li Chuyue was embarrassed. Although he was not convinced, there was nothing he could do since the elder had spoken. He could only return to his team angrily. "You are Long Chen. Are you in Martial God Palace?" The elder from True Martial Emperor Palace asked. "I just won the first rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking and have not entered the Martial God Palace yet," Long Chen said honestly. The old man was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "Perform well. When we return to the Martial God Palace, I will put in a good word for you. Remember, my name is Wenren Jingtao." "Thank you." Long Chen nodded and bowed before returning to his team. He was in the limelight today. However, he also had the strength to back it up. Those who were jealous of the Evil Dragon Palace's team as a predetermined team had nothing to say. This was just a small interlude. After returning to his seat, Long Chen looked in Wang Chao's direction. Wang Chao had already snuck away. At this moment, it was probably hard for him to calm down. After resisting it, his whole body felt very comfortable. The feeling of finding that path was very good. Today, he had gambled correctly. I have heard of Wang Chao's sword. I think it is called the dragon-slaying sword. It also has 2 Dao patterns. If he uses this sword, his strength will increase by a lot. I guess your God-binding demon lock and 9-spirit golden elephant seal will be useless against him. Mo Xiaolang whispered in Long Chen's ear. Dragon-slaying sword? Long Chen had never been afraid. Indeed, if Wang Chao used the weapon with 2 Dao patterns, Long Chen would not be his match. However, he still had 10 or 20 days to study the inverse spirit technique. Next, the selection of the remaining 7 teams officially began. After about half a day, the 7 teams emerged after a bitter fight. The 20 teams from the Eternal Hell were finally determined. Of course, the strongest team was still the team from the 3 Emperor Palaces. This was publicly acknowledged. However, there were so many variables in the Eternal Hell. Even the strongest team could fall. Therefore, no one knew who would win in the end. This was actually a small-scale competition among the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The 12 Supreme Alliances would protect their own forces, right? Next, the Supreme Alliance would bestow the most important thing to the 20 teams, which was the token of each team. It would be placed in the hands of the team leader. When the time came, every team would have to work together to protect the token and fight for the others' tokens. The rules were naturally simple. The so-called token was a gold token with the word Emperor carved on it. It was simple and had an indestructible energy formation on it. As long as you are within 10 miles of this token, you will be able to sense its existence. You have to be careful. The God-defying cult leader threw the 20 tokens to the 20 captains. On the Evil Dragon Palace side, he actually threw it to Long Chen. Long Chen reached out to catch it. The token actually melted into the back of his hand, forming a tattoo. Fighting for the other's token is simple. Just chop off your hand. The God-defying cult leader smiled. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. It seemed like the game the 12 Supreme Alliances had set up wasn't just a game. It had already escalated to a competition. A competition between the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Originally, the 8 teams that had agreed to let the outside world had just added a few cannon fodder. The only exception was Mo Xiaolang. Originally, everyone didn't know much about his strength. But from what they saw today, he was definitely one of the best among the 20 teams. such a person could possibly change the situation. Coupled with the beauty Li Xuanji, who was at the peak of the divine martial realm, and Long Chen, who seemed to be able to compete with Li Chuyue of the true martial emperor palace, the overall strength of the evil dragon palace team was on the same level as the other teams of the 12 supreme alliances. The only regret was that there were still 2 burdens in the team. However, whether it was Li Tianji or Sui Yan, they were absolutely trustworthy. After the golden tokens were distributed, the god-defying cult leader announced the time to go to the eternal hell and some rules of the game. Today's matter was finally over. Long Chen and the others took the lead and left. On the high platform, when Ren Jingtao of the true martial emperor palace looked in the direction where Long Chen had gone, deep in thought. He had heard some of the things that had happened in the true martial emperor palace recently. Soon, Long Chen and the others returned to their temporary lodgings. Big brother, when Wang Chao saw you today, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, Mo Xiaolang said. Long Chen smiled faintly. The seed had been planted. From now on, he would definitely live in a state of unease. All the hatred would be resolved in the eternal hell, an ancient relic. It was time to fight side by side again. The 5 of them were filled with anticipation. They turned back to look. Li Xuanji was slender and elegant. She had a beautiful face and a slender figure. She was perfect. However, she didn't smile often. The path she took was cold and gloomy. She looked a little unapproachable. The lively Sui Yan had been hanging out with her these few days. Now, she followed behind Li Xuanji every day and called her sister Xuanji. No matter what, she would stand by the side peacefully. However, as long as Long Chen needed her, she would not turn back. Xiao Lang, come with me. Long Chen called out and brought the wolf cub with him. The 2 of them came to the training basement. This basement was very spacious. As long as the 2 of them were careful, the fight here would not affect the outside world as long as it was controlled. Big brother, you're going to. Mo Xiaolang had a premonition. Long Chen unfurled the parchment. Today's defiance in front of Wang Chao had given him a great opportunity. Now, he needed the help of the wolf cub to completely absorb and digest that portion of understanding. Then, he would push through the old to bring forth the new, truly reaching the great accomplishment and entering the next realm. Without saying a word, Long Chen hung the parchment on the wall. Then, he waved at Mo Xiaolang and said with a smile, "We haven't had a good fight until now. Let's do it while you can still suppress me." Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang also became excited. Both of their physical bodies were abnormally strong. Even Li Xuanji's 9 thunder-killing demonic body was far inferior to Long Chen's physical body. However, Mo Xiaolang was stronger than Long Chen for a short period of time because he had used countless treasures and flames to temper his body in the desolate imperial palace. Moreover, he was a demon and was good at close combat. In terms of close combat, Mo Xiaolang was good at the demon race's most powerful secret battle manual, the 100 Tribes Battle Manual. This could definitely suppress Long Chen in terms of strength. Although he couldn't suppress Long Chen mentally, he could still suppress Long Chen in terms of brute force. Long Chen didn't have to think too much about fighting with his brother. Crackle. He clenched his fists, and powerful blood-colored dragon scales covered his body, completely covering Long Chen. The blood-colored dragon scales and hideous bone spikes appeared on his body again. Now, Long Chen was in the dragon soul transformation state at all times. All right. Mo Xiaolang didn't want to be outdone. His body swelled and his muscles bulged against Long Chen. His beautiful head turned into a ferocious wolf head. A humanoid black wolf demon appeared in the basement. Roar. Howl. At this time, both of them turned into savage beasts and faced each other. Blood-colored and black, dragon and wolf. Thinking about it, this was the first time in their lives that they had fought. In the past, Xiao Lang had the 9th underworld demonic ancestral flame, but he wasn't as good as Long Chen in other aspects. Therefore, Long Chen wouldn't challenge him. This time, he had become the emperor's son in the desolate imperial region. It was time to fight fiercely. Before the two of them started fighting, Long Chen glanced at the parchment hanging on the wall. The black werewolf opposite him was like a towering mountain, giving Long Chen a huge pressure. It was as if the whole world was pressing down on him. The most primitive bestial nature seemed to want to devour him. The most primitive killing of life was actually to devour the opponent's corpse and turn it into one's own life force. After returning to the primordial state, Long Chen was extremely dissatisfied with the suppression of this level of life and the food chain. He was a dragon, a supreme dragon. Why could a mutated demon wolf stand at a higher level than him on the food chain? Chapter 1337. Boom. The blood-red and black figures collided violently. Both of them tried their best to control their strength, using it all on each other. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though he had collided with a mountain. The other party's strength was indeed stronger than his. His body was like molten iron, and his wolf claws were incomparably sharp. When they hit Long Chen's dragon scales, they could directly tear Long Chen apart. Of course, Long Chen's dragon claws, elbows, and knees could also penetrate the other party's body. At their current level, their recovery ability was very terrifying. The damage caused could be healed very quickly. Especially Mo Xiaolang. After consuming so many immortal essences, there was still a large amount of medicinal power accumulated in his body. As Long Chen beat him, it was released. This was the most primitive battle. Both of them were very tacit. They did not use mystiques, battle techniques, or any Dharma treasures. It was purely their physical strength, supplemented by divine essence or demon essence. Boom, boom, boom. The black and red figures fought. The scene was much more terrifying than when Long Chen and Li Chuyue fought. However, they were very careful to control their strength. Li Xuanji and the rest, who were above the basement, could only feel the ground tremble slightly. Sister Xuanji, it's not good. Brother Long Chen and Brother Xiao Lang are fighting. Soi Yan was very anxious. Her big eyes were almost tearing up. Are you stupid? They are sparring. Li Tianji, who was at the side, laughed loudly. Soi Yan was relieved. She said, so that's how it is. Li Xuanji also liked this young lady. She knew that she had suffered a lot in the demon race. However, she had finally obtained the primordial nine-colored snake's bloodline. That was the end of the suffering. Now, Suyin could transform into a half-human and half-snake form. That was her strongest fighting form. Not only was she not ugly, but she also had a seductive feeling. The primordial nine-colored snake was an ancient species. Li Xuanji had heard of it before. It was an incredible thing. Rumor had it that it could use 9 powers. From Soyan's body, she knew that it was not a rumor. When Soyan transformed into a long snake tail, her tail could change between the 9 colors. Whichever power she used, her tail would change into that color. Every color was very beautiful. As for the battle between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, from the moment Long Chen suddenly challenged Li Chuyue, she knew that he must be at a critical juncture in his search for a breakthrough. Seeing how excited he was these past few days, he must have found a path. Li Xuanji was sincerely happy for him. Sister Xuanji, what are you thinking about? Suyin stared at the beautiful woman who had a cold expression on her face. No. Li Xuanji's fair face blushed slightly as she said evasively. While they were talking, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were fighting happily. Use all your strength. Long Chen roared. At the start, the two were evenly matched, so he didn't feel excited. Mo Xiaolang was proficient in close combat of hundreds of races. His combat power was definitely not that simple. He was going easy on Long Chen. Okay. Mo Xiaolang knew that he was doing wrong. He suddenly increased his strength and displayed the wildest and most sinister stance of a demon wolf. The sun-devouring demon wolf was originally a devouring super-demon beast. After following the wolf race's moon devourer, he had learned many techniques in this area. At this moment, he gave Long Chen a strange feeling. Long Chen realized that he seemed to be the other party's food. Unconvinced. Ni. During the battle, he had been looking at the word Ni hanging on the wall. As he fought, he was thinking about how he should attack. On the other hand, his thoughts were moving on the word Ni. With a howl, Mo Xiaolang's physical body became several times stronger. He charged into the sky and appeared in front of Long Chen. His sharp wolf claws were like 5 short knives, stabbing towards Long Chen's head. In an instant, a bloody wind blew. At this moment, Long Chen's mind was still filled with the word Ni. Bang! Being suppressed by the other party made him even more unresigned. His natural pride was defeated, and the blood in his heart was gradually boiling. His bloodline was gradually awakening, the bloodline that he was most proud of. The ancient blood spirit dragon's image densely covered every corner of his body. The word Ni seemed to have completely fused into Long Chen's flesh and blood. As Long Chen swung his dragon claws, a powerful mental force suddenly rushed out. Bang! Under the opponent's overwhelming strength, Long Chen's bones were fractured. He was sent flying and rolled on the ground several times. Big brother, continue. Just as Mo Xiaolang stopped and said the 5th word, a blood-colored shadow rushed up from the ground and kicked towards his head. Mo Xiaolang was suddenly alerted, and the two of them started fighting again. The more they fought, the more shocked Mo Xiaolang became. He felt that Long Chen was like a madman. No matter how he hit him, he couldn't be killed. In fact, during the fight, Long Chen's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Combat strength was only one aspect. The other aspect was another. As proud as he was, he still felt that the man in front of him, that crazy and heaven-defying attitude, brought a kind of spiritual fear and dread. He was like a sapling that had absorbed enough nutrients and was now growing wildly. Perhaps in a very short time, he would directly break through the clouds and use his vigorous branches to pierce through the universe. This was just the beginning. From the day they returned from the inner city of the North Star, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't come out of the basement. Every day, there were tremors coming from below, but the fragile yard was not destroyed by them. Long Chen gradually realized that the inverse spirit skill was not a combat skill, nor was it a magical power. It was purely a kind of spiritual power, a general outline of the Tao. This was not an ordinary Tao. Long Chen embarked on this Tao as if he had embarked on a different path from ordinary warriors. For example, his 7th level of the divine martial arts realm was definitely not the law of heaven and earth. It was a kind of power that reversed the will of heaven and earth. This kind of power gradually sprouted in Long Chen's body. It gradually grew stronger. In the beginning, in front of Mo Xiaolang, the sun-devouring giant wolf, he was as humble as food. Along the way, he had grown from a small nonentity to this point. Therefore, the spiritual power described by the inverse spirit skill was undoubtedly very compatible. The essence of the inverse spirit skill was in the word inverse, in the 9 strokes. Every stroke and every stroke could not be seen by others, but it went directly into the depths of Long Chen's soul. These 9 strokes might be Taoist patterns, or they might not be. In the process of fighting with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen found that his god martial spirit was gradually changing in another way. Although the subtle changes could not be seen, Long Chen knew that it was a change. It made Long Chen's existence in this world change. This was a change in the way of existence. If all living creatures were fish in a river and the river was surging forward, none of the fish knew where their future lay. At this moment, Long Chen was like a fish that had jumped out of the river and seen the fish in front of him. The inverse spirit skill was a kind of strengthening of the reverse will. It was completely compatible with Long Chen's dragon will and his bloodline. In the repeated confrontations with Xiao Lang, he was covered with cuts and bruises, but he was rapidly transforming. Finally, after 10 days, he let Xiao Lang go out and sat alone in front of the parchment, staring blankly. "How is it?" Seeing Mo Xiaolang come out in a mess, panting, and with a pale face, Li Xuanji opened her beautiful red lips and asked softly. "I think it should be done." Mo Xiaolang was very tired, but when he thought of Long Chen's improvement, he could not help but show a gratified smile. "Oh." Li Xuanji's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. She broke through to the peak of the 9th divine martial realm first. With Long Chen's personality, he would definitely be anxious if both of them were stronger than him. In the basement, Long Chen was extremely quiet. Even though the intense battle with the little wolf cub had made him look even more battered, his eyes were still brimming with energy and vigor. The parchment in front of him actually lit up in his world. The 9 dead lines actually turned into real Dao lines, like a whirlpool, attracting him. The arrangement of the Dao lines also had a profound meaning, as if the 9 Dao lines were arranged to form the word Ni. This piece of parchment gradually approached Long Chen, and finally integrated into Long Chen's body, disappearing. Long Chen felt that there was something extra in his body. When the parchment entered his body, his temperament suddenly changed. It was a kind of temperament that was similar to that of the leader of the Defiant God sect, but many times more than him. This was a kind of natural anti-willpower, which made Long Chen feel as if he did not exist in this world. When this kind of willpower burst out, Long Chen seemed to have integrated with the law of earth and had the will of heaven and earth. In terms of martial arts, as long as he broke through this threshold, the God martial spirit would leap again and enter the 7th level of the divine martial realm. It was just that the 7th level was a little different from others. Now, Long Chen could be said to have successfully practiced the inverse God power, but it could only be regarded as the basic level, and there was still the profound level to go. The success of the inverse God power drove the transformation of Long Chen's God martial spirit, which made him break through to the 7th level of the divine martial realm, which was different from others. The anti-willpower gave Long Chen a kind of shocking core God martial spirit power, which had a huge impact. This was a kind of double impact on the enemy with the soul and the body, and it could defeat the enemy without a fight. In addition, at this level, the dragon blood divine spirit soared again. In terms of the level of the divine spirit, Long Chen could barely be compared with the warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. The other great transformation was naturally the physical body. A very important reason for Long Chen to judge whether he had reached the 7th level of the divine martial realm was that another 10th of the ancestral dragon essence blood was released. There was 1 chapter left at 8 o'clock, and there were 26 chapters left. Today was the day with the most classes, from 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the evening. He got up early to write, and the updates were set to be automatically updated. Chapter 1338. Mo Xiaolang had been nurtured and nourished by hundreds of immortal essences, and after half a year of tempering by the 9-color thunder formation, coupled with the powerful talent of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, he now had such a strong body that far surpassed that of the ordinary demon clan. Long Chen's inherited blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon was more reflected in the transformation of Long Chen's physique, talent, and so on. The addition of physical strength was only a small part of it. But even so, after absorbing 70% of the ancestral dragon's blood, his body was incomparably strong, surpassing that of the giant beasts of the demon clan. He was simply a human-shaped bomb. Now, if he wanted to compete with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen would never lose. The 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. Compared with others, such as Wang Chao, he had a Taoist instrument with 2 Dao patterns. However, in the God martial arts realm, only Long Chen had the power of nirvana. It could be said that even if Long Chen only used a Taoist instrument with 1 Dao pattern, when he really used it, he might not be worse than others. The combat power of his body gave him a huge bonus. Although the power of the extreme universe finger would inevitably increase with the improvement of his strength, there was still the 7th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture. With Long Chen's current strength, he could display the 7th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture without any pressure. The most important thing was that Long Chen had now undergone a spiritual transformation. He could exert a terrible suppression on others on the spiritual level. It might not be shown in a short time, but the gap between him and ordinary people would gradually widen. This was the power directly reflected by the inverse spirit skill. Compared with the pressure of the will of the world, Long Chen's spiritual pressure was many times stronger. Before, I had no problem dealing with people like Li Chuyue. Now my combat power is probably close to the great completion of martial arts. Although there is still a little gap between me and Xiao Lang, this gap will soon be made up with the progress of my inverse spirit skill. Moreover, Long Chen felt that the inverse spirit skill was far from that simple, which could be seen from the 9 Dao patterns. Wang Chao. If before, Long Chen did not have the confidence to kill him, then now, he could not wait. The eternal hell was right in front of him. This ancient ruin was filled with strange undead creatures, and it was filled with endless treasures. Long Chen wanted to obtain more and more things from it. There were attacks from other squads, countless dangerous places and ferocious creatures, as well as assassins hidden in the dark. It was going to be a very exciting journey. This time, with the help of Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji, Long Chen was no longer fighting alone. Xiaolang, come in. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji had been waiting outside for a long time. Suddenly hearing Long Chen's excited voice, Mo Xiaolang was startled. He had a bitter expression on his face. He knew that Long Chen was going to use him as a target again. In the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds, only Long Chen was qualified to do so. Because this was his big brother. So pitiful, big brother Xiaolang. Soi Eon snickered from behind. Mo Xiaolang had no choice but to enter the basement. Long Chen was already prepared, and immediately pounced. 2 figures, one red and one black, fought fiercely in this enclosed space. This time, Mo Xiaolang would not be able to take advantage. Although Long Chen's fighting style was not as good as his 100-tribe battle encyclopedia system, he had a spirit and a will to fight. Before the fist arrived, the will would arrive first, sweeping everything in its path. 5 days passed, and the 5 finished their preparations. They headed to North Star City. This was the day they would be heading to the 2nd largest ruin in 9-star Chaos City, the Eternal Hell. On this day, Long Chen also learned that the largest ancient ruin in Chaotic Star City was called the Primal Chaos Kingdom. First, they met at the North Star battlefield in North Star City. When Long Chen's group arrived, everyone who should be there was already there. There were 20 teams, a total of 100 people. At this moment, some looked nervous, some were full of fighting spirit, and some were calm. In addition to the 20 teams that had gathered, there were more than 20 Nirvana Tribulation experts on the high platform. These were experts from the 3 regions and 9 worlds, who had come to guard the 9-star Chaos City ruins. There were strict rules among the 12 Supreme Alliances. The number of experts stationed by each force had already been agreed upon. The 12 Supreme Alliances had a total of 6 ruins. Among them, True Martial Emperor Palace and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had about 30 Nirvana Tribulation experts in 9-star Chaos City, while Desolation Emperor Palace had more than 40. As for the other forces, there were between 15 to 20. The God-defying cult had about 10 Nirvana Tribulation experts, which was already considered very good. From these rules, one could roughly see the publicly recognized strength of the major forces. Desolation Emperor Palace had more than 40 people, so naturally, they were stronger than the other forces. In addition to these more than 20 Nirvana Tribulation experts, there were also many warriors above the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm guarding the surroundings. Among them, the God-defying cult leader was also among them. After the people had gathered, the God-defying cult leader acted as an interpreter and leader. After saying a few words, he took the lead and left North Star City, heading north. North was the direction of the Eternal Hell. The Evil Dragon Palace team was not familiar with the other teams, so they basically did not communicate with others. On the other hand, the other teams put their arms around each other's shoulders as if they were friends. Long Chen knew that when they arrived at the eternal hell, he did not know how ruthless they would be. Wang Chao was also in the group. Today, he was silent. However, Long Chen knew that Wang Chao must have done some research on him over the past few days. From there, he was sure that Long Chen was the one who was killed by Wang Chao. At the same time, Ling Xiao must have known about this. Because of this, the handsome and elegant Ling Xiao left the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team and headed towards Long Chen. This attracted the attention of some people. In the Evil Dragon Palace team, Mo Xiaolang was the most eye-catching. However, Ling Xiao came to Long Chen's side and looked at Long Chen for a while. He said expressionlessly, "I am Ling Xiao. According to our relationship in the clan, Shi-er should call me uncle." Long Chen had never been afraid of this moment. He said naturally, "Wang Chao told you about us." "That's right, I am Long Chen." Ling Xiao looked at this young man silently. He was actually very shocked. If what Wang Chao said was true, then this young man was undoubtedly very terrifying. In less than 10 years, he had climbed from a place like the Myriad Kingdom's domain to here. This was simply unbelievable. If he hadn't seen Long Chen with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. "You give me a very dangerous feeling. Perhaps I can't help but admire you. I heard that Shi-er survived because of your help. There is no enmity between us. Perhaps we can even become friends. However, there are some things that need to be clarified," Ling Xiao said solemnly. This was the first time Long Chen faced his family as an equal. In the past, he would be very nervous whenever he thought of this. However, he was relieved now. No matter what Ling Xiao said today, his will and everything about him wouldn't change. This was because the inverse spirit technique had already penetrated deep into his bones. "Go ahead," Long Chen said. Ling Xiao didn't hold back. Ling Xiao did not hold back and said, "I respect Shi-er's decision, but I feel that this will definitely be troublesome. You are still far from being able to defy her marriage with Wang Chen. Some things are not as simple as you think. Perhaps what you bring to her is not happiness, but torture. Think about it. That's all I have to say. Also, I hope that we will not meet in the eternal hell." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Long Chen to say anything else and turned around. "Wait." Long Chen called out to him. "Is there anything else?" Ling Xiao turned around. Long Chen pointed at his heart and said, "I've climbed from being an ant in your eyes to where I am now. I've accomplished all the impossible things you said. Now is the time for me to take the final step. I don't want to say too many meaningless words. You just need to watch." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "I don't care what you think. I've heard countless people say the same thing. As long as she isn't happy, no matter who it is, I won't let them go." After he finished speaking, he returned to the group from the Sword Spirit Imperial domain. Beside him, the arrogance in Wang Chao's eyes burned again. At first, he was frightened by Long Chen's appearance. After calming down, he already believed that this was the truth. Since he could kill Long Chen once, he could kill him again. His only regret was that he didn't check back to see if he had killed Long Chen. With his personality, as long as he thought things through, everything would be easy to handle. From far away, Wang Chao licked his lips with a sinister look in his eyes. He made a throat-cutting gesture at Long Chen, his eyes filled with provocation. Long Chen smiled coldly in response to such a childish gesture. Mo Xiaolang and the others were also watching this scene, especially Li Xuanji. She was standing in front of Long Chen. She knew Long Chen's journey and was the person who was most familiar with him. She naturally understood the determination in his heart very well. Unfortunately, he had fought so hard for a woman and not for himself. Thinking about it made her feel somewhat bitter in her heart. In terms of appearance, talent, and feelings, she didn't care about anyone else. It was just that she didn't have the right opportunity. With a face that could captivate all living things, she stared into the distance in a daze. After this battle, she would choose to leave. Perhaps she would never appear. Perhaps she would suddenly appear when he was in danger. The sky in the distance was grayish-brown. As the group advanced, a group of grayish-yellow mountains appeared in front of them. When they arrived, Longchen couldn't help but hold his breath. The mountains in front of them actually gave off such an oppressive feeling. It was truly rare. The sky was also filled with a deathly aura. A sinister atmosphere lingered, making one's scalp go numb. The air was rather cold, making one shiver inexplicably. An aura that made one's soul tremble came rushing over. Ahead is the entrance to the eternal hell. The gates of hell have closed. The God-defying cult leader's voice came from ahead. Long Chen and the others entered the grayish-yellow mountains. The wind howled and the shadows of the trees flickered. The sinister aura was oppressive. Many people's eyes revealed annoyance. After walking through the mountains for some time, a huge peak suddenly appeared in front of them. A huge, ancient, and sinister stone gate was embedded in this huge peak. It was 300 meters tall. We're here. Chapter 1339. This was a huge mottled stone door that stood between the heavens and the earth. The ancient stone was covered with disgusting and hideous patterns that looked like insects. The door was filled with blood-yellow ripples that gently rippled like a huge mouth that wanted to swallow a person. For some reason, even Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this door. Could this be the characteristic of an ancient ruin? This strange stone door that stood between heaven and earth had existed for countless years. It was filled with a heavy and gloomy feeling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. It looked so scary. As soon as they arrived and saw the gloomy stone door, Soi Yan hid behind Mo Shaolang. Gates of Hell. Just the name itself was enough to scare people. Long Chen was shocked at first, but he quickly recovered. This stone door was strange, but no matter what, it was just a door. Long Chen had seen it for himself. In this mountain range, there were countless experts guarding it. There were about 300 Nirvana Tribulation warriors from the 3 domains and 9 worlds who came to 9-star Chaos City. About a third of them were in this mountain range. With such a large force guarding the eternal hell, it could be seen how much the experts of the 3 domains and 9 worlds valued the eternal hell. Unfortunately, Nirvana Tribulation warriors couldn't enter the eternal hell at all. Long Chen heard that besides the largest Chaos Kingdom, Nirvana Tribulation warriors couldn't enter the other ancient relic. They would be stopped in front of the gates of hell. However, the great clans of the 3 regions and 9 realms would always send their people in to search for treasures. Of course, people from other scattered forces could also enter, but they would not be able to obtain the true treasures. After all, there were so many Nirvana Tribulation experts guarding this place. The 12 Supreme Alliances had an agreement with the major powers. If the treasure they obtained was a Dao artifact, if it had 1 Dao pattern or less, they had the right to take it away. If it had more than 2 Dao patterns, it had to be confiscated. However, they could exchange it with the 12 Supreme Alliances for items they wanted, but the value didn't exceed 1 Dao pattern. If they obtained 2 treasures with 1 Dao pattern and above, they could at most keep 1. The rest would have to be confiscated. No matter what, Eternal Hell was a place jointly managed by the 12 Supreme Alliances. No one would be allowed to sneak things out. Otherwise, the 12 Supreme Alliances wouldn't have sent so many Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors to guard this mountain range. Perhaps their role in guarding the place was not as simple as it seemed. Usually, when people from the 12 Supreme Alliances came out, they would check their storage rings or god nations. Right now, Long Chen's strength was considered strange, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. However, everyone guessed that he definitely had a god kingdom. The 12 Supreme Alliances had this hegemony. Even if they wanted to check the storage rings in God Nation, no one would dare to object. Fortunately, the 12 Supreme Alliances had strict rules. The inspectors couldn't simply take away the other party's things. In the past, many of the assassinations that happened in the dark had nothing to do with this. At this point, the God-defying sect leader couldn't enter. However, there was another warrior at the great perfection of the martial path leading Long Chen to the gates of hell. At this moment, many experts gathered around and secretly instructed their teams. No one knew what they were talking about. The God-defying sect leader reiterated the rules of the game again. Finally, at this moment, the teams from the 3 regions and 9 realms were filled with the smell of gunpowder. A murderous atmosphere quietly circulated. They all staggered away from each other to prevent the other party from launching a sneak attack. This was a kind of psychological defense. Every team was very strong. Who would be able to laugh till the end? You have a total of 20 teams, and Eternal Hell has a total of 18 levels. However, in order to let you meet each other faster and increase the chances of encountering each other, this time, you will be divided into 4 batches and placed into 4 adjacent levels of hell. They are the Blood Pool Hell, the Netherworld Hell, the Avicii Hell, and the Ice Hell. These 4 levels of hell are the less dangerous ones. I hope you can all come back in the end. Anyone who has entered Eternal Hell knows that the lethality of the creatures there cannot be measured by common sense. The God-defying sect leader chuckled. Finally, his gaze fell on Imo Xiaolang and Long Chen. It was as if the words, "I hope you can come back alive," were directed at the 2 of them. The God-defying sect leader still had a lot of hatred in his heart. The God-defying technique had already entered Long Chen's body, so Long Chen couldn't return it to him. Fortunately, the God-defying sect leader couldn't enter Eternal Hell. At least in the 3 months before he came out of Eternal Hell, Long Chen could ignore him. After that, he would have to be careful. The God-defying sect leader's strength was the same as the first Supreme Elder of the 3,000 Palaces. Long Chen had heard that he was an expert who had passed the second Nirvana Tribulation. As for the other Nirvana Tribulation realm warriors, they usually only passed the first Nirvana Tribulation. 80% of the warriors at the Great Perfection realm of the Martial Path would be killed by the first Nirvana Tribulation. Therefore, although there were many warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Martial realm, there were very few in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Even the same Nirvana Tribulation was divided into early and late stages. There were 2 possibilities for triggering the second Nirvana Tribulation. The first possibility was that one's strength had reached the peak of the late stage of the first Nirvana Tribulation realm and triggered the second Nirvana Tribulation with one's own strength. The second possibility was the time limit of 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether one was at the early or late stage, the Nirvana Tribulation would descend. If one could pass it, one would directly ascend to the second Nirvana Tribulation. If one couldn't, one would be reduced to ashes. The power of the heavenly Tao was that terrifying. For an ordinary person, it was very difficult to pass the first Nirvana Tribulation and grow from the early stage to the peak of the late stage. Many people spent 1,000 years and still couldn't achieve it. Naturally, they couldn't pass the second Nirvana Tribulation. But compared to the early stage from the late stage to the early stage of the second Nirvana Tribulation, it was much easier. At least it wouldn't be life-threatening. Those super geniuses with outstanding talent could easily go from the early stage to the late stage. After all, it only represented the increase of nirvana power. For example, Long Chen had absorbed 70% of the ancestral dragon blood essence. In terms of talent, except for Imo Xiaolang, who could barely be compared to him, the others were worlds apart from him. When Long Chen caught up with them, he would instantly leave them worlds apart. This was the heaven-defying talent. In the 9-star Chaos City, most of the warriors at the Nirvana Tribulation realm were at the early stage of the first Nirvana Tribulation. Occasionally, there were a few lucky ones who spent hundreds of years or even close to 1,000 years to reach the late stage. There were very few who actually passed the second Nirvana Tribulation. In reality, the God-defying sect leader was very strong. Of course, the strongest experts of the major forces stationed here would only be stronger. They just didn't show up. The Demon Dragon Palace's sect leader should be even stronger. Once they reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, it was time to fight with themselves. The 1,000-year limit was a nightmare for everyone. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, almost all the experts underwent the tribulation when the 1,000-year limit was up. There were only a few who could rely on their own strength to attract the Nirvana Tribulation. 18 Tribulations. One day, heaven and earth would kill you, making you die on the path to godhood. While Long Chen was recalling this information, the Evil Dragon Palace team followed the main group and walked into the gates of hell that looked like a vertical yellow lake. The yellow ripples drowned them and then swallowed them. Long Chen was in the middle of the group. Soon, it was his turn. When he approached, he suddenly felt the gates of hell emitting a terrifying force that was repelling him. Long Chen's heart trembled, revealing a shocked expression. What's wrong? With such a sudden turn of events, Mo Xiaolang immediately approached. Long Chen was repelled by the gates of hell, but fortunately, he made his movements as small as possible, so no one noticed his abnormality. Nirvana power. Long Chen said softly. He knew that it must be because he had Nirvana power in his body, so the gates of hell treated him as a Nirvana tribulation expert. Fortunately, there was only a trace of Nirvana power in Long Chen's body. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying. A true Nirvana tribulation expert's entire body's power would be converted into Nirvana power. If he couldn't enter the eternal hell, everything would be for naught, so Mo Xiaolang was a little anxious. Don't worry, I'll try. Long Chen tried to wrap that trace of Nirvana power in the deepest part of his body, and then began to try. This time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although that resistance force still existed, it was not enough to block Long Chen's power. The gates of hell actually repelled the Nirvana power. It was truly strange. Long Chen did his best to resist the resistance. With his powerful strength, he forcefully squeezed into the gates of hell. When he was submerged by the blood-yellow ripples, his entire body seemed to have sunk into a swamp. After a long while, he discovered that he was standing on a floating platform. This was a huge platform. There were already many people standing here, and the Evil Dragon Palace's team members also came in one after another. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. They were both glad that they were able to enter smoothly. The others also came in one after another. The 5 of them gathered together. At this time, Long Chen looked around. Other than the hundreds of people, he suddenly saw a black statue in the center of the platform. What is this? Under Long Chen's lead, the Evil Dragon Palace's team approached the statue. Long Chen discovered that only the lower half of the statue was cut off at the waist, and the upper half was nowhere to be seen. The cut was very even, and it should have been cut off by a sharp weapon. From the lower half of the body, it was a human-shaped statue, but maybe not, because from the statue's feet, its toes were strangely shaped. There were a total of 6 toes, and it didn't look like a human. Perhaps it was the same as those magical races in the 3 regions and 9 realms. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.